Okay, we are live again this Saturday evening. Put on my glasses. Welcome, everybody. Gaxon, Korathal, Okisooner, Shy, and Beefar on Twitch. There is so much going on. Tomorrow is Minikin's birthday party and birthday, so just trying to take care of a lot today. Let's see, we have to call in the big guns? I think we're gonna be all right. So we got a brisket on for tomorrow. We're making smash burgers, hot dogs. Minikin was baking all day long. She's made a cheesecake and a bunch of cookies. It's a thing. There's a lot going on. What's on the menu? Yeah. So and then a bunch of different veggies. We're doing like grilled onions and hold on. There we go. Grilled onions for the burgers and for veggies, we're doing lots of zucchini and corn just on I have a Blackstone griddle, like a big one. And so we're just going to cut the corn off the cob and kind of like, cook it on the flat top. We're also making some pimento cheese dip, which is very, very good. And then we're going to have like, it's going to be decently hot tomorrow, so we got some misters for the backyard, and I have a back porch. I have a covered patio, and it's gonna be hot, but it should be okay. And we'll eat outside, but we'll have like drinks and like the cooler hors d'oeuvres and stuff inside. You sure like Southern food for a Cali guy? Well, I do like, I like Southern barbecue. Well, I mean, Texas barbecue. I like barbecue. California doesn't do a lot of smoking. We do a lot of grilling. Like if you were to eat California barbecue, it isn't exactly barbecue, it's grilled. Grilling. So, but we do we love our tri-tip. So we have that often. That's a California thing. Pimento cheese. Well, it's like a California version of pimento cheese. I think. So I don't know. I'm not saying that the pimento cheese that we make would satisfy a Southern connoisseur. I make no assurances as to authenticity. He's alive. I am alive. Barely. Hey, everybody. Elizabeth is here, too. Lena is here. I want to give you guys a little update on where we're at with Mikey's logos. If you remember, I showed it last night. Things are looking very good, Mikey. Mikey, I hope you don't mind me sharing this. Mikey's got himself a new job. So he's been helping with the logos, but Minikin is going to take over kind of the rest of the art for the channel. And congratulations, Mikey, and you start in a couple of days. Hey, Tier Harvester. So this one here, this is kind of the simplified one. I kind of have two versions, and I may switch off. And there also may be a place where one of these logos might be better than the other. But this, I do like this one. It's very clean. And I think it's very kind of I don't know, generic, but I don't know. I like this one. And then we kind of went ham. We kind of went a little crazy. Lots of different variations, lots of different permutations of this. I work with Mikey on this one today. This one is over the top. It is. There's a lot going on with this one, but I kind of like it. So, there's a lot. There is a lot, but it's pretty cool. So, expect when we do roll out everything, you know, the Discord and the YouTube channel and the Twitch, you know, we're gonna have various usage of these. Yeah, the map one gives MMO vibes. It does. This one is this one has a lot going on. It does. It may have too much going on. The one you pick, you get a tad of it. I don't think so. You know, and I do think though it doesn't look bad. You think the busy one gives MMO vibes? It does, but it is a bit busy, but it's still very good. If you kind of zoom out and make it look smaller, I still think it looks very good. Mikey and I, but especially Mikey, we're really trying to make sure that, you know, it looks good, smaller, like, you know, the icon on your Discord list, you know, you can still see the K, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Stargate. Yeah, Mikey definitely was thinking, I asked him, I was like, where'd you get the idea for the runes? And he's like, oh, I was thinking like Stargate or Magic, you know, because it's kind of a mix of a bunch of different things. So, anyway, the WoW color palette, maybe. So these are the two. We have kind of a sleeker, less busy, and then this other one here. But yeah, it's coming along. Those are just the logos. We have banners to do. We have overall like art stuff going on. You know, like themes that we're going to be talking about. So yeah. What is our... Here, let's get loading on the game here, because it takes a while to load these days. And then let's talk a little bit about what we're working on in Satisfactory. Unless should be Diablo 2 runes and arranged in rune words. Maybe. I do like the generic sort of blue feel. You know what also it reminds me of? It reminds me of the aesthetic from Disney movie Atlantis. Right? Isn't there like a certain like aesthetic? Like the blue kind of runes thing. Didn't they have like, yeah, wasn't there like a, it kind of reminds me of that, but it's also very much the Stargate runes. Yeah, right? So this blue, yeah, it's nice. It's very like nondescript. It evokes a feeling of like something else. Which I think, which is good. All right, where is, not the beacon. Here, let's get rid of this stuff. This is all old. Where's our boy? Here's our boy. Let's put him here so I can find him better. All right, so we are kind of building this. Like, it's not this, right? But like, this is as close as I can find to what exists in my mind for what I'm going to be trying to do. But imagine instead of this looking like a cube, where these are 4 individual towers, okay, kind of like this, you know, these individual towers. Where's that other picture? This content is no longer available. Yeah. I think this is close. So think like 4 individual towers, like this one here in this upper left, but interconnected more like this. Okay, and so what I want to do is create the towers first, and then we'll figure out about the interconnected. All right, and so I'm kind of nicknaming them for now the kin towers, but we may adjust that. And we have laid out the road work here. We still, I think we're gonna do, before we work on the towers today, we are gonna try to get the on-ramp and off and on-ramp in, as well as the overpass. And then I think we should also probably, I don't know, I kind of like the idea of a tunnel over here. But maybe we come up with a different blueprint for it. I don't know. I think this road has to pause. Like, in a perfect world, I would love to get all the roads in, right? All the roads, they're in. And then we put the buildings in on top of it, or like around it, or within them. But some of this, really this right here, I'm not sure. I think we're gonna put this road in, and maybe we can build tonight. Maybe we do this tower first. I kind of started this one, but maybe we put this tower in first. Hold on one sec. Oh, thank you. Are you gonna join us, Minikin? She says, yeah. I don't know if you heard her. You probably heard her. That was probably your first voice, the voice reveal of Minikin. By the way, this is almost guaranteed. When I play Schedule 1, and I will on the channel, I am pretty confident that I'm going to play it in co-op mode with Minikin, and we will have her voice, not her picture, but her voice on the channel. So just probably through Discord, right? So, you know, it'll be a Discordy, you know, sound. It's good with, yeah. No, it'll be good. I'll make her do all the shit I don't want to do. It's just like real life. Just like real life, I will make Minikin do all the shit I don't want to do, and it's perfect, really. Hey, Ray is here. All right, blue is an interesting color. I like the first one more, but the second one is way more thematic for your factory. Yeah, I know. That's kind of the problem. I like the simplicity of the first one, but I do really like the second one. Storm moving in. Gotta check it out. Hold on. All right, Okie Sooner, stay safe. Blue as a color causes interest as a sort of usually good-oriented power, perhaps. I just like blue. It's more simple for me. I like the color blue. I'm a simple man. Everybody's doing good. I'm okay. Couldn't complain here, but that's what Facebook is for. Nice. I hope you're doing okay, Flemballer. Storm knocked power out earlier, but power company was on the ball and had it back in less than 20 minutes. Very nice. I don't know. Did you guys hear Minikin's voice? She just said yeah in the background, but I don't know if the mic picked it up. Schedule 1 is a fun game. Yeah, I'll play it. You didn't hear the voice when you were here? Yeah. It may have been too quiet. And I'm not gonna play Schedule 1 until Satisfactory and both Ashes and Satisfactory are in like a place I'm happy with. But also I want to wait until like maybe a big, you know, content release comes out for Schedule 1. I gotta, you know, I have to be careful with things. I only have so many bullets to shoot in the game, you know, with my channel, and I want to make sure that I, you know, shoot them appropriately. Hold on one second. I want to change something. I've been meaning to change something on... Okay. Did you guys notice a change in the picture just now? It's very subtle. Okay. You'd wait for Schedule 1? Yeah. It's not the right timing for the channel yet. And like I said, I want to wait for big content release. Her no voice. Okay, yeah, the voice reveal is safe for another day. All she said was like okay when I said, "Are you gonna?" Or she said, "Yeah, I think." You do not want me to play Schedule 1, Mikey? For example, I was in a 4-player co-op. I found nearly every trash can in the game and placed them right in front of the door of the house. Yeah, that sounds right. The game is still very bare bones. Satisfactory has 10 times as much content as Schedule 1. Well, right, BFAR, but like, I'm not gonna plan this playthrough that I'm playing for Satisfactory is a 1,000-hour playthrough, right? I'm not gonna get a 1,000-hour playthrough out of Schedule 1. It's just a fun little side thing. You know what I'm saying? So it isn't like I'm gonna be a Schedule 1 channel. Okay, for sure. It doesn't have the same amount of content, but it doesn't have to be. Okay, so I'm just trying to think about this. I'm kind of talking through this. You should know about your bullet to 5 kids and all. No comment. So let's see. Oh, another aspect to this. I need to record a 800-hour tour video today. And I think what I might do is if we get a raid, like on Twitch, which we tend to do on Saturday nights, if we get a raid on Twitch, I'll probably pause whatever I'm doing, save, and then open up advanced game settings, turn on fly mode, and then give the tour that way. I haven't done a tour like that. Usually I get in and I drive it. But I was thinking that we need a new tour video on the channel. It's time for another one. The last one I did was at 600 hours. It's been 200 hours since then. A bunch of stuff has changed, and we're getting the basics of this area in. And like I said, I just think it makes sense. It's time to do another tour video. And I think if we don't do it tonight, then we'll definitely do it on Tuesday night stream. So if we get a big raid on Twitch, like 40 people or more, I'll probably pause whatever we're doing and do a big tour recording. You could probably get 3 or 4 good streams out of Schedule 1. There's not a huge amount of content to play through. Right. I was thinking like Wildcard Wednesdays, maybe in like October. And, you know, you just get 4 streams, 4 or 5 streams, 6-hour streams on a Wednesday. Call it good, right? That's what I'm thinking. Those are the type of things that will keep all of this channel like fresh for me, giving me a little break, letting me scratch an itch, letting me have some fun with something else, maybe bringing in a different group of people into the channel. That's the kind of things that, the Wildcard Wednesdays I'm going to try to be doing, All right, the Red Bull has been sunk. You probably watch the videos just for Minikin because they're going to be a better character than Ken himself. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the Schedule 1 content. Yeah. Okay. I've been thinking a little bit about what we want to do. I think that before... Oh, and that's the other thing. I can't go forever tonight. I can't do a 12-hour, I don't think, because of the party tomorrow. So I'm going to try to do 10. I'm going to try to do 10. I've been getting tired lately. I think the allergies, or I've just been under the weather a little bit. I don't know what's going on. But tonight we'll do what we can do like we always do. Slimy Mikey is raiding with a party of 1. Mikey, this is not what I was talking about. It's not what I was talking about. I said 30 or more. Mikey raided me with himself. All right, so here's what I want to do. Before we start building these buildings, I think we need to do 2 things. Well, really just one thing. We need to clean this up, get the overpass in, and that's a decent sized project. This isn't like an hour project. This is going to be a few hours. And then we get this road in. Sorry. At least part of the road, or maybe we build out the We could build out this tower. Yeah, maybe we build out this tower first with the idea of putting in the tunnel. Like maybe a glass tunnel. Something like that. So that we can see the and maybe we don't do a sidewalk here for the glass tunnel. Maybe we take this all the way to the edge. We go right to the edge of this thing. So we kind of have, yeah, I think I like that idea. And then we'll go under the tower. I think that'll look good. Okay. Okay. Right, and then we just start, building tower. All right, and maybe we build this one first, because we'll already have it started because of the tunnel. And then I want the tower, it'll be interconnected like this, but it will be more like this. All right, I want to do like after a certain height. Okay, maybe, I don't know, the top 20%, 15% is this sort of like spire. And I imagine that this is a cylindrical tower, and then half of it kind of gets chopped away. And then this is at a 45-degree angle here. Similar to what we did with this 45-degree angle, how that kind of chops into it a little bit. We could do something similar. and then we have a conical 45-degree on top. I sort of have it in my head, right? And then I think we point all of these double lines diagonally out. Okay, and so basically like these all point sort of in like an X. Like if you were looking down, top down, right? If we've got if you're looking top down, here. I'm thinking, let's make one. Here's kind of the line, right? And then this is like a 45-degree this way, kind of down. And then the purple, it kind of comes up and then over like this. So does this make sense? That's this coming up, and then this is kind of like a drop down. Here, let's do this. Stop it. Stop it, you. All right, then the purple comes up like this. I know it looks like a demented smiley face, but that's not what I'm going for. So basically this is a top down. Imagine the view is down and these purple lines are coming across the top and meeting the cutoff here, and that's that line. Is this making sense? And then orientation wise, I'm thinking this. We go like this, copy, paste, rotate 90 degrees. It goes like this. Oh, actually rotate 90 degrees. Okay, it goes down here like this. And then, and I think we do some teal ones. Rotate 90 degrees. And then we do teal instead of purple. Ah! I'm thinking like this. Does this make sense? Right, and then our roads are in between. I'm thinking something like this. So we have these 4 towers, and then by the way, these will all be connected with sky bridges. Okay, and so there'll be sky bridges on angles connecting them like this. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm thinking. 45-degree angle on a circle will be tough. No, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, Mikey and his one-man army charges Kin's channel and raids the place. I know. Korthal, I have to sign off. Got an early start tomorrow. Have a great stream, Kin. Happy birthday, Minikin. Take care all. Thanks, Korthal, for being here. Always can hear it. I haven't been here in ages, but it's nice to see you. Hope all is well. Well, welcome. Have you seen the face reveal? How long have you not been here? Music's a little loud. I can change that. How's that? It's just a slight change. Here we go with the circles again. Shut up. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm thinking in terms of what the towers are going to look like and how they're going to be oriented and how they're going to be colored. So I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of what is in my head right now, and then we can keep going. Life apparently loves to crush your walnuts. Okay, you've been here since then. Okay, not too bad. Okay. Let's do this. This was a little overwhelming to me last night because it was near the end of the stream and I was getting tired. So why don't we tackle this first? So that I don't have to worry about that. You went and had to do real life shit a quarter of the way through the fuel factory? Well, real life shit always comes first, unfortunately. Even though sometimes we wished that it wouldn't. It is what it is. And the good news is, I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. I really enjoy this channel and what I do. And even though my, certain things may ebb and flow, sometimes I get a little tired, or if I need breaks or something, I'm not going anywhere. I love doing this. And again, I may have to make small adjustments so that I can go to the gym more often and do certain things with family and stuff like that. I'm kind of in this really big push right now for the channel, and that big push may not always be, look the same, and that may ebb and flow. I'm not going anywhere. I really enjoy this. Oh, we've made an error here. And I kind of gotten to the point where I almost need it to relax, and it's become sort of an important part of what I do and my day. So I'm not going anywhere. Gonna be here a long time, and I'm happy to be there. Are these buildings empty, or they have something inside them? This is my factories. This is everything. These are my, all of my factories. I would say Endgame, I did do some starter factories to get the materials flowing in order to make these things. But at this point, everything up until the Space Force space elevator parts, because that's what we're working on. Next, everything up to those point, these house my factories. These are full of factories, and I will give you a quick little example. And Mr. Ronan, thank you for the first time chatter, by the way. And thank you for the follow 20 minutes ago. I missed that. I appreciate it. We almost got hit. These are full of factory goodies. And like I said, if you can stick around, being an elevator AI has its ups and downs. Bet it does. So these are full of machines. This building is packed. I mean, absolutely packed. I didn't make it large enough. These are crammed with machines. Any chance you'd go back and do the Death Star? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, you can get a feel. I have, I don't know, 14 floors, like 10, 12 floors of this in this factory, all busting away, doing factory things. Anyway, like I was saying, if you can hang out sometime today, I plan on doing a full soup to nuts tour. All right, and if you can't hang out for that tonight, I totally understand. Maybe you can catch that in a, in the VOD, or when I make the video in the next week or two. Patrick, good morning, Ken. The Crust New Horizon is a total new game. Yes, Patrick, I saw that, and I want to play the Crust on this channel. That's the other thing. I was talking about Schedule 1. The Crust came out. I posted about it in my channel, in my Discord, I mean, and it is a huge update to the game. And as Patrick says, it is a total new game. It definitely felt that way. I liked a lot about the Crust, but it was missing something. It was almost like a demo. Like, it wasn't a game. Almost. It was like, hey, test these mechanics. Like the version of the Crust that I was playing last year, it was almost like a mechanics test, which it was fun. Like, I enjoyed it. I wanted to keep playing it. But it just got to the point where I needed to do other things. I needed to play Satisfactory. But it does look like they've expanded on it, and I would love to play that. Even Satisfactory has the dad jokes. Ken can't escape. It is ridiculous. No matter where I go, what I do, they follow me everywhere. Mr. Ronan, how do you plan your factory from inside out or to outside in? So I would say that if you have less than 1,000 hours in this game, I'm just saying this is a generality. Okay, take this with a grain of salt. I would recommend that you build your machines first, and then you build your shell of a factory, however you want to present that factory. Obviously, I'm doing cyberpunk skyscrapers, but if you wanted to do brutalistic, bunker type factories, or whatever you wanted to do, I would build machines first, and then build the shell outside of the machines once you know how big they need to be. Because Satisfactory is notoriously difficult to judge how much space you're going to need. And I've missed it several times in these towers, and I have 2,500 hours of experience. It is very difficult, and the consequences of getting it wrong can make for some frustrating play. So if you build the shell first and try to guess how big your factory is going to be, and then try to fit your factory inside of the shell, that is very difficult. And it is kind of the challenge of my playthrough, because I want to make sure that these buildings are perfect, right? I don't care how the factory looks on the inside necessarily. I feel like I have enough skill in this game to find a way to make it work, okay? Like, I'll get it close, and I'll figure it out, right? And so some of this stuff I'm not planning, because I just don't... I don't know all the answers until I get closer. And then sorry, I have something like really bothering me. My mustache is itching or something. Need to trim some errant stash. So, I keep like messing with it, but not something I would have had to worry about before I got the damn camera. But that's what I would say. If you're under 1,000 hours in this game, I would build the machines first, build it as big as you need to build it, and then put a shell on it after you're done. What I'm doing here isn't necessarily what I would recommend to people, but if you want a challenge, if you want to build some awesome looking exterior thing and try to fit a factory into it, I'm not going to stop you. It's a very valid way to play the game, but it has its challenges for sure. You have a ton of space. Well, you need 120 extra refineries and 2 particle accelerators. You have a ton of space. Well, so yeah, we could talk a little bit about the factory. So last night we planned the factory, and the factory is actually, well, really, the 4 towers that we build here, and the giant tower that we build here, which will be Arasaka, the Arasaka Tower from 2077. In reality, I almost consider it one big factory. It isn't, not really, but it kind of is. And how it's going to break out is that these 4 towers are going to produce the 4 space elevator parts that we see in the corner. All right, the assembly director systems, the nuclear pasta, the thermal rockets, and I don't remember what that egg-shaped thing is, electromagnetic something or other. Okay, those 4 parts are going to be produced here. But this factory is going to make the Phase 5 space elevator parts, and the Phase 5 space elevator parts use the Phase 4 space elevator parts as part of their construction. So we're basically going to ship all of these parts over to this this factory, and that way, you know, this factory doesn't have to rebuild all of the machines we did here from the ground up. All right, including some extra nuclear pasta to build a few extra things along the way. Okay, and so we had to basically plan 4 factories together. I mean, both of these factories together, and this is what that looked like. So this is the Phase 5 factory. This includes all parts in Phase 5, except for the nuclear related parts, the Fixonium nuclear thing. We're not doing that. Other than nuclear, we're doing everything in the game. Okay, and these are the Phase 5 parts. Biochemical sculptors, we're making 10 per minute. Ballistic warp drives, we're making 4 per minute. AI expansion servers, we're making 4 per minute. 59 time crystals, 55 trigons. The rest of this relatively small, except for the fluctuators. We're going to do 17 and a half. All right, and so this factory, if we look at an overview of it, it actually doesn't really take that much raw materials. The most is 900 bauxite. Oh no, sorry, 2,000 deuterium. But the rest of this is pretty doable. We will need to ship up 6 barrels of oil train. Okay, but like it's not that big of a deal. We're doing the oil into diamonds. This oil is now diamonds. I keep making that joke. You guys know what that joke is from, right? There was a commercial. These tickets are now diamonds. I'm not gonna like play it because I don't want to get copyrighted again. I got copyrighted on a bunch of stuff. But he's like, it's the Old Spice commercial. You can look this up on YouTube. It's really funny. He's like talking about tickets to a show that like that your girl wants to see or whatever. And then he's like, the tickets are now diamonds. And so every time I talk about diamonds and Satisfactory, that pops into my head. This oil is now diamonds. So anyway, here's this, including we're going to make a few power shards per minute. Nothing crazy, but really these as part of this factory, and the way to keep this manageable, this is actually not that big. I mean, it's big, okay? But this is the final factory of the freaking game. This is it. This is the end of the game. Okay? When we build this, we're literally done with the game. All right? It's big, but it's not crazy big, in my opinion. In order to keep this from getting really crazy, I'm importing the magnetic field generators, the nuclear pasta, the assembly director systems, and the thermal propulsion rockets. Those 4 items are being made in another factory. Those 4 items require this just to make the 4 items. All right, and you can see those 4 items in the green boxes here. Boom, 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 boom. And the scariest of them is this. And 10 nuclear pasta per minute is pretty intense, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think I'm probably gonna put all these, spread these 20 particle accelerators around the outside of the top of the buildings. Do we need any more? How many total particle accelerators do we need? Yeah, 20 total. I think we're just gonna do it. I think we're gonna, all 4 towers are gonna each have like 5 particle accelerators like spread around them to look really cool. I like the architecture of your world. Do you place the world grid or do you place them any way you want? I do not use the world grid. I use the kin grid. So I have basically planned out not everything to exactly to the foundation, but I kind of have. I actually made a spreadsheet to help me with this. This is just Google Sheets, and I made this to help plan. And it's basically just graph paper. This is Google Sheets, but I have a extension on my browser that's dark mode. Otherwise, like, all of you guys would be like, oh, like blown out with the white light of Google Sheets. So I have a dark reader on this, but this is just Google Sheets, and this is the I have room for the roads. I've planned them out. I know that we need 10 foundations across for those. These are the freeways here. I have notes in here about the separate factories. I don't have everything written, like drawn in here, but it's very clear to me. Like, this is the roads go here. There's additional roads here, and then the tunnel kind of goes underneath this factory like this, under here, right? So anyway, that's kind of what's going on here. And then I kind of just penciled in the 4 towers and the roads crisscrossing. But yeah, I essentially have my own grid that I have done. Let's see. Yeah, the old file doesn't work. Yeah, I doubt that it would for the crust. Ken, I don't know if I'm the only one to me, but the music is loud. I did turn it down. Welcome to the tour. Our first stop, soup. Our final stop, tour, nuts. You guys don't... Is that a thing that isn't, like a saying that you guys heard? Soup to nuts? Is that just me? That's like, here. Origin of the phrase soup to nuts. The phrase from soup to let's start that over. The phrase from soup to nuts originates from the traditional structure of formal dinners, where a meal would begin with soup and end with nuts, as often as part of the dessert course. It has evolved to mean from beginning to end, or covering all aspects of something. The idiom is commonly used in American English. Okay? From A to Z, from stem to stern, from soup to nuts. Is this just me? Am I the only one that knew this? I like sharing idioms across cultures. You have tons of space. You will need an extra 120 extra refineries and 2 particle accelerators. I'm not sure if I'll need any extra besides what I've already planned. I just safely overbuild the building first and then either space out the machines inside or trim the building up at the end. Yeah, Sal, I think that there's also a way to kind of combo those 2, build one and then the other. Definitely. As you get more experience, you can kind of learn, you know, not only you get better at planning, but you learn what you like to do personally, which to me is the most important. But I definitely understand if somebody's just starting and they don't know what they like to do personally. You know, I like to try to give a little bit of a starting place for them. But obviously, if you find that you're enjoying something differently, then you should move in that direction. Go with whatever is the most satisfying to you. Tier Harvester, I spread my factory out across the map. I start with floating platforms. I have grand designs for massive buildings and end up with floating platforms. That's okay. If you're just starting out, rectangular boxes are seriously underrated. Right. And again, it depends on why you're playing Satisfactory. If you're playing Satisfactory to beat the game, you don't need to do any of this kind of shit. Just bust out whatever you want to do. If you want to do full spaghetti, do it. It's a very valid way to play. If you want to play with the OCD of 1,000 burning suns, then you can play it this way. Where you take your references from, the buildings. So these are all built. These 4 buildings here, you can't really see that one, but these are 4 buildings in real life, and I've also referenced movies. I have a cyberpunk spin on this, Blade Runner, and other cyberpunk kind of movies like that. Also, just the aesthetic of like 80s cyberpunk or synthwave. Like if you guys have ever seen any of those like music things on YouTube. I take a lot of inspiration from there. The neon, the blue, and the purple. I think the way Kin is doing it here is one of the best ways. Clusters of interconnected factories with short deliveries between them. Well, it's certainly fun for me. Oh yeah, that's not bad at all. It's pretty small. You need a bit more singularity cells. It's only 2 per it's only 2 minute a portal, I think. Well, remember, I mean, in 20 minutes, I'll probably have more than I'll ever build, right? Like, I play this game for hours and hours. I don't necessarily think I need to make a ton per minute for something like that. Takes a tractor 5 minutes to drive from one side of the factory to another. Nice. One of your factories? Yeah, 3/4 of the buildable water off the Gold Coast. Yeah, well, I had my Super Star Destroyer like that. Push-pull trains for factory delivery. That would be crazy. Let's just catching up here, and then we're going to get started on that overpass. I'm still using machine cluster blueprints, but the machine floors are going to be like 15 wells high. Whenever I hear soup to nuts, I think of the old original soup canned to nuts meme video. Oh, Flemballer, you've heard it, you just never understood it, the soup to nuts reference. No, the portals eat 2 per minute to operate, each portal. Okay. All right. Well, I really only need 1 portal, and that's from here to there. And, you know, worst case scenario, I can always summer sloop it. I don't think I want to redesign the factory at this point. I put a lot of sort of thought into what I did, why I did what I did. And if I open up that can of worms, I would sort of have to kind of redo everything. I kind of want to just trust what I've done already and roll with it. If we run into a position where we need to make adjustments or something's too little, then, you know, I can always summer sloop that bad boy. You're talking about the singularity cells, right? 5 per minute. I mean, that's enough for 2 portals. Even using 2 per minute. Does that make sense? I appreciate the heads up. I do. If I'm sounding dismissive, I don't mean to be. I'm just, you know, I'm okay. I think I'm okay with it. And I appreciate the heads up. How many machines are making these, really? What would it look like to sloop them? Two and a half manufacturers. So we could get an extra We can get 30 singularity cells per minute with 12 sloops, if needed. I think I'm okay with that. What's the energy looking like? Okay, well, let's do a little math here. So this is gonna need, we'll call it 56, but up to 89. But we'll take the 56. Here, let's run the math. 56 to 89. We'll do where should we do this? Killer Rain, thank you for your Bezos bucks. You've been subscribed for 18 months. Killer Rain, you are a beast. Let's go into here. So let's do power. All right, let's do phase 4 and phase 5. Let's do this actually. Let's do current use. Why? Why do we do this? Why must you do this to me? All right, and then we'll do low, and we'll do peak. Okay, so let's get our 6. It's really only 5 because there's no peak for current use. But let's get our 6 numbers. Okay, so this is the phase 5, and it's we'll call it 56K to 89. We'll do everything in thousands. Okay, low 56, peak 89. All right, and then let's head over to phase 4, and we've got power 40 and 50. Low of 40, peak of 50, and then what are we using right now at this very moment? Not having built any of those things yet. Let's see where we're at. How do you copy the blueprints like you did with the roadway a few minutes ago? I always try to do that, but I need to copy it part by part. No. Do you mean sample? Like this? Like the blueprint's already made? So you hit like you're gonna delete it, and then switch to blueprint mode, like you're gonna delete the whole blueprint, and then you hit middle mouse button to sample it. Just like you would sample any other item with middle mouse button, but you have to delete it. You have to open up the delete to sample. I use that one trick you do to prevent clipping using the high barrier to move a metal I-beam. It to fit perfectly around a sign. It was very helpful. Cube wave, nice. I'm glad that was helpful. Oh my God, Minigans here. You could just overclock 1 to 250%, and you only need 4 summer sloops. Well, yeah, but then the problem with overclocking is you need a bunch more of the materials. The thing with summer sloop is you get double the output without having to double the input. If you overclock using power slugs, then you have to double the input as well as doubling the output. So that's why summer sloops are so powerful. I don't have to change anything else in the factory, right? Because if I overclock this, look what happens if I overclock this. Look at all the shit it needs. Is that the right one? Singularity cells. Still, it needs a lot. Look at the nuclear pasta. I need now 5 nuclear pasta? Like, that alone is ridiculous. If I just throw some summer sloops in there, now I've not just doubled the singularity cells, I've doubled all the inputs. No, combining 3 machines into one is the same material. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. The downside, though, to that is the power usage. That power usage would be insane. And to be honest with you, I have 46 summer sloops just sitting right here. I'm not worried about my summer sloops. And I think I have some in here too. No, I don't. But I have plenty of summer sloops. So I'm not too worried about that. But if I was, you're right. I misunderstood your point. You're 100% correctly. You cut down the 3 machines, turn it into 1, overclock the 1, then you only need 4 summer sloops and not 12. It's a good point. The downside to that is the power. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, we were doing the energy. That's what we were doing. I got distracted. Consumption right now is 49. Let's call it 50. Consumption right now is 50. Okay. So, what is our low? And what is our... Oh, we better do this. Otherwise, that won't be accurate. And what is our peak? 146, 189. How much power are we making at this very moment? We're making 220. So, I think we're okay. And you're right. A better use of those 8, it's like 700, 800 power, but yeah, no, you're right. Because we have, these exist. This is 10 summer sloops, and this adds 10%. This adds 10%. So if I build one of these bad boys, my 220, now, that's adding freaking 22,000. So you're right. If I save, Ken, my audio is really bad. To me, it's hard to listen to. Mini Ken, you say that every night. You said that before. Is it bad to anybody else? Why is it bad? Mini Ken's showing up here and talking shit about my voice. But you're right. If I save those 8 power shards, I can instead I could theoretically spend 800 more power on that machine, take those 8 plus 2 more, and make 22,000 more power with the augmenter, because it's a percentage base. That is definitely a better use of power of summer sloops than doing that. But I think we've gotten a little bit out of a little bit off topic there, but it was a good off topic. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, Mini Ken. My voice is hard for you to listen to. Are you sure that's just not because I'm your father? Fluff says you sound like a Greek god to me, like the Chad. I sound like this guy would sound. Is this how I sound to you? Now, Ken is Rick from Rick and Morty. Minikin. Morty. 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 Fucking around. We gotta finish this overpass, Morty. You sound like you have a bit of a cold, probably allergies. I have a scratchy voice, a little bit. For sure. Since they need constant matrix feeding, they need constant matrix feeding. I don't think that's true. I'm at 217, 220. There's my power jump. I'm at 240. I just added 20,000 power. There's no matrix feeding. Minikin says it sounds like a cheap mic. Shade I'm getting. Yeah, Ice Rice Flag. This requires no matrix feeding for 10%. Now, if I want 30%, sure, you can matrix feed. Or I can just build another one. And another one. And another one. I'm at 306, no matrix. By the way, we may find ourselves with one of these on each of our 4 towers. Yeah. Killer Rain says, Minikin, it might be the device that you're listening to. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe, here's the problem. I know what the answer is. Minikin is editing my older VODs with the old microphone. She's so used to the bass that I had in my prior mic setup that I think that it's jarring when she listens to me the way it is now. That's what I think. That's what I think it is. And by the way, and it could be a young person thing too, because there was a guy yesterday saying that my voice sounded bad. I think he was also used to the deeper. I mean, I definitely had the proximity effect going on for a while, right? I talk like this. It had a deeper it had a more bass in it, and this sort of podcast radio sound, right? This is probably what they are used to and what they are talking about. But I'm okay without doing this all the time because it's kind of a pain in the ass to have the microphone 3 inches from my face. So, I am further away from the mic. I think that overall, again, I think it's a preference thing. I don't think it sounds bad. But, yeah, the Matrix boosts the power more. Yeah, for sure. No, but I listened to an old VOD. I think she just prefers the more bassy version that I had before. Remember those days? It was only like 3 weeks ago. The Matrix is a booster to 20%. Oh, okay. But apparently you're the problem. Well, we knew that. I think it's a preference thing. All right. I don't think that anybody's a problem. I think it's a preference thing. All right. I want to get this overpass in, and I want to get this on-ramp in. So we have to figure out how we're going to do that. It sounds better now. Ray, you sound more real now. Well, I said this last night. Both of my sisters, who both have a very good ear, they said that the version of my voice that you guys are hearing right now is very, very accurate to how I sound in real life. There is, it's just cleaner, and there's less going on. Having said that, I'm still tweaking. I tweaked it today. I tweaked it today. She's just maturing and realizing her father isn't as cool as she thought. It happens to everyone eventually. Football, I went through that years ago. That is true. There's no illusions. There's a difference between the mics, but this setup seems to be working better than the last. Well, in terms of, again, better is subjective. Now, there's less bugs with the system, but I think that's because of my overall audio setup. I could take it right now. I could boost the bass right now with the new setup. I just have chosen not to. I mean, right here, we could go right here. Right? Easy. That's an easy change. And we could move this up too, right here, like this. There you go. Right? I'm bassier now, right? I bet you Minikin probably says this sounds a little bit better, and other people are like, meh, that's not my favorite. Sound like you are now in a studio room after the change, Killer Rain? So this is pushing stuff. Right? I wonder if I can just, hopefully I can just undo them. No, I can't. All right, let's see. I was there, here. I was about right here before the change. So again, it's subtle changes for sure. I think, hold on. Got it. I think this is a cleaner setup, that's all. Okay, let's keep going here. By the way, I'm pretty confident I put the settings back. You have a very soft voice now. I have a very soft voice naturally, and I sound like a teenage boy over most electronic devices. I had to learn to drop the timbre in my voice so that it could be heard better. Well, that's the other thing too. I mean, I could talk like this, right? I could do like Sulu, and I could talk like this. But you know, I could form a habit too. I could make this into a habit, but I don't really talk like that. I talk like this. I could talk like that though. Which, by the way, we're not talking about this now, but that's what I believe Thor is doing. He's not using a voice changer. I think that he has learned to talk naturally lower because he knows it's more pleasant, and he likes the way he sounds when he talks lower. And I think that that's the way he talks now. A, and then B, he definitely has some EQ, a little bit of bass boost, but I don't consider, oh, and he eats his microphone. Like, I mean, he's right here. Like he talks like this, right? Like he eats his microphone for sure. And that's fine. He's going for the podcast sound, and I don't blame him for that or anything. Like I said, there are plenty of things to be to have an opinion on about Thor than saying he has a voice changer. But I do think that that's the explanation for that is he's just learned to talk at a lower pitch. That's all. All right, let's figure out exactly where this on-ramp is. It's the Howard Stern. It is. It's the old school radio. By old school, I mean like 30 years ago. Howard Stern, and then the podcasters have taken that on, and so now it's sort of a podcasty voice. All right, so the edge of our road is literally 12 meters. It's 3 of these from when this merges down into our level, and then that's our edge of the road. All right, I want to copy it over here. Using an EQ and vocal compressor, it's the same thing that radio and TV people have done for the last 100 years. Exactly, and it's what I'm doing it now. I have a vocal compressor, so this is my EQ. And by the way, my EQ does boost my voice. Here, let's see if I can do this. Beacon Studio 1 on device. So if we go to this one, if I turn off the bass enhancer and I bring down the voice to the bass to nothing, okay, this is what I sound like, right? So I'm putting some bass into my voice from what the microphone is picking up. Okay, but the microphone does not pick up everything that you hear. And so you have to put back some of it. And by the way, there's a compressor here too. I could turn the compressor off, and that would sound drastically different. But yeah. And then if we go back, this is where I was before. Okay? So again, I work with a guy who had his voice change after puberty. It was pretty drastic. That could be true too. He said that happened to him, and that very well could happen too. But again, this is the part that always irritates me about certain things like that. There are very legitimate reasons to not like certain things that guy in particular has done. That's fine. Everybody has a right to like and not like whoever they want. But it does seem like sometimes we like to, I think that it's just silly to hate on things that aren't true. Like hate on the things that are true, because then it muddies the, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know. I'm not saying it very well. But like, if you don't like something, you don't like it. That's fine. But don't make up new things not to like to pile on that aren't true, because then that just delegitimizes the arguments that you have that aren't true. I believe that he either misunderstood or mischaracterized and then doubled down on the whole stop killing games thing. I looked into it. I don't think what he was saying was accurate. He thinks he's accurate. I don't. I have a right to think that it wasn't accurate. Okay? Did that hurt the chances of that movement early? You can make that argument. And you know what? We can have that discussion, and it is what it is, right? But don't like say he has a voice changer when he doesn't, because then that just delegitimizes the actual thing that we should talk about. I don't know. That's just me. You can hear the proximity effect when he talks to Mike. I do. I think it's mostly the proximity effect. It's big, and you can enhance that proximity effect even more. Sounds better without compression. Yeah, I think he's just gotten carried away with the EQ and the compressor to the point it doesn't sound natural, but even if it still sounds like every other radio disc jockey. Yeah, and you know what? He has every, I don't know, it's his channel. That's the effect he's going for. And I don't think there's anything there's no drama in that. He was a dick in EVE Online, but I never was mad at it because the time his voice, Will Farm, I loved it. Oh, yeah, well, see, now you have a real reason to be upset with him. His actions in EVE Online. See, that's way more legitimate than, I watched the way that he roached out in a WoW video, and I thought that it wasn't good. Well, were you playing with him? Unless you were one of those 2 people that died, who cares? You, however, if he was an actual dick to you in EVE Online, well, that's a real reason. But you know what? Just playing EVE Online maybe delegitimizes your position there. Again, I wished that in maybe in another life, I would have. When did EVE Online come out? (2003). In another life, I start playing EVE Online, and maybe I don't get married and have my 5 kids. I can't go back and say I wished I played EVE Online, because if I did, because I graduated in 2002, I was 19 here. I met my wife at about 23. We got married at 25. Okay. I got married in 2009. Maybe I was playing EVE Online instead of doing whatever it did for me to meet my wife. So I can say it would have been fun to play EVE Online, but perhaps another version of Kin's life playing EVE Online, you know, doesn't work out the same. What do I want? I want the one way. Where's the one ways? Okay, street with no light, one way. All right, let's post the one ways over here so I can see them. Is this all we have for one ways? I think it is. Caleb's Revenge. In reality, EVE Online was released in 1985 because it was just a front end for Excel. Yeah, EVE Online is just a plugin for Excel. Yeah, he can see effect he wants. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That whole thing. By the way, I feel the same way about like politicians that like to get hated on, or public figures or whatever. Like, if you want to hate on somebody, like, I don't know, hate on them for the real reason that they're bad. You know, I don't know. It just it can delegitimize a position if you, in my opinion. It can delegitimize a position if one isn't careful. How are we going to do this? Are we going to half nudge it? But the voice changer thing is interesting to me because I do have some voice training personally, and I'm working on my own microphone, and I'm learning all this stuff. So it's always that's why it's interesting to me, and it's one of the things I kind of bring it up a lot, just because, you know, it matters to me because I'm figuring out my own voice profile for myself. By the way, there is a very real chance, I cannot guarantee this, but there is a very real chance that that my guild and or myself will interact with Pirate Software in Ashes of Creation. I don't know if we're going to be on his same server. I will not avoid it. We have an alliance with another guild that we're actively building and seeking. I have friends in that other guild. If they choose, we'll go where they go. If they choose to go on wherever server Pirate Software is, then we will follow them. If they choose to avoid him, then we will follow them there. I think it would be fun to fight him, win or lose, and but I'm not purposefully seeking that out necessarily. So there you go. He does play Ashes of Creation. At least he's supposed to be doing so. All right, let's see what our spacing is. Also, can you inspire me to build such a large scale? I kept making the game crash due to unknown objects, so I guess thank you. Hey, Caleb, do you know how to increase your Unreal object limit in the game? If you don't, I will show you. Yeah, time to hack. Yeah. I struggle to stay motivated to play Satisfactory long enough to build on a large scale. Hunter, I agree. I understand that. I do. If I didn't have this YouTube channel, I would not be building this for myself. I want to build it, but I don't have... It's like, you guys ever have the point where, like, get to the point where, like, you... Ooh, this is what I did there. Ooh, I think I like that better. Ooh, I think... Let's try this. I think I like that better. Do you see what I did? I cut the... Yeah, I cut that off. Okay, let's do that. you guys ever, or girls, ever have this thing where you like cooking, but not for yourself? I like the hiccups apparently. I really like cooking, but only when I'm cooking for other people. If I'm by myself, I don't care. I don't even want to cook. I don't have the motivation, right? So I don't know if you guys have run into this, but for me, I feel like that's a little bit for me in Satisfactory. Like I like cooking. It's not that I don't like cooking. I just don't really feel like cooking when it's just for myself. And so, gross. Gross. Let's try again. And like I said, I think it's similar that way for me in Satisfactory. No, stupid. Stop it. That's where I had it before. So if you're just playing, and that's why the channel helps me so much. I would totally understand if you didn't have that. Now, having said that, we do have a Discord. I have a Discord, and anybody and everybody is welcome to stop by and post what they're building, kind of share, so that you're not just cooking for yourself. Maybe you don't have a YouTube channel, but that's okay. I think that it's very helpful to kind of share and get thoughts and ideas, and I think it's pretty cool. You know, and maybe I start doing a thing, and I actually have thought about this, where I start doing a thing where I kind of share what people are posting in my Discord to my channel at large. I think that would be very cool. Maybe just go over pictures and stuff, like a community thing. You know, nothing crazy. I'd love to do reviews. Some of my followers' stuff it makes me feel like why do I have the YouTube channel? Like, this is ridiculously good. I want to say I went 2 and then a light. Yep, 2 and then a light. I love cooking, and it's much better to cook for other people. Yeah, I don't like cooking for myself. I would be an absolute terrible person living alone. Like, by myself, I couldn't do it. And I don't like people. I do like people, but you know what I mean? Like, I could not do cook for myself, and I don't know, man. I enjoy my life. I'll say it that way. I'm very grateful. Yeah, I started using signs to keep note of production statistics in my most recent save. Yeah, that's a good way. Or, you know, you could bust out the Excel. Guess what, Ken? I found a long form. All right, good job. Good job, Mini Ken. Are you editing while listening to me talk? Are you listening to me talk in an old VOD that you're editing and listening to me talk in real life? That would be horrible. Did you see that blue guy's last Fix-It style factory he built? It was amazing. I don't think so. Great work on the shorts and vids, by the way, Mini Ken. You have a talent for making Ken seem interesting. It's true, she does. Very true. No lie detected. I'm really looking forward to giving Minikin a different game to work with for the shorts and the videos that she's making, other than Satisfactory. I love the Hyperloop short, so well edited. Yeah. That one, I will say, that one, she took a crack at that one. That one was a complicated one. The overall feel of it was definitely her. I went in, I fine-tuned some things. I think we worked on that one together. That one was a tough one. There was a lot in that one, but it turned out to be very funny. All right, so what are we doing? Get rid of this. All right, let's do the old Z fighting. So again, I'm going to look for the most barely bring this into white the least amount possible. So I can bring it up above the other ones, but not so far above it looks like it's anything other than what it is. In terms of like, you know, I don't want to like look higher. And I think that's a success. It just looks like the same kind of line thickness. Like it's a little bit deeper, right? Like it's a little bit there, but not really. The cheesecake you made has set correctly. Good job with the cheesecake. Minikin, why don't you share a picture of your cheesecake to the Discord and I will show the live stream. Minikin has made her own cake for tomorrow. Rift of Random. I just started Satisfactory with some friends. Hope you don't mind the light stalking to see some gameplay. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you, Rift of Random. I not only I not only don't mind the light stalking, I prefer it actually. In fact, if you want to roll the intensity of the stalking up to medium stalking, I wouldn't mind. I have a YouTube. You can definitely stalk me there. So yes, please bring on the light stalking. I don't mind at all. Killer Rain, wait, I thought you just have to place the foundation underneath the pillar. Once you stamp it to the foundation, height is set. No, I bring this up. I thought you just have to place the foundation underneath the pillar. You snap it to the foundation, the height is set. No, I'm bringing this up. I'm bringing up the height of the road barrier. See? Here, it's gonna be really hard to see. It's coming up just a hair. And then I delete this. And I snap the new foundation to the old road barrier. I mean, to the road barrier's new height. And that's how we get it higher. Okay. No, I thought the pillar was already placed slightly above the foundation. Not that I know of. That may be true. But not that I know of. And that's, and even if it is, that's not what I'm doing. See now, because all of those are a little bit higher, none of these actually affect them. This line can be a little bit higher. In fact, check this out. I can change this and it goes right underneath it. Okay. So, and sometimes Z fighting goes away and comes back after a load. This will be permanently fixed because I brought this one up a very, very, very tiny amount. Okay, and you can kind of see it. See that difference? That little space between the edge of the... Here, let me see if I can do this. No! This space here to there. Right? This right here is solving the Z fighting. Okay? You can't see it out here. It looks like it's the same. But if we were to delete it and bring in this, there's your Z fighting. Because I built this one at the same height as this one out here. Okay, and now, see? There's the edge. This one's higher. Then it drops down onto this one, which is the same height as this. And that's why you have the Z fighting. If I delete this, and then I build it off of this one, it makes its height now matching. And now, you don't have the Z fighting. Okay? Hold on, there's some chat. Rift at random. Welcome, Rift. Friggin' ads, yeah. Killer Rain gifted with a tier 1 sub to Rift of Random. Thank you for the gifted sub. Rift of Random, if it runs out, you can tie your Amazon to Twitch and subscribe free with Prime. If you do have Prime, yes. Reload your stream so it reloads on your end. Yeah, and Killer Rain, thank you, man. Let's see. Cheesecake was very easy. You've just never made one before. Hey, didn't you make that like burnt cheesecake for me that I enjoyed eating? Look at the shade. She says, my mom's the chef. I'm a chef. I'm not a chef. Yeah, you're not the only one that makes an ungodly mess when they bake in the house. I need a yellow one right here. Hunter 1810, I love your tips. By the way, Ken, I've learned a lot from your shorts and streams. Well, I am glad. Yeah, see how clean this looks? Flour in the kitchen tonight. Nightmare. Can stop being greedy. It's not for you. I'm saying thank you. I'm not being greedy by saying thank you. I know. I know you're kidding. Minikin is becoming the resident baker in the house. Yes. Minikin could right now today go get a job at a bakery and she could be very good. I could see her. Now she doesn't like baking this much and I don't, I'm not gonna push her to do something that isn't something that she really wants to do, but she could if she wanted. you know, definitely have basically like a YouTube channel on baking or something like that. She could be it could be very, very good. Like a little shorts channel on baking or something. I mean, she needs to be a little older. I think that, don't you have to be a certain age? Otherwise, YouTube does weird things with your channel. Like the kid protection stuff. I don't know anything about it. I just do know that I have to say that there are no children present in any of my videos. Otherwise, they get, flagged as for kids YouTube stuff, and that has a lot more restrictions on it. No, it's the wrong one. I was worried after watching the end of the last stream that the on-off ramp wasn't going to fit with the building, but I'm glad that it does. No. I did try to make sure that that it would fit. Yeah, it should fit, right? I mean, it's a possibility that would have been a little weird, but I guess worst case scenario, we could have done some sort of yeah, it's gonna be right here. +1. So right here, plenty of room. But yeah, worst case scenario, we could have done some kind of a thing there. Yeah, I will say I'm a little bit I think it has to do with how far down I put this, but these guys really can't get onto this ramp. But I don't even know if they would ever need to. But from a design perspective, me not being able to get from this, I mean, I guess you could, right? Here, let's try. I mean, I guess it'd just be a little awkward. And I'd actually probably take it out on this side. Minikin, are you gonna share a picture of your cheesecake? So you come out here. I mean, that's not that bad. I mean, it's not a great design. Like, I wouldn't want this design if I lived in this city and I was like, man, I need to get to that road. I would be really pissed off at whoever designed this this little interchange. If I could have moved everything back so that you could come right out onto this and then go right up the ramp, that would be preferable. But there are other reasons that didn't happen. And basically it's because this road needed to be here. And then that means that, and this off ramp, I wanted to do at a 45-degree angle. I didn't want to do it at like some sort of like 30-degree angle to get it to fit. We kind of already made that decision over here, although it wasn't quite as egregious. But we basically already made the decision that we're going to go with the 45-degree, even if it doesn't line up precisely with that ramp. So again, in a perfect world, you know, I mean, and by the way, if it really bothered me, the solution would be to fix it up here, right? I could easily take these, what, 3 foundations? Is this 3 foundations? Yeah, 1, 2, 3 foundations, right? And I could move it back, 1, 2, 3, and make the beginning here instead, right? If I made the beginning there, I could basically run straight out here and then straight up the ramp. I could do that if I really felt like it was necessary. But I think we're okay. And I do like the idea that these ramps come out a little bit first. So this game is usually about a set of choices. If you do this, then this. If you do this, then that. If you like this, but you don't like that, well, then, this is what this is the consequence of choosing this thing or that thing. I mean, and honestly, that's pretty much life. So, what are you gonna do? Get the shit out of here. You need to build roundabouts. I did kind of experiment. Was that after you went to bed last night, Okie Sooner? That might have been after you went to bed. I did experiment with some roundabout action last night, and I couldn't really make it work. I think it has to do with the fact that my circles were so tight. I don't know. I'm happy being roundabout less. But that's just me. Roundabouts over here in the US are in the most ridiculous places. Yeah, and I do think my opinion on roundabouts are colored by the fact that I don't think we use them appropriately. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, guys, I forgot. Why do you double power? Why do you double power in the foundations? The different colored lights. Those are for the lights. It's why we have purple. We have a huge problem. How long has this been this way? We're missing our purple light. This is actually really bad. Oh, crap. You guys see? We crossed the streams. I don't know when I did this. We're gonna have to... Oh, this is actually... This is bad. Let's start disconnecting things until we get our purple and our blue lights back. I don't think it was the thing I just did. Yeah, I misconnect. Somewhere along the line, probably last night, I connected the purple into the blue. Yeah, we're gonna have to basically disconnect to find the bad connection and then narrow it down. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't in... We gotta find it now. It wasn't in the on-ramp, because I disconnected that. Yeah, that is... Yeah, it's a bad problem. We're gonna have to rip stuff out to find it. All right, let's disconnect from here. There's nothing there. It's okay. We're gonna isolate. We're gonna get the system working, and then we're gonna isolate. Where else are we connecting? How's this getting power? Oh, down here. It's getting powered over there. Let's disconnect. How's the circle wrong? Oh, wait. I'm from the UK, and by judging by some of the videos I've seen, America definitely doesn't do roundabouts right. So we're joking about this, but also, like, America is thousands of small building departments. So when in this context, when you say America doesn't do roundabouts right, we're talking tens of thousands of separate building departments make up America. So just, you know, keep that in mind. You're not wrong. All right. Now let's reset and see if we can get the color correct. Yeah. Well, here's also the thing, guys. Listen, for better or worse, if you're American or European, you can agree on one thing. America knows its cars. Okay? For better or for worse, you guys beat us on trains, but we know our freeways, we know our cars, and I do think that the cloverleaf in many situations is superior. You may have to give us this one. There we go. We're back. Purple and blue. Yeah, the thing is, Tier Harvester, there's about 30 variations of a cloverleaf. So just like there are about 30 variations of a roundabout, and a roundabout can be done correctly and incorrectly. Same thing with the cloverleaf. Unfortunately, it's really hard to do a generalization on something like that. But again, I do think that in many of the situations that that America finds its traffic in, that a cloverleaf or a version of the cloverleaf with the bypasses can very much be the right solution. We move a lot of people over streets. A lot of people. What do I want? I want light control panels. All right, let's find this. Let's find this issue, shall we? I need clean power. Where am I gonna get freaking clean power? The hardest part of this is getting power that isn't colorized. Is this it? Was just this the problem? Guys, I think maybe this was the problem. I think I was being lazy. Are we shocked? I think maybe this was the problem. All right, let's see. Because remember, I had another connection in there. Right? Are these? Is this connected? No, it's dead. Okay. All right. So center lights. Nope. They both turned on. Okay. Bad news, bears. There's definitely a problem. America does not have to worry about any of that. We have land. We can build overpasses. Throw in an augmenter. Oh, Bfar, you are so smart. This is why I play this game while smart people can watch. Okay. If I had to guess, I wonder if it's just this shit. I wonder if it's because Is there another one? We're gonna have to go old school, boys. There's one right there. I bet you that's it. I bet you it isn't a misconnection in the road. I bet you it's my stupid laziness connecting them via these things. I bet you this is it. All right, now what I want to do is when I connect this, I just want one of them to turn on, not both of them. American cars are terrible. I don't know. I can't answer that. I've never driven a European car, but I like my cars. I think we may have this. I've spent a lot of time driving. Most of my jobs in my life have required incredible amounts of driving. Guys, that was the problem. A stupid issue. But I mean, if I had to choose, I'm glad that was the problem and not something else. I gotta go reset it. Yeah, if you guys don't know, basically what I did is I used these to power my little side network so I could fly around, but I connected this one to the network in one place, and then I connected the other one to the network in another place, and that linked the two of them together. But if I had to choose, I'd like that. You're driving a manual lawnmower, but that's about it. That's what Minikin can drive. She drives the lawnmower, although in about 6 months, I'm gonna have to teach her how to drive. But I'm gonna be honest with you. The only person that I know how to drive, the only person that I know that in my opinion drives better than I do is my father. And he's getting a little older, so like, you know, his skills are still there, but like, you know, you lose a step or two. Everybody else that I know pretty much drives like crap. My wife drives pretty much okay, but that's only because I taught her. I rode a motorcycle for a few years, and I drive like I ride a motorcycle. Very, very defensively, very, very focused on you know, driving a certain way. And so Minikin will learn. I also have a lot of people that get car sickness in my family, and so I've learned to drive in such a way that makes it so that it's more comfortable for them. And I also drove Uber and Lyft, and again, I think that experience helped me do well. All right. I'm a bad driver, all in it. We drive a lot. I drive a lot. So just for work, just to drive to work before I worked from home, I would drive an hour and a half to 2 hours every day just to get to work. Every day for 5 years. And then I drove Lyft. Obviously, when you're driving Lyft or Uber, you're driving a lot. Hours and hours and hours and hours. Before that, I worked for a mobile locksmith service. So I would drive to all across the city, places that I didn't know where I was going. And this was before you had a GPS on your phone. Oh yeah, it's looking good, baby. It's looking good. I would drive for those reasons. And then I also used to drive because I used to work in real estate. Well, I still am a realtor, and I drive everywhere for being a realtor as well. But I would drive to, we used to flip houses. I used to flip houses. And you have to drive all over the city and state, you know, basically all over Northern California to find the houses, look at them, and then go bid on them, stuff like that. So lots and lots and lots of driving. Hundreds of thousands of miles. I've killed 2 cars past 300,000 miles. I've probably driven 150, or I've probably driven 1.5 million miles in my life. What I would say 1.5 to 2 million, based on the amount of cars that I've had to retire past 300,000, 400,000 miles. Road deaths in the UK is 25 deaths per million. The US is at 129 deaths per million people. Yeah, but that doesn't make any points. That's just, there's a lot of that's a lot. There's a lot of factors in that. Plus, I would have to look that up. So, yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into that. Yeah, she also, your mom taught you how to drive and how to park downtown lunchtime. Yeah, my dad definitely took me in some, put me in driving situations as a first-time driver that were challenging. There's so many factors. I can't even begin to say why that's not a good metric. There's so much. I mean, road usage is more. Okay, just alone, road usage is more, Marcus. So you can't say that like America has worse roads because of the deaths per population of using a road is higher. That's you would have to do it based on road usage. Americans drive way more than Europeans. Of course, there would be more deaths on the road of Americans than Europeans. Like, it's not even close. So that factor alone makes that stat basically, in my opinion, completely worthless. It's not for the use of whether or not I gotta reset this. This is gonna tick me off. Whether or not who has better roads. Ours are just more used by more people. That's what that tells me. Now, if you want to make another argument with that stat, be my guest. Okay, if you want to make the argument that this is why you need trains, okay, that's fine. But that's a different argument than the one you were making. Correct, Dad Gamer, 100%. That is exactly the point that I was making. Europe has better train infrastructure, so more Americans own a car than Europeans. UK speed limits are lower because of higher density. That's true too. You can go 85 miles an hour in Nevada. Why? Because there's nothing in effing Nevada. There's nothing. Except Las Vegas. That's one little piece of Nevada. You can go 85 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour. Nobody gives a flying crap. Now, you can't do that downtown LA, okay? Right? So, again, some of this is a little bit silly because when you say America, there's about 50 different versions of America that all have different things that are going on. And the same is with any country. So, on a certain level, some of this conversation is tough to have. We are much more often in proximity to each other. Well, yeah. I think the average European doesn't understand how big, I'm not saying you, but the average European doesn't understand how big the United States is. The size of Alaska. I mean, I have one county in my one state of 50. So one of my counties of, I don't know how many, we have 60 counties in the state of California, and have one state of 50 states in the United States. I have one county that's bigger than the entire country of Belgium. And it's not even a very, like, you know, like, so it's really hard to do that kind of comparisons in a lot of ways. All right, let's keep going here. What are we doing? But I mean, you know, it's all good. It just makes it hard. It makes it hard to do some of that. Oh, that's wrong. And I think just doing it by population like you did doesn't necessarily control for some of those very drastic differences. That's the point that I was making. Train infrastructure is on par with Europe in the DC to Boston corridor. Yes. Now, I am not very familiar with that part of the country, but I have heard that. I can't speak to that. But far more Americans get on a train that live on the East Coast than live on the West Coast. That I can tell you. All right, we've got to get this under control. The speed limit in, let's see, dodging those potholes is like playing Minesweeper. Again, Hunter, it depends on where you live. Many parts of the country treat their roads very differently than many other parts. And then also counties maintain the roads. So you can be going along and you can go through one county and you can have like no potholes, and then you cross the county line and the road completely changes. It happens all the time. So again, it's, you know, and then you have state, federal and interstates. Those are treated differently than local highways, and it's a whole thing, right? You can live in Philly and work in New York. Yes. By the way, I say that a lot of people don't use trains where I live, but that's actually not true. I live in the greater Sacramento area, and there is a train service that runs from Sacramento to the Bay Area. And the Bay Area has BART, which has their own set of is its own public transportation, and it's used a lot. So you know, it's just regional. Okay, we have regional train setups, and again, the United States uses trains for freight a lot too. So again, some of this stuff is kind of meme-ish, and isn't really reality necessarily, which is fine because memes are fun. But it's not always exactly truthful. There is a kernel of truth in generalizations. They are generally true, which is why they're called generalizations. What did we do for the road markers over here? So I actually did an intersection. Are we going to do an intersection here? Actually, this is closer to that one, and we didn't do an intersection. What did we do? All right, we did dotted lines. We did dotted. Okay. The speed limit in Montana is 80. Where my brother lives, it's 80. There's nothing around there in the plains and in the city limits. It's like 30, 45. It all varies, so many factors. Agree, Mallory, 100%. And like I said, you could go 90 or 100 in Nevada, and you basically wouldn't even get pulled over. Only freight is profitable except the DC corridor. Yes. The DC corridor or regional transit things. Those are speed suggestions. It's true, they are suggestions. So some of the planes of your alignment is good. You can drive through this several states without even touching the steering wheel. Yeah, that's true. Sal, 80 miles an hour is a crazy speed to lose control of your vehicle at, though? Yeah, true. But you try driving through 30 hours of nothing to get from one side of the country to the other, and you're going to find yourself driving 80 to 90 miles an hour as well. All right, let's bring this up just like we brought the other one up. The answer there is don't lose control of your vehicle. Slim Jim, I've done Riverside to Vegas in 4 hours, 100 miles an hour most of the way. Nice. Yeah, the fastest you've ever gone is about 110, and my butthole was so tightly clenched during that. I went 120 on a motorcycle. It was 3 in the morning, and there's a stretch of freeway where there were no cars as far as I could see. And I was like, I want to see what this is like. I was in college. It was when I was doing my motorcycle, obviously. And I wouldn't do that now with kids and a family, but I didn't have one at the time. And by the way, I knew down on like a deep level that I was one day going to have a wife and kids and family. I wanted it. I knew I was going to have it. And I was basically like, all right, well, now's my time to do some crazy, stupid shit. And so I think I was like 122-ish, just over 120. It was dry, clear, like it was a summer evening. There was no cars behind me, no cars in front of me, 3 in the morning on the freeway. And I just was like, all right, let's see what this is. Let's see what this feels like. And I just went. Is there going to be other Automation Games content? Yes, there is. I will definitely be playing The Crust. For sure. We talked about that a little bit a while ago. The Crust I will play. Absolutely. If the opportunity presents itself, I would love to play Timberborn. I would play Timberborn on this channel. I want to play another round of Factorio. I've already beaten the game once. I have 340 hours, but I was kind of a rushed playthrough. I would like to play Factorio again. Yeah. But I will be playing the next big game on the channel is not actually going to be an automation game. It's going to be an MMO. So basically my channel, I will play mostly MMO, mostly just Ashes of Creation, not MMOs. I'm a one MMO at a time man. I'm very monogamous. I will play Ashes of Creation, but I will also play automation games as you know, for fun and stuff, for side. But if other things pop up, then you know, like I want to play Expedition 33 just because it looks fun and I want to play it. So those things may pop up as well. But yeah, Timberborn, yeah, I would do that. And Shapes 2, I want to play Shapes 2 and Schedule 1. Yep. Let's see. Potholes are a blight here. Also, national government reduced funding to regional authorities. They cut back on road repairs. Nationally, it was fine for a few years, but a soon accumulated backlog. Roads are done locally in the United States as well. To be fair, most Europeans would not survive the day in the US during rush hour, but the same could probably be said if we went over there. Perhaps. Yeah, maybe. Trains are mid, though. It depends on if you grow up with them. I mean, a lot of people in the eastern part of the United States, they grew up with trains. They don't have any problem with them. But I never really rode on trains. I don't like dealing with people. Sorry, I just don't. People suck. I want to get in my car, listen to my music, have control over where I'm going, and if it costs me more money to do so, then I will do it. And honestly, as I've said before, I've used my vehicle for work much more often than probably the average person. But you know, it is what it is. Let's do... So part of my vehicle thinking is based on that paradigm has affected my thoughts on vehicles, right? Because I have used my vehicle for work so often. Whereas other people, and again, I live in the suburbs, you have to have a car. Sorry. For better or for worse, I'm not saying whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. It is a thing. If you live not in the city, if you live in a rural area or you live in the suburbs, you have to have a car because everything is just too far apart. So, okay, is this done? Almost. Let's clean this up. Let's see. Traffic in some Euro countries is pretty insane. Worse here, England especially. Yeah, it depends on the area for sure. LA traffic is notoriously horrific. Bay Area traffic, horrific. Sacramento traffic's not too bad. Foundry, I don't know. I don't know enough about Foundry. Maybe. We still have passenger trains in Canada, but they cost about 3 times what it would cost you to fly the same distance. Flem, exactly. The United States is the same. We're set up for cars and planes. And you know what? If you want to say that it's a conspiracy theory because Big Plane has shut down all funding for trains, you know what? We could talk about it. Maybe that's true. Maybe Big Plane and Big Auto has shut down all funding for trains. But I tell you what, as somebody who lives in California, the Great California Train Line is absolutely horrific. If you want to look up the high-speed rail project, California's failed high-speed rail project, enjoy the insanity that you will learn about if you want to look that up. It is pretty unbelievable. And that's because people suck. Isn't that a Tom Segura, like one of the lines from one of his stand-ups? Some people suck. All right, we need a... DC traffic is worse than LA. Am I even because California drivers know how to, LA drivers know how to drive? No, they do not. Don't say things like that. LA drivers know how to drive. Sounds like somebody who doesn't live here. LA is, to me, LA is, again, I have not spent any time in New York. I don't know anything about it in terms of like personal experience. But man, LA is the epitome of like dystopian for me. I don't like it. I don't want to live there. I'm happy if you live there, and I don't begrudge you your enjoyment of LA, but it's not for me. Not my favorite. You were just there. DC drivers are way worse. Well, hey, I'll take your word for it. I can't. I definitely don't have the experience in both places to speak on it. I will take your word for it. Do we do a double down? No, but let's go ahead and just double this up. And then let's get rid of all... Nope, stop it. Get rid of all these patterns. All right. What else do we need to do? Let's get rid of this. All right, are we ready to move forward with... Get rid of this. Get rid of that. And also, it's very hard to have a conversation like this because a lot of, first of all, better or worse is the most subjective thing that, I mean, is literally a definition of subjectivity. And you can look at stats, but stats can be manipulated. How do I know? Because I do it for a living. Okay? Stats can be manipulated. And very, very few people have lived in for a significant number of time and driven in and traveled through both Europe and America. Now, some of you may have, and I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts. But the majority of us have not. Human nature is my way of looking at things is better than your way. And often that's usually just how these conversations kind of go. And in a way, I'm all for it because it's fun, right? It's fun to like, I stream in the middle of the night. I have a majority of Europeans that watch my channel. And I think it's fun to like poke fun at you guys and you guys poke fun at me. So I enjoy the trolling aspect of it. And I think that most people get that. Like I said, I mean, there are things that and I've been to Europe, by the way. I wasn't there very long. I definitely haven't lived there. And that was 20 years ago, and a lot's changed over there, just like it's changed over here. What do I want? I want something. Incline. I want this. How do we use this? So it is kind of hard to have some of these conversations in a thoughtful way. which is what I try to do when possible. But we can still try. And we can still have a good time. Dyson Sphere. I have played a little bit of Dyson Sphere. I don't think I've gotten enough to really do it very well. To really understand it. Like, really get into it. There's a bunch of chat. I'm really behind. Hold on. Let me catch up. Bart, Juan Mojito, Bart Bear, Rapid Transit, Smart, Sonoma, Martin, Sonoma, Marion area, Rapid Transit, SoCal has their own, but they are all local area transits for better or worse. Right. It is what it is. Timberborn's a lot of fun. Nice. Yeah, Timberborn. Yeah, you guys, both Twitch and YouTube had a lot of good things to say about Timberborn. Minikin, I've been on one train in my entire life. I've traveled from Calgary to Vancouver by train many years ago. It's a great trip. Well, yeah, I think trains are... So you have to realize that trains in the United States are like a fun thing to do. Like, to relax and, like, see the countryside. Right? It's not the best way to travel from one place to the other. Like, if I am in point A and I want to get to point B, I will never take a train. Unless unless it's a regional train, right? Like to get to somewhere in the Bay Area or if I'm, but if I'm traveling across the country or something like that, I will never take a train. They exist. Amtrak exists, but I'm not using it. It's expensive and it's slow, unless I want to see the countryside or something like that, right? I might do that. But it probably wouldn't be Amtrak. I'd probably spend more money and do that. Sakaran, welcome to Iron. Thank you for becoming a member, Sakaran. Or Sircan. Welcome. What about self-driving? Yeah, most cars are going to be self-driving in 20 years. It's going to happen. It's a gamble right now, but it's going to happen. I drive everywhere unless it's 10 plus hours to drive, then I fly. So when we do business in Northern California, if we have to go past the Grapevine, which is about 5 hours, I would say 5 to 6 hours, maybe 5, then we fly. So if we get into the LA basin, we fly there. But if it's north of the basin, right, like Bakersfield or more north, then we drive. So that's kind of our cutoff. Eminent domain was the issue. It was, but huge mismanagement was. And by the way, eminent domain is why we don't have trains. Elon is definitely responsible for slowing down the high-speed rail in California. Well, he wasn't the politicians in charge of it, so he definitely may have affected it, but he's not responsible for it. I remember you doing this type of corner differently with less fighting, but I don't know how anymore. Yeah, DC and LA traffic, both horrific. Yeah. Taking a train is like the mini land version of taking a cruise. Sal, I couldn't agree more. You need a car here as well. I live in a rural area. There are buses, but only three out and 3 back a day. And the last one, we have buses. We have buses too, for sure. Even in the suburbs, at least where I live, we have buses. You have diplomat plates, really? That's kind of cool. Nobody says perhaps my way is better, then there can't be discussion. Maybe both sides learn something. Hey, I'm all for it. The way low cars are crazy, automated Uber things. Trains in the US are like going on a cruise ship. That's funny that you guys both said that. You go for the journey, not to go from A to B. Yeah, it's funny you guys both said that. Trains are great for getting out of the city drunk. Well, you know what? Uber and Lyft have solved that, so don't even need those anymore. Okay, I'm all cut up in chat, by the way. Z fighting, yeah, so I'm not 100% sure how I did that either. I think the best, maybe I just did this. I think maybe just with one less, like that. That's better. The Z fighting that really irritates me is this right here. But that's because of these barriers. That's why I have this paint there. But I can't paint here because it's a half foundation. I really wish we could paint half foundations. That would solve a great many of my issues. Oh. Okay, let's build these again. Correct. To just match. Yep. All right, so if I build these and then get rid of the foundations, we should be left with the lights where we want, the barriers where we want them. Bam! Floor holes are better. Don't come into my chat, talk about floor holes. By the way, speaking of the chat, YouTube is the new ranking system thing up and running on my channel. Let's take a quick look-see. What do I want? I want this, and we'll pull out a thing here. I don't see it. So if we look at the live stream right here, there's a little UI widget that goes right here. We're gonna find another live stream real quick. Well, here's one. Does this have it? Yeah, this has it. So I don't know why my stream doesn't have it yet, and so many others do, but eventually we're gonna get this on my live stream for YouTube. And basically you see these guys. So this guy here, Wesley Dub, he's the #2 fan, and it's basically YouTube's version of like what Twitch does for points and stuff, and they're just rolling it out. So, and then everybody's ranked based on different activities. So I was just curious if it had rolled out yet, and it doesn't look like it has. What is this? Copilot? I don't want no Copilot. So yeah, I was just curious. It doesn't look like it's there yet. All right. Hold on. Chat bug. I gotta reload. This is how Ken picked his favorite kid. How did I pick my favorite kid? You might be right. can we just... Yeah, that's nice. You gotta lock in and grind. Okay, I think we are just about ready to continue this. Yeah, the vertical nudge makes things so much easier. I did work out how to do that without the vertical nudge, but it's very clean without it. YouTube rankings. Yeah, my kids have to earn XP by doing their chores, and that's how I communicate. I don't communicate with them that I love them unless they perform. We're just gonna build this bad boy by hand. I do want to take a look and see. Actually, we can do better than this. I do want to look and see what... Yeah, so some of this is discolored here. Double ramp. Okay, and then we need probably a single thickness. What do I want? I want this. And then this. And this. All right, let's go for a little field trip, guys, and let's see what we did over here. And actually, now that I'm seeing this, I think that we basically have to delete all this because it looks like I actually used the road blueprints. Funny from yesterday when I told that Germany does things differently, didn't you say better than you describe it? I know from city planning committees, you said you refused to even read my message. Well, yeah, but your message was... All right, we put this side stuff in here. You were not talking about the differences between the way that European and America does something. You were talking about an ideological difference between capitalism and socialism. Okay, we're talking about how roads are done. Okay, how the government of the United States and its various municipalities and the governments of European countries and their various municipalities build roads, plus the culture about roads that are different between the two. You were specifically shitting on capitalism in an out of context way based on something else that was being said in the channel. Those are two very, very different things. And that's why I didn't read your comment. Two very, very different things. All right, so we put these in. Now, I'm happy to have a conversation about socialism and capitalism. I love talking about that. I have a degree in economics, but I didn't want to start that debate at that time. That's why I didn't read your comment. And because it wasn't germane to what we were talking about at the time. And in my opinion, it was a troll comment to get a rise out of me. And the fact that you're bringing it up again today just kind of reiterates to me that that's probably what it was, because it didn't get a rise out of me at the time, which is why I didn't respond to it. Kin Ranch coming? No. Look, like I said, okay, so we're talking about something as simple as roads. As specific and as simple as roads between two separate cultures. Okay. Socialism versus socialism versus capitalism is about 1,000 times more complicated. All right. And it's not something that I am prepared to talk about while I'm playing a video game. Okay, because what would happen is, just like in order to even respond to that complicated topic in a thoughtful way, I have to stop playing the game and think about it. And so that makes it very, very difficult to do that in a way that a topic like that deserves, without completely destroying the momentum of the live stream that I have going. That make sense? That's why I'm loath to do so. Not because I dislike having the conversation, or anything like that. And actually, we have to cut this, and that's a double thickness over there too, right? If I could have a podcast where I got to talk about all of this stuff, I would do it in a heartbeat. I love the idea. But unfortunately, I'm not really in a position to do that. Am I a communist? No. See, and Marcus, so what you're saying, I'll read what he said. Pure socialism didn't work, but pure capitalism is much better. A blend works best. That is a perfectly acceptable opinion to have. I think I disagree with that, but I disagree with it in a nuanced way that would take me 20 minutes to explain. Right? And so it makes me hesitant to even read that out loud, because usually when I read comments out loud, I respond to them. But most comments don't require 20 minutes of very thoughtful commentary to respond to. So that's why we don't talk about politics here. Now, I don't think that socialism versus capitalism is quite as intense. I forgot that I completely changed how I do all this. It was kind of a waste to do this. As like a politics discussion, but let's be honest, it's pretty freaking close. All right. It's wrapped up in politics. It's wrapped up in identity. It's wrapped up in cultural identity for your country of choice, or maybe not of choice, but the country where you live, right? And so, and it's personal, and those kind of conversations are difficult to have when you're trying to, play a video game. But like I said, I like the idea. I wish Maybe someday in the future, I have an opportunity to have a platform where I can talk about things like that in a little bit easier way. No center. This one goes here. But again, if I went down that road, I would want to treat that subject with the respect that it deserves, and that would be very difficult to do while I'm doing this. Yeah, I honestly hate politics and rather not hear about it. Well, exactly. And I don't mind it, but I don't want it all the time. And I think the majority, well, a big chunk of people like you, if I were to talk about politics on this channel, would just leave. And like I said, socialism and capitalism, while not politics, are certainly politics adjacent. Right? So that's why I'm not avoiding it because like my positions can't stand scrutiny, or I am shitting on any particular person or something like that. I'm discretion being the better part of valor here. That's why I'm hesitant to, as he said, read his comment out loud. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, and then 1, 2, 3, and then 1, and hopefully this works out. So anyway, that's why. And see, even why, like, let's review what happened. We're talking about roads because I'm building roads in the game, and we were talking about roundabouts, and then hey, roundabouts suck. No, roundabouts are the greatest. Cloverleafs suck. No, they're the greatest. And then we start talking about why maybe you guys have these differing opinions, and it's because we have, we've lived in different places and we have different cultures, which, by the way, I like talking about. But that, all of a sudden, then we're talking about governments, and then we're talking about politics, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you can just view the evolution of the conversation, and it's one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to talk about certain things on the channel. Because then the fact that, oh, well, you talked about, and then basically the argument that was used is, well, you were talking about roads, so why didn't you talk about the thing that I wanted you to talk about? I mean, that was literally what was said to me. So that's it puts me in a no-win situation, right? But it's fine. It's all good. And like I said, I wish I could talk about it. I would. But the channel that I've chosen to build, it's not a good place for some of that conversation. And I think we challenge ourselves and we learn things plenty. Oh God, that looks so good, and it came together so fast. Within the boundaries that we have set, that I've set. So I don't think politics conversation, but this is a perfect example of why we don't talk about it. Does that make sense? This is why I usually end up just talking about food on the channel. Let's see. Let's plug this guy in. Maybe we can do something like this. Let's see. All right, let's catch up on YouTube. All right, I'm gonna read it. I think it's fair to read it. I'm opposed to unfettered capitalism. Lowercase letters deserve love too. You live in California, though. Isn't that a socialist state? Yeah, but I can move. Capitalist roads are socialist roads. I think most roads are socialist roads. Roads are roads. Honestly, it's a trap comment, to be fair. It is. Ken, are you a communist? I answered that. No, I am not. Are we driving? Just because my name sounds like a very famous communist does not mean that I am one. No relation. Are we driving on the left or the right? Are there well-lit sidewalks? We must discuss. In my world, in my cyberpunk city, we drive on the right and we have well-lit sidewalks. They are purple and teal. This stream has become the roadcast. I'm not sure what that is. America doesn't have a pure capitalism. Roads are a good example of that. It's true. Save it for a random Wednesday stream. Maybe. That's not a terrible solution. How do you copy multiple things together like that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually just answered that today. It's interesting that so many people. So you go to delete. You have two different delete modes. Two different dismantle modes. You have, if you look in the center of the screen there, dismantle mode blueprint and dismantle mode default. And so what you do is you go to delete it as if you were to delete it, and then you hit R, I think, to change it. I just kind of do it without thinking. And to change it to dismantle mode blueprint, and then you sample from there. So what I'm doing is I'm sampling another blueprint because I've built this as a blueprint. Okay? Does that make sense? First cake, then roads, then politics. Yeah, we got to circle back to cake. It all comes back to cake. This is definitely a kin rant. You're about to spend an hour talking about why you don't want to spend 20 minutes talking about it. Shut up. Okay, when you say it out loud like that, it's too real. Yeah, R? Okay. Yeah, you appreciate that. I love to discuss politics with the people in the different cultures, but as you said, yeah. Yeah, there's downsides to it. And to be honest with you, some people would be okay with it, but most people didn't come here to this channel to listen to that. And that's fair. That's absolutely fair. I have no problems with that. Screws? I don't talk about screws either. And I will spend 20 minutes talking about why I don't talk about screws. Sir. I like wet concrete. Well, in the game. You can slip and fall on wet concrete. Especially if your roads are not maintained very well. Sounds like something a socialist would say. Did you know about the fast jump? Holding crouch as you land to press jump, jumping speed increases? Yes. Yeah, and they made it in 1.1, that you get, if you time it perfectly, see I'm getting faster and faster? You get faster and faster. You see this? Ah. I was doing it, and now I'm having a hard time. But you actually do increase in speed. I'm getting one or two, and then I'm missing. There we go. Can you guys see it? I messed it up. Oh, the autosave's coming. Okay, you don't even have to let go of the crouch for the slide jump bug. Keep holding. I don't think it's a bug. Oh, crap. Okay. All right. Oh my God. That's working. All right. So that's holding crouch. Stupid road barrier. If only I had roads, long ass roads that I could jump down. All right. So I'm holding crouch. I'm definitely speeding up. Does it work forever? I was fine and then I screwed it up. It's not a bug, it's a program. It's a pro gamer tip. I mean, I actually think it was written in the code in 1.1. US fries versus UK chips. All potatoes. Can't all potatoes get along? Cookie versus a biscuit. There's also a reason that Americans are fatter than Europeans. We have better desserts. I said it. All right, I'm gonna stop jumping around in the circle, but there is something with the speed there. It reminds me of bouncing with those exercise balls with handles you play as kids. Yeah, exactly. I just saw someone use the iron pipe, iron wire, and steel rotor recipe as alternates for their motor factory to make the rotor, stators, and motors all out of iron. I did all of that too, but I did it with wire. So I used the setup so that basically I did all wires and steel pipe. You can make rotors with... but I do like doing alternate recipes so that you share a lot of the same parts up through the vertical integration of your factory. Good answer. We have good desserts. If you're going to talk about UK and US food, you really need to watch. There's a YouTube channel called Jolly, and you really need to watch it. Like, if you want to actually talk and think about and discuss the differences between the United States and UK, specifically food, you should watch that channel. Those guys are awesome. By the way, this whole time, guys, the crouch jump was in 1.1 as well. I know that it made you faster in 1.0, but I don't... Maybe I'm confusing 1.1 with 1.0. I might be confusing them. The point that I'm trying to make is you could always go faster if you crouch jumped, as far as I remember. But then either 1.0 or 1.1, and maybe I'm mixing them up, literally added an extra thing that you could progressively get faster by timing it perfectly. That was something new that was added. Okay, speaking of adding something new, it's Saturday night. If you can't see, this is Lagavulin, 16 years. Islay single malt Scotch whiskey, product of Scotland. I've been shitting on Europeans in Europe for the last hour or so. So we are going to drink some scotch to make up for it. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Come on. I don't know if you heard that. Ooh, so smoky. We are drinking it out of a tumbler that I received as a gift from Ray for my birthday a few months ago. Thank you, Ray. We are drinking out of Darth Maul. Darth Maul's whiskey glass. What's the food place y'all got? Greg's? Are you asking me? I don't know what Greg's is. Is that like a grocery store or a restaurant? Did you guys hear the pop? Is the blender recipe for instant scrap any good? I don't know. Instant scrap, that doesn't ring any bells. To UK? Oh no, Marcus. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. A little bit of smoky. I don't drink very much at once. I'll probably just drink this tonight, and I'll be good to go. There's nothing like that. That is an incredibly unique experience. If you don't know, it's kind of indescribable. All right, Minikin, have a good night. Instant scrap is crap. Electrode scrap is king. Jeeber says instant scrap is crap. Electrode scrap is king. That's a tongue twister. So take that as you will. Dear listener, who asked that? Johnny Rook. Take that as you will, Johnny. Johnny. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Having a name like Johnny makes me want to, or saying the name Johnny makes me want to watch, Starship Troopers. That is a movie that I believe that I could watch. I don't know if I would ever get tired of watching that movie. Let's go reset, make sure that I plugged everything correctly. I probably just drank this tonight, but this means a bottle. No, I have many vices, all right? I love food way too much. I have an admitted overly emotional attachment to food. I eat my feelings. It's very unhealthy. I fight with it every day of my life. Some days I win, most days I lose. Food is one of my vices. Apparently so is video games, and apparently so is capitalism, but I digress. Alcohol is not one of them. For whatever reason, I've never been that interested in drinking to much more than a very, very light buzz. Ooh, that needs to be fixed. Yeah, no, I'm good there. I have plenty of other things. There's plenty of other things that I don't do correctly. But drinking, I'm very happy with, trying different things. There's certain beers that I like, but if I don't drink them, I certainly don't miss them, kind of a thing. Greg sells pastries in the UK. Not sure if they have got multinational things like Cornish pasties, and sausage rolls. And attempting to troll Europeans. Oh, that's... I don't attempt to troll you guys. I actually troll you guys. Yeah, I think we're good here. You know what's funny? I've actually found that I feel like, and I don't know how true this is, but it kind of feels like Australia and America has more similar cultures than America and much of Europe. Now, the UK and America, I think, are pretty similar. But I would say, like, okay, like in terms of similarity, not in like better or worse. I think like Australia and the United States are very similar, and then the UK, and then, you know, remaining Europe. But I don't know. That's just the vibe that I get from chatting so much with people from different countries on this channel. Wasn't meaning to get personal, mate. I have vices too. No. I'm good. You're good too. I that was not a me getting personal was a choice that I made, not one that is on you. Okay, we're good. I knew you weren't. I was just taking the opportunity to rant about myself. Greg's doesn't sell trolls. Well, that's good, I guess. Too bad the Blueprint Auto Connect doesn't work for power lines. Yeah, we've talked about that on the channel. That would be quite the difficult thing to get to work, I would think. Because what are your parameters for what connects and what doesn't connect? Like, how do you program that in? Like, with belts, I think it's easy because you have the ins and the outs, and then they have a proximity. So I suppose you could do proximity, right? If two of them are close enough, then they would connect. That would probably work for the most part. Goldshake, thank you for the follow. But, you know, I could definitely see some potential issues, you know? Oh, I have incline barrier orange right and incline barrier orange left. So I guess I could have used this earlier instead of doing it backwards and then deleting them. A vice? You've never heard of that? I'm gonna assume that you're not trolling me. Hunter. Where are you from, Hunter? I'm just curious. You've not heard that term? I'm gonna take the fact that you haven't heard, that you saying you haven't heard that term on face value, and assume that you're not just messing with me. To me, that is a very common word. But it means something that could be considered a bad habit, or something like smoking or drinking, or yeah, let's just look it up. South Carolina, I'm just hella dumb. Immoral or wicked behavior, or criminal activities. I was more looking at it like a bad habit. Yeah, not a vice. Okay. A weakness of character, or behavior, or a bad habit. Cigars happen to be my father's vice, is the example there. There you go. I think there's multiple usages as the definition, as the dictionary described for us, but my usage was a bad habit that is a habit that is considered bad or not healthy, or less than optimal. We don't use words like bad. Your vice is Mountain Dew. That is true. You know, I've actually cut out sodas. I still eat too much food. I like fast food chicken sandwiches, but I don't. I have managed to cut out sugary sodas out of my my daily routine pretty well. So at least I have that going for me. Not going for me. That took a lot of work, by the way, to not drink a soda all the time. Eating a Jack in the Box is yours. I like the chicken. I like fast food chicken sandwiches, like Popeye's chicken sandwich, or like Chick-fil-A, Popeyes, or there's a Dave's Hot Chicken that came out near my house. That's been a problem. Ken, I've been snooping around on the condo. You know something? I giggle while I laugh at the Brits. The UK is less than half of Colorado. Square miles. Yeah, it's like half of California. Yeah, it's a thing. It's hard. It's such a it's a very difficult perspective shift. Let's see if I can talk while I keep working here. And I've heard this a lot, but it's kind of crazy if you think about it. If you really think about what I'm going to say here and realize how true it is. It's a little trite and it's a little silly, but I think it's true. Americans think that 100 years is a long time. Europeans think that 100 miles is a long distance. I will drive 100 miles to go to lunch at a place that I like to eat. I've done it. Here, let's see. I have driven to a lunch place that I like. Here, I don't want it like my address to actually pop up, but I'm gonna look at this. Let's do I live in the little town of Fair Oaks. It's not a city, it's like a little town. I have driven 58 miles to eat at a restaurant that I like in Fairfield, and then driven back. I don't do it very often. I don't do it every day. I don't do it every weekend. But there's a place that I really like eating at Fairfield, and we've done it on a Sunday. Mostly, I don't have the time. It's a time issue more than anything else. I'd do it again. I think it's a big culture shift thing, and I think the same is true. The way that there's a lot of Europeans that are like, your houses only last 70 years. You guys in the United States, you build shitty houses. They only have a lifespan of 70 years. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to be around in 70 years. Who cares? Because they have houses that have been around for 600 years, right? And that's a huge difference in culture, and not even culture, just culture is like a catch-all word, but like just way of thinking, I guess. Mind shift or something like that. Slim chickens. So that's in the Midwest. I saw slim chickens when I was out there, but we don't have them in California. Probably be up doing it tomorrow morning for breakfast burritos. Like a quarter of Cali? Yeah. The world is going crazy right now, and my theory is that it's because we aren't getting enough gluten in our diets. Interesting. Sometimes with you guys, I have no idea if you're trolling or not. So I'm just gonna try to take stuff at face value. 1/6 the population, but squeezed into 1/5 the area, roughly speaking. And you're talking about California, Marcus, right? Well, and you have to remember, California is the most populous state of all of the states. So you got to keep that in mind too. It's the most packed state, but it's also, there's so much room. That's where you grew up. Where'd you grow up, LV Rubicon? The issue is not the lifetime, I guess. It's the feeling of safety. Well, that particular rabbit hole, a lot of why houses are designed the way they are is due to should we just stop here? I think we should just stop here because I don't know what this quadrant of construction is going to look like at all, and so I think it would be best if we just froze the building at this point. Yeah, let's just pause. Let's go reset for those lights. And then we'll go and look at the underside, and then I want to put in some lights under here and kind of rebuild what we have. Over in the other on the other side, and then I won't continue over here. But yeah, a lot of that is different, right? So like we don't have basements in California because we don't have tornadoes. You know, and houses are built different because different climates have different issues that need to be solved by different kinds of houses. My house is a lot easier to cool in the summertime with 105-degree heat outside than many of the house designs that you'll see in the UK. Does that mean that, you know, because those are the needs that we have, and so we fill them, you know, and I don't live in a cheap house by any means. It's designed that way because we have different, the UK is compared to the US, got it. Because we have different needs, you know, and I think that's okay. I don't think that's a bad thing. Oh, I forgot. I was going to look and see. We may have to take some pictures too. Oh, you lived in Fairfield. All right, so the restaurant that I like to go to is Joe's Buffet. Rubicon, do you remember that? Del Taco just came to Alabama. I actually do like Del Taco. All right, so we put these things on, and we put those things on. What color are these things? Are they carbon steel? No. They're chrome. Okay, these bad boys are chrome. And we put these pillars in. And then we put these lights in. Purple over the purple, green over the road. All right, so purple over the sidewalk, green over the road. And then we have the big concrete pillars that are chrome And then we have modern railing, which I'm guessing is also chrome. No. What are you doing, past kin? Okay, the modern railing is carbon steel, and the big concrete pillars are chrome. Anything else? And then basically I have one light distance between them, which means I built them all and then deleted the ones in the middle. And then I have this holding it up. And that starts within half a meter of the edge of the chrome. I think we can rebuild this to sufficient accuracy. Let's go see what we can do. They have great sandwiches. They have amazing sandwiches. The current owners are not quite as generous as the previous owners, but what can you say? COVID has hurt all restaurants permanently, it seems. The thing I don't get is the wooden framed housing. The hurricane areas seems odd to not use any brick or concrete blocks in such areas. Maybe it's due to cost, at least in part. I don't know, man. I don't. Why? I'm asking this in all seriousness. Why do you think using the brick or concrete blocks instead of wood in a hurricane or we'll say tornado area would be better than a wooden framed housing? I think I know the answer, but I don't want to make an assumption. So it sounds like a silly question, but I don't want to make an assumption. Tell me why you think that automatically, or by definition, a brick or concrete block house would be a better idea in a hurricane area than a wood frame. All right. Hunter, not gonna lie, this is the first live that I've ever joined. Well, hopefully you're having a good experience. All right, that's not correct. Can we... Ooh. I think it was more like this. I think we were like this. Structural strength. If you built a house out of blocks, out of concrete blocks or bricks, for sure in a tornado, we could debate a hurricane. Instead of flying wood, you would just have flying bricks. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what house you build. That stuff, it's coming down. Now, I get that there's some places that maybe edge cases, right? You could... Maybe it would do better than other cases, but I mean, the strength, that's not right. We gotta fix that. Let's see what this is. Look, I'm not a structural engineer and I've never lived in any of those states. But from my perspective, I would be hesitant of making the assumption that if you built it out of concrete, that it would stand up better. I would be hesitant making that as an absolute assumption. Plus, you also have to realize that all of those states or those areas that have hurricanes and tornadoes also have 100 to 105 degree weather as well. So you're talking about the cost of cooling as well. So it's not just the worst case scenario, the worst day of that structure's life that you have to plan for. You also have to plan for the fact that the rest of the 20 years or 30 years that building is going to be alive, it has to be cooled appropriately and cheaply. And usually that is hollow, hollow walls full of stuffed full of insulation. But again, it's tough. That's my the knowledge that I have on that isn't necessarily, I'm not super knowledgeable in that. So I can only go off of kind of I guess hearsay on that. Or I'll say it this way. There's probably people in the channel that have more experience and can talk with more knowledge on that subject than I can. I'll say it that way. All right, I think this is what we want. No, yeah, more weight mass. Yeah, I gotcha. But I mean, then you like, you know, you're just gonna have heavier things flying through the air. That's my gut feeling on that. I mean, the only real benefit of concrete block is the water resistance. Wood frame houses that flood basically need the first 4 feet framing replaced. That makes sense. Tornado, true, but hurricane definitely could be better, as we sometimes get 100 miles per hour winds here, but property damage is relatively rare in storms here. Cooling is a good point, but then the U.S. does go in for AC a lot more anyway. I would challenge you to spend a summer in Georgia or Florida or Texas and get back to me on that opinion. Or Arizona. We live in literal deserts. But then the US does go in for AC a lot more. And then we've had this conversation on the channel, but yes, we also don't have quite so many deaths when it gets to be, 95 degrees outside, as some of your countries that aren't built for hot weather. You know who you are. Here or here? I think there. It's hard to say though. I think I chose poorly. Yeah, it's true, but outside those areas, well, those are the areas that have hurricanes. Texas, Florida, Georgia. Those are the areas with hurricanes. And I mean, or tornadoes. I don't like that. Why is that? Why is this all I have? Why are you? What are you doing to me, sir? All right, let's try this again. The other one I built up here, I think. I do think that there's a little bit of an assumption that what is going on? I don't like this. Are we just gonna eat this and call it good? other one didn't look like that. I think we're just gonna call this good. I think I may be being overly picky. Arizona houses usually use stucco and concrete. Well, so the stucco is an outside thing. You can still have wood frame and insulation in the cavities, and drywall on the inside, and have stucco on the outside. You can absolutely have stucco. And by the way, many houses use concrete or brick as a siding. Okay, so that's the difference, right? Using it as a siding or as a framing, right? As a structural component. I think those are very different. And as we know, there are different versions of hot as well, right? An Arizona heat is not the same as Florida heat. But yes, it is. There is a southwestern style of architecture that includes more tile roofs and more stucco. Can we like? There we go. But yes, that is the thing. The ability of using beams is another level in Satisfactory. Oh, using beams correctly? Yeah, it really can help you build a lot. Partly the higher death rates are due to not being acclimatized to very hot weather. I mean, that's true, but let's be honest, it's an infrastructure issue. I mean, it is absolutely an infrastructure problem. It's acclimation, yes, but it's not just a personal acclimation, it's a societal acclimation. What is going on here? I don't like this. That's a half nudge. Is this right? I think that might be right. We have hot days and stuff, and now, to be fair, remember we talked about my grandma, my grandpa. My grandpa passed away this week. We've been talking about him a little bit on the channel, and we did talk about how I kept trying to get an air conditioning over at their house because now, to be fair, I live in a suburb around Sacramento, and there's a huge ass river not very far away that helps keep temperatures a little bit lower. But they have never had air conditioning in their house, and basically they wouldn't let us put any in, even when my grandpa wasn't doing very well. Now, I don't think that that's the reason that he had his health problems or anything like that, but I do think it would have helped. Would have made things a little bit easier. See, this is what I was trying to get over there, and I couldn't get it to work. And they were basically like, we don't need any of that air conditioning. You know. They had acclimated to it just fine. So I say that to say that what you're saying, there's absolutely some truth to it, but I think that there's also an aspect that, you know, when it gets really hot and when we have our heat waves, we have see, now this one's doing the other thing, so I don't even know anymore. We have our ways of, it isn't just that every house has better air conditioning, although that is part of it. All the restaurants have good air conditioning. All the public places have good air conditioning. You can go to the local school's gym and they'll be blasting air conditioning. We have like cool off places, for the older people or people that don't have air conditioning. you know, because, you know, and if you're hot, you just go to, you know, the grocery store, or, you know, you go to the McDonald's and sit in the McDonald's because they're blasting the air conditioning. You know, because it's 108 degrees outside. Which, by the way, so hottest day so far, let's do, it hit 103. Hottest day so far in Northern California in 2025. California heat wave to bring hottest weather of the year so far in these areas. So this is over the next few days. It is slated to be 110 in Redding, only 105 here. So let's look up 105 and 110 in Celsius for you people. That's 40.5 degrees Celsius. That's what it will be where I live over the next couple of weeks, or whenever that heat wave hits. It was 103 last week. Oops. 39.5 last week. And then if you live in Redding, if you're one of those unfortunate people that live in Redding, it is going to be 43 degrees Celsius. Now, we could have a conversation about humidity. It's a legitimate conversation to have. Yeah. Let's do the road barrier next. Carbon steel. Public areas in hot regions have misters. That's true. We just got some misters for the back porch. For our house for Minikin's party tomorrow. Absolutely, Hunter. Agreed. Dry heat and humid heat are two completely different problems to deal with. Absolutely. You have completely different solutions available to you for each of those different problems. And California, on average, there are humid times, but on average, we are drier than most of the rest of the United States when it comes to heat. Probably not as dry as like Arizona, but certainly more dry than Texas and or, you know, Georgia and Florida. Beams of the backbone of all curved and angled designs. Yeah, they are. Anything that is non-standard in the game, you have to use a beam for. Brake tracks. I believe the main problem for both concrete and wooden buildings is the roof. Heavy winds will literally pull the roof structure off of the roof by the Bernoulli principle, and the walls are left behind. So you're saying regardless of whether or not you use a wooden frame or a concrete frame, you're going to lose your roof in a hurricane, and the hurricane gives no shits. Yeah, you'll have your stone walls will be left behind, but you still won't have a roof. Gold Shake, pretty new to the game. Have you got any must-have blueprints? That's a good question. I would say the majority of my blueprints are cosmetic blueprints that I use to build crazy things in a quick way, like this. This is a blueprint here. But I would consider those kind of one-off blueprints for me that I've designed. Same thing with these blueprints here that I'm using for my roads. I think that 99% of somebody's blueprints should be designed by them, because not only is that you're taking ownership of your game, but more so you're designing your blueprint to fit your technical needs and your aesthetic preferences, whereas my blueprints fit my aesthetic preferences and my needs. So if you take mine, you're by definition solving my needs, not your own. But having said that, you have to start somewhere, and so that's why I do share all my blueprints on my Discord for everybody, mostly as examples. I would say the other types of blueprints that I build are factory blueprints, but I custom design those based on what I'm building and the factory that I'm building them for. I would say a must-have blueprint that I use a lot, the hypertube cannon blueprint, I think is very, very, very good. Again, I would encourage everybody to build their own version of this. But in a pinch, could you use mine? You definitely could. Basically, you point a custom little tube out the front here. Whee! Okay. Now, I don't want to fire off anywhere, so I'm gonna build a wall. All right, but okay, you can see how I would have fired off that direction, right? Fastest way to get around. I would say that's as close to a must-have blueprint that I have that I can think of right now. I think making a train blueprint for yourself is a must-have blueprint. Not necessarily my version of a train, but your own. What else? What else? I'm not sure. You guys have any thoughts on that? So 8 halfway is going to be right here. Then where did I put this? The middle of the... Looks like in the middle of everything. Maybe some smelter, assembler, foundry, and refiner arrays. Yeah, but see, I don't like building those in a general sense. I like making those as needed for each factory. But I could definitely see how somebody might want to make a one-size-fits-all smelter array. But again, like I said, I like to make those for each factory as needed. Good to know. Do you have a manifold preference? Do you mean like, do I like the manifold or do I like the balance? I see center line designs, but then also dedicated single lines. Gold Shake, I'm not sure what you're referring to there. I think maybe I'm just not familiar with the terms that you're using. I have a left to right versions and a right to left versions built off of those splitter directions. I can see that. 93 degrees Fahrenheit, 34 Celsius with 70% humidity here today. Average UK summer temperatures typically range from 9 to 18 degrees Celsius. It's the factor of excess beyond the normal that causes real problems. I agree, Marcus, but it's that factor beyond the normal that we deal with every day, and it's why our houses are different. A hurricane to us is like a hot day to you. Why don't you just redesign all your homes so that you guys can cool your houses better? And why don't you guys just put in a bunch of air conditioning? It's the same thing when you say, why don't you guys just build brick like we do for your hurricanes? You guys have hot days, we have hurricanes. You see what I'm saying? It's the same sort of outlier argument. So we build for what we have to deal with every day. And that means, those style of houses are cheaper to cool in the long run. So that is, I think, now, maybe that's not a good argument. Or maybe we could talk about that argument, but I think that is the argument. Yeah, if you deal with it every day, it's normal. Well, you deal with it by building the houses in the way that you shit on. That's how you deal with it. And when you say things like, Americans do love their air conditioners, that's how we deal with it. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm pointing out. Those need to stay that way. But yeah, to finish up Gold Shake, I can see why people build blueprints that they use over and over again for factories. But I like to design a new blueprint for each factory. That's what I like to do. I guess you could say I think of blueprints more like single use. Like I design a very specific blueprint to meet a very specific problem and to have a very specific aesthetic. And then when I am in a position where I don't need that specific problem or I don't want that specific aesthetic, I just design a new blueprint. I just make a new one. So that's kind of my philosophy on blueprints. But I think it's probably very different, or it could be, people could have very different philosophies. Do I poke through the ground here? Nope, we're okay. All right, okay, so have a good night. Yeah, most of my blueprints are a specific situation, not a lot of generic reusable stuff. I agree. I kind of use, they're like single use. 5x5 concrete floor. That's a good, Twitchy, that's a good one. 5x5 of a bunch of different floors. So these are all blueprints right here. This is my 5x5 concrete floor. I use this a lot. If I had to say the blueprint that I have used the most in this game is actually probably this one. Why? Because I used it for the entire foundation here on my city, and I use it in the to make the floors in all my factories. Well, not all my factories, but some of my factories. Quevin, my input on blueprints is that you need to expose yourself to the possibilities that you are capable of achieving. Over time, your exposure to building in the game will help you polish the designs. I agree. So I remember one time, it was in the Update 8 save, there was a some situation that I was having, and I thought maybe that I could make a blueprint for it. Turns out I tried for about 30 minutes. I could not make a blueprint that would solve what I needed and remove the very tedious process that I had. And and then I had a viewer that basically was like, haha, you dummy, look at the time you wasted doing that blueprint. Blueprints are stupid. You should have just built it by hand. You'd be done by now. And from a certain point of view, he's not wrong. I did waste time, but in the long run, trying to build a blueprint to solve that specific problem allowed me to learn more about blueprints. And then over time, I got significantly better at it. And I was able to solve more and more problems quickly with blueprints. And so I, even though I had a failure in that moment, in the long run, I ended up winning. I'm going to win in the long run by trying out new and different things. And I can only do that. See, a lot of people are like, especially newer people, they come into the channel and they're like, oh, your building is amazing, and how do you do that, and how did you do this, and and all this stuff. And the reality is, how did I do it? Well, I just did it a lot, and I made mistakes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I had failures. But those failures were mine, and I learned from them. And in reality, life is no different. Life is exactly the same way. All right, let's do the other side while this is hot on my head. I was talking more about the higher death rates than in hot weather and the hurricanes resistant with the recent comments. I know you were, Marcus. I know. I was making the connection. I was saying it's very, very, very similar. Okay? Different places in the world build their homes differently to solve the problems that they deal with every day. I think it's unfair to look at an outlier situation from an outside perspective and go, haha, dummy, why don't you do it the way we do it? Because if you did, you wouldn't have to worry about that problem. I could say that about the UK houses dealing with heat and not having air conditioning. You can say that about Florida houses not having concrete walls for hurricanes. That's the similarity that I'm that's the point that I'm making. And the reality is, in the end, you might be right. But things like how houses are built, it's not like there's one person somewhere sitting there deciding how this happens. Right? For the entire country. As I mentioned earlier tonight, there are probably 10,000, tens of thousands of different building departments across the state. They're elected officials. They get to decide, what the regulations are for different areas. And then within that, different companies, builders, they build things in a way that the public wants because they're trying to sell their houses. And so if the public wants ABC, and if it meets within the boundaries that are set by the elected officials, then those are the houses that get built. And by the way, those change over time. And so houses that are built today are nowhere near the same as houses that were built 30 years ago. So, I mean, there's so many variables to distill down into a way that we can actually talk about it is basically impossible. But I have no problems trying. So I don't have any problem talking about it, but we have to keep in mind how 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 how extreme the generality is that we're sometimes making in these situations. And I don't think that's a problem as long as we realize the context in which we're talking about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least I try to. I don't know. BHBRT. I don't know how to say your name without saying the letters. Blueprints are nice too, because if you need to change something, deleting the entire blueprint and redoing it is easier than deleting everything individually and building again. Dude, that's like a side benefit for making a lot of things with blueprints that I think a lot of people don't give enough credit to. It's incredibly amazing to do that, and it lets you change things or move things, and it's awesome. All right, I think with this one, if I remember right, I went 1 meter, and then I just let's change over to purple. Well, he said as a beginner, I didn't want to throw too much at him, but maybe he can combine everybody's responses and get it rolling. Well, you know, he did ask a live stream for their opinions. You're definitely going to get more than one. But you're right. 5x5 logistics floor is the best for factory building. Making blueprints is a time investment. It's true. Eye in the sky. No inlaid lights on the underside of the bridge. How untypical for Kin City. No inlaid lights on the underside of the bridge. There's a reason for that. I can't really do it here. Could I do it here? I could do something here. I could do... Well, first of all, I think that my solution here isn't... We're talking about inlay there. I wonder if we can vertical nudge a half nudge. I don't think it's gonna work. It did work. Okay, so this is an option. I think that's a nice clean option, to be honest with you. Vertical half nudge for the win. So I'm definitely doing this. But I was thinking there was maybe something I could do with this piece here. Right, and then do something like this. But you can see, I don't know. We're talking about minute differences. So I'm not gonna stress about it too much. But I will say that vertical half nudge that was unavailable to us when we designed the other underpass, I think is a nice, quick way to clean this up a little bit without having to design something crazy. The purple lights are not right, by the way. They're off placement under the bridge. They're off placement. Well, let's measure. That's 5. Those are incredibly difficult to measure, but We'll try. That's 9. 14, that's 5. That's 22. That's 27, that's 5. I would argue that these are all 5 meters apart. If you measure from the edge and not that edge, these are all exactly 5 meters apart. That's what I'm going for there. BH Bert, I wasn't saying that. I know people that usually conditions that they usually face. I was wondering why hurricane resistance was a low priority, and with the other factors like cost were. I wasn't trying to be like our houses are just better. No, I get that. I get that. No. I was being hyperbolic. I don't think that you were saying that. I was being hyperbolic to make my point. But I think that is, I think the answer is somewhere in what we've talked about. And I was speaking about both sides, the other side too, right? Saying something like, why don't you guys just build air conditioning? Because Americans do the same thing. Well, all people do that, is my point. It wasn't a you. It wasn't like a you do this and I'm making fun of you personally. I was saying that that's a thing that I think all people tend to do. And I don't think it's necessarily a good thing. Just because these are complicated topics, you know? Hey, Horsey Mart. I don't like this. The other side. Did I mess up the other side? Oh. I see. You're talking this way. I know why, because I centered it off of this, but this is different. That's what happened. Okay, let's do this. Thanks for pointing that out. Should be here. And here. Beyond about UK heat wave. We were talking about, well, we were talking about a bunch of different things. How am I gonna fix this? I don't like this. Don't like it at all. Just this and call it good? Maybe we just do this and call it good. By the way, should we do a... I mean, this is pretty flat right here. I'm pretty happy with the location of this. Wait. These are the purples. The purples go over the sidewalks. Let's go take a look. No, I know. I appreciate that. I didn't know if you were saying that my... what I was trying to do was off, or that what I had actually done was off. And what you were saying was my execution was not correct, not my ideal. But we got to the bottom of it, and I didn't consider you being a jerk. All right, so these are fine. They're just purple. I built them in the same way. They're just purple. Houses here in the south are built for torrential rains and floods and tornadoes. That's true, Ray, but they're also built to cool efficiently. And Ray is back. Welcome back, Ray. Boys, I just acquired some honey graham crackers. I have a big eating day tomorrow because of Minikin's birthday party. So snacking would be the opposite of what I should do right now, especially since I am trying to become a little bit smaller. All right, let's switch this over. Yeah, British houses are built to retain heat. One reason why the heat wave can be uncomfortable. Right, that's essentially what we were talking about, Horsey Mart. I remember the last time we were talking about United States versus American heat. I think you were there for that conversation. Let's see. What is halfway here? $20 plus 16. That's going to be 8 plus 20. So 28. That's about right there. I saw a video on the subject. It was an American living in the UK. He was originally from Arizona. It was interesting, to be honest. That sounds like I think I would find that video interesting as well. I actually really do. And you guys can tell, right? Because it's the type of topics I talk about for hours on this channel. And maybe other people don't agree that it's with me at how interesting it is. But I do really like talking about those things, and I do watch videos on that kind of a thing. Some of them are a little bit difficult to, like, there's some YouTubers that I feel like are disingenuous isn't the right word, but kind of like almost clickbaity. That's not the right word either. I don't know what the right word is, but it's hard to know sometimes that how genuine a reaction on some of that stuff is. But still, I do like the idea of, damn it. What types of things, one side or another side takes for granted. I think that's interesting. Not one side. I don't mean to make it sound like a side, but one culture or another culture takes for granted. I think that's interesting. Like we were talking a couple of weeks ago about jury duty and how that's just an American, assumption, right? And, kind of without thinking about it, it would have been very easy for me to just assume that everybody that's listening to my voice also knows exactly what jury duty is. But that is a, I'm not going to say uniquely American thing, but it definitely is an American thing. And there's so many other ones too. The cars, the roads, we talked about all that stuff. And it is difficult. It's an interesting thing that, casual international conversation that has really only been possible within the last 20 years of my life. You know, I mean, who would have thought 20 years ago that I could be having a casual conversation with a bunch of people from a country that I've never been to, or that I've been to for a week. You know, it's kind of crazy when you stop and think about it. So I find that stuff interesting. All right. I think we're in a good spot. I don't know if I particularly love the lights being like that next to it so closely, but I think we're gonna let it go for now. You're British, you can talk about the weather forever. I think most human beings can talk about the weather forever. It's pretty much a meme. We get jury duty in the UK, but it is normally possible in professional or academic work that get carried to do jury duty in the UK. Sorry, but is normally possible in professional or academic work that get carried to do jury duty in the UK. Huh. I'm not sure I'm 100% following you there. You may have to try again and explain it to my slow brain. Yeah, I figured there was a little bit of something going on there. Predictive text, autocorrect. I was talking specifically about the justice system. Okay, guys. We've been going for 4 hours. We fixed a bunch of problems, but mainly we got this in and that in its final version, which there's a bunch of little fiddly stuff to do. But I feel good about this. It's good. We're in a good place there. I mean, I think we did an entire stream to do both of those last time, just because we had to design it, and in this case, we're kind of copying a design that already existed, so it was a little easier. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I need to use the restroom. We just finished this off. Give me just a little bit of time. I need 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just gonna use the restroom, and I'm gonna wash my face, etc. And I'm gonna do this because I like doing this and it's fun for me, and you all can deal with it. Deal with it. All right, I will be right back, and don't go anywhere. Chicken Little was the best meteorological change in my mind. I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, I prefer a few spelling mistakes rather than have an entire word switched. Yeah, I'm with you there, Marcus. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Here's a picture of the city, and I'll be back in a couple minutes, and we will continue. I just need a minute. I have returned. Man, this chat is hella dead right now. It comes and goes. You get my camera back up. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Bel Draco, good morning. We get jury duty in the UK, but as normally it's professional or academic job roles that have to do jury duty in the UK. Yeah, so we do it. The jury in the United States finds guilt, determines guilt or not. And it's by your peers, right? So the idea is that it could be anybody, whether or not they have a job, they're professionals, whatever. Basically, from what I can remember, it was in opposition to the fact that the gentleman, the peerage, was deciding the fate of the commoner, and the jury of your peers was the American knee-jerk, or not knee-jerk, but reaction, or change to the British system. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Are these dead? These are dead. All right, so I'm gonna electrify these, but that we're not going to make more than one. It's just gonna be this network here. But I'm no scholar on that, and I could be out of my gourd on what I just said. Nice city. He builds like me. It's builds like me that have inspired me to build the. It's builds like this that inspired me to build the Empire State Building. Bel Draco, you should share pictures of that. I am interested in seeing what that looks like. Definitely share that. To me, jury duty is a form of punishment, as I don't believe in judging others. To me, I view it as a civic duty. It's not something that I enjoy. I don't think it's meant to be enjoyed. I don't view it as a punishment either. I view it like putting the not even. I was gonna say something else, but then I realized that was not a good example. Yeah, I don't know. I view it like. So I drove Lyft for 4 years. I saw some bad shit. Like. I've called 911. I've called the police while I was driving Lyft. Once every couple of months, probably. I saw some weird stuff. I saw some bad behavior. In my opinion, when I see something that I feel is bad, or has the potential to be bad, or is a situation that has the potential to go bad, I'm thinking the people that I've taken places that are so out of their mind drunk that they could be taken advantage of. I've called, you know, to hopefully make a problem not happen, right? Or something. I don't know. But I view jury duty as something like that. Something that I would prefer that I not have to do, but somebody has to do it. Lyft, yeah, Lyft. You just started the build. Nice. It's part of the UK culture, another British tradition in the US taken. The jury duty part. Well, I was under the impression that the UK doesn't have jury duty in the same way. Let's see. Surplus Lover is here. The UK crowd is barely starting to shuffle in, but most of us chatty folk are earlier people. Yeah. The really chatters, the big chatty chatters of my audience really goes for about the first 2 to 3 hours. But then most of the NA folk are going to bed at about that time. And usually there's some Australians that are mixed in about right here, like Flemballer and... Oh, no, Flemballer's not Australian. A couple of you guys are Australian, though. Mike sounds different today. It sounds lighter. The British system. I'm not sure. I did change a couple things. It's maybe a little closer. I was leaning forward while I was talking. That was probably it. Valid, I'm too lazy to play Satisfactory. Well, good thing, Hunter, that I'm here to play it for you. I'm up at a weird time. Yeah. 50 by 50 by 50 by 50. That's interesting. Jury duty originates from Magna Carta. Yes. That does sound right. All right, let me pause reading chat for a second. Let me start this project, and then once I'm in a groove, I can get back to chatting with you guys. I think we're gonna delete this. I think we need to build this tower. And that means marking this so I don't lose it. $10 plus 1. Big old beast. One. I think that's our locale. Magna Carta was part of the U.S. Constitution. Yes, it's all ringing bells. Apparently, and that's not the only one that I need to have. Where's the middle? Bro. There we go. Let's put you right in the middle. I'm Australian, mate. You got an Aussie in Tokyo here. That's got to be interesting. Japan is one of those places that I would really, really like to visit. There's quite a few. The UK is one of them. I can't say that I have any desire to really visit Australia. I do have a desire to visit New Zealand, and it's because I'm a giant nerd. Not that I think that there's anything wrong with Australia. I just haven't really ever felt the desire to go there. I want to see where they filmed The Lord of the Rings. Yes. Those movies were a huge part of my life. I read The Lord of the Rings. Well, I haven't actually read The Lord of the Rings since I started this channel. I don't really have... It's one of the things that I've sacrificed in order to do this channel is the amount of reading that I used to do. I do want to try to bring back some of those things. You know... But for now, we made an error. It's 10 plus 1, sir. You have to be out here. And then when the first movie came out, I was a senior in high school, and then I was in college when movies 2 and 3 came out. It's a big deal. My first businesses that I had were videographer related and camera work related. My best friend wanted to be a movie director. My other friend, the three of us got in it together. He is in Hollywood working. The three of us got together and we started doing video work because of the Lord of the Rings was part of it. It's not all of it, but definitely part of it. And like I said, my one of my friends works in Hollywood. He went out and he went and he did it. I gotta give him credit. So yeah, very influential. I watch the Lord of the Rings twice a year, probably. I watch all 3 movies. All right, placing all of these the first time is gonna be a shitty thing. It is. But once the first ones are placed, we'll be able to build up from here relatively quickly. You got to be a content creator. I think you got the better end of the deal. Well, I have a family. I chose... we all went our separate ways. The 3 of us, right? I was the more... So my director friend, he's actually the same guy that was dating my wife. And they broke up. And I waited 6 months. Like, that's fine, right? I mean, honestly, I don't care what you guys say. 6 months is fine. My best friend, though, was dating the woman that would eventually become my wife, and they broke up. I waited 6 months. And then we started going out July 1st was our first kind of date. The year after I graduated college in 2008. And we were married by May the next year. I married her so quickly because I wanted to make sure that I didn't give her a chance to change her mind. But yes, so that friend, he's the more artistic, kind of the artsy guy, and he was the director. I was more the more business minded. I didn't want to make a movie for the art. I wanted to make a movie for the business side. I wanted to run a business, any business. It's just I had friends and I had an interest in movies, and I had friends that wanted to make movies. So my interest was in running a business. And then the third friend, who, to be fair, we didn't really get along very well, and we had a really bad falling out, unfortunately. And probably that was because, I mean, we were young. I would do things differently. I was a dick. He was a dick. Like, it's probably solidly 50% my fault, 50% his fault. But we had a pretty bad falling out, and but he was more the movie producer, right? He kind of viewed himself as the producer. Seems really inefficient to me, you guys. Let's try changing up our order of operations. I don't want to be flying around so much. But I have to give that man credit. He went and he did it. He went down to Hollywood, and he's doing the thing. Now, I did end up creating my own business. I've talked about it on the channel. I used to flip houses. I ran my own business. I had my own LLC, etc. And so I met my goals. But more so than that, I wanted a family. And I met that too. Now he started a family as well, but it was you know, much later. Last I've seen, he had one kid, and which is great. I started mine at 25, and I have 5 kids, and I wouldn't trade. I wouldn't do it differently. So we kind of, the three of us, kind of all chose different ways of achieving our goals, for sure. I achieved mine by having the family that I wanted, and he achieved his by working in Hollywood. And now I'm the content creator. Maybe, we'll see. You know, if I could, I would definitely say if I could turn this into something that I could earn a full-time living with, we could call that a victory at that point. Having said that, I still am in the top 1/2 of 1% of all YouTubers. So from that perspective, I absolute winning, you know? Let's off a little bit. So you inherited the UK justice system, but alter it to fit the US needs, like everything else we've done. And to be honest with you, I kind of do that with I do that too with Satisfactory, so it's right in line. But yeah, you got the better end of the deal. 6 months is great. Yeah, we'll see if I got the better end of the deal. Honestly, I think the content creation and learning how all this works, this will not be my last channel. Not by any stretch of the imagination. There are things that I want to do, things I want to try, and we'll see. You know, not gaming related. And some of you are going to say, Win Barbecue channel. So no hairline zone. I have the same ornami. I don't know what that is. Is that a misspelling, or is that a word that I don't know? Mini. Is this a word? I think that was. Is that a misspelling? Australia isn't worth visiting, to be honest. You've nailed the rest. There definitely is plenty wrong with it. Well, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with every country. So what are you gonna do? All you can do is, you know. And to be honest, most of the people in the world, we don't get to pick. Don't get to pick what country they live in. Right? You end up living in the country that you were born in, and we didn't pick that. But best case scenario, all you can do is pick a country, or if you're in the United States, pick a state that has the good things that you care about and the bad things that you're okay with. That's all we can really do. Let's see. House flipping is not easy. I still say you got the better end of the deal being a content creator. Well, I do have way more control over my life, I bet, than he does. I don't know, though. Maybe he'll be a big movie director one day. I'm not 100% sure. I hope so. I think it'd be pretty cool. If he got to say "I told you so," I think that would be a win. Nope, one more. I was one off. But Japan is fantastic. Just a bit of oversaturation when it comes to tourism. A lot of stark contrast between locals and tourists in terms of manners. Yeah, I bet. So I just watched a YouTube series. Ludwig had a YouTube series on motorcycling across Japan. I really enjoyed watching that. I actually watched that with my wife. That was really cool, and it really made me want to go there and other places too. Just the idea of doing something like that is very interesting to me. Kind of jumped the shark here. So a lot of others, democratic countries, use the UK justice system and change it to suit their needs. Yeah, for sure. Well, you know, the UK did have jurisdiction over a large part of the world at one point, so it makes sense. One more after this. And by the way, we have to do this 4 times. We won't do them all tonight. Japanese are wanting to ban YouTube influences. I don't know. I haven't heard that. Returning at 1/4 every time. It ends up being 5 degrees. So it's not 1/4. It's 1/20th. Each click is 5 degrees. Miss. There we go. So yeah, I'm getting a 5-degree rotation on these. Australia is definitely worth visiting, just like every other country that you've never been to. Hey, I like that. That's a good way of looking at it. All right, now that we have this in, we should be able to just do the 11th one. If you have a train that is a dual set of outgoing and incoming lines, do you need any sections in the line for U-turning? I think as long as the train station has the option to go either direction on the line, I see no need for U-turns. I've never put in U-turning stuff. Here's the deal. The train logic available to us in Satisfactory is very rudimentary. I think anybody that's played Satisfactory and really understands the game would freely admit that Satisfactory needs a train logic overhaul. There are many issues with it, and we could talk about it for an hour, and I'm not even fully versed enough to be able to do that. But there's very, very little train logic available in Satisfactory. Trains go from the 2 or 3 places from point A to point B in the shortest way, regardless if there are any obstacles or stopped trains or anything in the way. Okay, it just, what's the shortest track that I can get to where I want to go from where I am? That's it. All right, and so as long as your as long as your point A and point B are reachable, then I don't understand why you would necessarily want U-turns. Now, if you need a U-turn so that point A and point B are reachable, then you would do it. But I don't think that you need a U-turn to have this future need of U-turns filled just to have one. Does that make sense? Make sure that you have clean routing, and if that needs a U-turn, then fine. But if it doesn't need a U-turn, then arbitrarily adding a U-turn, I don't think really does anything. Does that make sense? What do you mean you have to do this 4 times? For this tower, you're building others? I'm building 4 towers. This is the first of 4. This cross grid that we have right here, these roads are going between the 4 towers. These white squares are the centerpieces for them. We are going to be doing something that looks like this, kind of, but whereas this is cubical and each side is connected at the tops and bottoms, I'm not doing that. Imagine this, but chopping the connections at the top and bottom so that they are 4 individual towers that have these connections between them. So we're gonna have sky bridges, and I like the angle of the sky bridges, but they're gonna be 4 separate towers. So kind of like this with the sky bridge, but angled, and 4 of them. All right, that's kind of the best that I can sort of show it. The other piece that I had, that was for something else. Can we go back to what we had before? Yes. So this is a top down. And before I show you this, actually, I should show you this. So I want the 4 towers to look like this. All right, this is a cylindrical tower, and I know we can't rotate it or look top down or anything like that, but my vision is that maybe the top 10% or 15%, we chop it, slice it down this top center, and then maybe this is a 45-degree angle down, and then we have this sort of conical top. And then I do like these double lines, and I want to do two of the towers purple, 2 of the towers teal, and then I want them to face towards the center. And so if you can kind of imagine this, whereas this line here is the chop, right? And then this has a this is taller, this is closer to the camera. This spot is closer to the camera than this spot is, because this is lower, right? If you look here, the first thing I circled was up there and the second one was down there. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but basically the paint is a top down of this, and I want to orientate the towers this way so they all face the center. And then these are going to be the sky bridges that go across them. So again, it's really hard for me to kind of illustrate exactly what I'm thinking. This is kind of as close as I've gotten it. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I didn't see anything like that. Horsey Mart in the series that I watched of that YouTuber traveling through Japan, everything was seemed pretty cool. They certainly didn't. Now, if you're talking about those streamers that would go over there and be nuisances in Japan and Korea, that's, I think, a different thing than a general YouTuber or something like that. People should be put in jail if they do crimes, and it doesn't matter if they're a YouTuber or not. Marcus, it would be nice if a train could choose to take a bypass track if the main line was blocked instead of sitting in the queue waiting. I agree. That's a very basic train logic thing that really should be instituted. And to be honest, I think we would all agree. The train system in Satisfactory needs a massive overhaul, and I'm hoping we get it in a future update. Cyberpunk 2077, free part of PlayStation PS Premium this month. Nice. I have a 5090. Playing Cyberpunk 2077 on the channel is not an impossibility. There's so many other things that I need to do first. But would I like to do it? Sure. There's too many other things to do first, but I think that would be cool. Yeah, honestly, trains in Satisfactory are pretty simple. If you keep it simple, you can do just fine with them. They're so simple, I would say that it's an issue in some cases. Like, I don't even like using path signals because I don't like having to be in a situation where I have to use them. I like making an intersection more simple so that paths cross the least amount, so that a path signal is unnecessary. It's a great game now after a rocky start. No, yeah, I know all about the rocky start, but that's Cyberpunk 2077 is a perfect example of why we should be honest with our criticism of video games, but we should also be willing to let them be improved. Now, if the company that puts out the video game doesn't want to improve it or thinks it's good enough, even after the criticism that was leveled against it, well, then that's on them. But Cyberpunk is a great example of a botched release that was slowly improved until you've got a great game. It's not necessarily how I would want to launch a video game, but then again, I don't have a video game company, so I can't throw rocks. So really easy for me to say that I would do it differently. In the end, I'm just glad we have a good game out of it. And like I said, it would be something I think would be really fun to play on the channel, and to kind of show off the rig that I have, and kind of do something drastically different. But again, there's so many other things that I want to try to get to that are probably a higher priority than that. I don't know when or if I could ever get there. Yeah, No Man's Sky, I've heard the same. I do wish that more companies for lack of a better word, took their time before release. And it's one of the reasons why I appreciate how cooked Satisfactory was before release. And yeah, they had a 4-year-long pre-release, and there's some arguments to say why that's maybe not the best model, but you can't deny that we've gotten a very solid game out of it. And I would certainly rather have that than the alternative. Uh-oh. Copper sheets. This is gonna be a problem, boys. We're gonna have to turn on the booster. Copper sheet booster. It's working. Look how fast that copper sheet is filling up. Okay, let's... Before we continue, let us think about this. I like this. Now, having said that, I was thinking of maybe doing some variations in the materials in a vertical sense on these, but I think that we can do that after the fact. So like maybe we find the two sections here where I'm going to put the lights on them, and we change those out. Maybe we make a new blueprint and we change those out for perhaps concrete walls with the lights attached. Maybe we do that. Let's consider our next move here for a second, and if you give me a second, I'll read some chat, give my brain a chance to be ready to move on to the next piece of this. Need more sheets. Yes. Kappa sheets. Cyberpunk devs kept saying it was not ready, but they pushed it out anyway. Yeah, I think it's important to listen to your dev team and to listen to good feedback. Too often these days, games and movies and the creative process, TV shows, are ruined by the suits, by the business people, which is ironic because they are ruining them, and they are making less money than they otherwise could have. And they're the ones that want the most money, and yet they are demanding things that cause them to lose money. And those guys will go out of business, and we won't have to deal with those after too much longer. And to me, that is the system working. And then you have games like Schedule 1 or Expedition 33 that come out with very small teams that are highly successful. And again, those guys are getting rewarded by making good and fun games and not rushing things. And again, hopefully the system will over time correct itself if we keep spending money on good games and not bad games. Tourists in general are doing a lot of damage to museums at the moment and trying to take selfies. One in Italy put his hand through the canvas of 300-year-old artwork. I have heard of that, yeah. Museums are going to have to glass off everything soon. Roping off an area isn't enough nowadays. Yeah, but in Coffee Stain's defense, it was released as early access, so you would expect bugs. Well, sure. Yeah, well, to me, that is like, if they're doing that on purpose for, like, clicks and likes and stuff, like you guys are talking about, I mean, throw them in jail. If they're breaking the law, throw them in jail. Or do whatever appropriate punishment I have no sympathy for it. That's the solution. Not to punish the people that aren't doing something wrong, punish the people that are. Ooh, I've been nursing this Scotch whiskey for what, 2 hours? Just sipping it along. It's very good. It's why indie games are doing very well and AAA games are doing badly. Well, the AAA games would do better if they made games that people want to play. All right. So here's what I'm thinking. I think we build the entire tower with this setup, and then we'll go back through and replace vertical lines with whatever we decide. But I think our default is this. And we also will need to figure out our height preference. But let's get more of this up. And again, I am gonna go with a pure cylindrical. I mean, there's no variation here. We'll do variation with the lights, which is why we have the windows and signs the way that we do. But there really is no variation here. This is just a cylindrical building up, and let's see how it looks. I hope you're up for the task. Copper sheets. Uh-oh. Encased industrial. By the way, I don't know, but we could really see a huge drop in FPS because of these. C'est la vie. Police are trying to identify the culprit, but they could be out of the country again before then. Well, are you talking about a YouTuber? Or just a random guy? Because I'm pretty sure a YouTuber would be pretty... I think you guys are conflating two separate conversations. Or maybe I'm conflating. I don't think we're storing industrial beams the same way that we're storing some of this other stuff. Horsey Mart, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, that one was bad. Assassin's Creed was also bad. Or just got, you know, decimated by reviews. Everything else is keeping up okay. You know, didn't we make a bunch of industrial... Didn't we make a bunch of these over in the pyramid? Let's go raid the pyramid. I feel like we made a bunch over there. Just a random guy. Well, I mean, I think the solution is, you know, I mean, it sucks. Can I say W word? I'm not sure. I don't know what that is. Oh, that W word. Do you believe that W word... So, the problem with the W word is that is a perfect example of a word that means very different things to different people. You may say the W word. He's talking about the word woke. And that could mean something to you, but another person hears that word and they hear something different. To me, that word is a little bit of, and it's really easy to blame games that fail on that. To me, that is a little bit of a oversimplification, because I think if you make a game that people find fun, that is for a gamer, then you are going to have a successful game. If you let anything get in the way of making a fun game for the person playing the game, whether it is the W word, or maybe it's profit, pure profit motivation, or putting something in there that isn't directly related to a person having fun in the game, regardless of what that is, I think that's a bad idea. So I think it's easy to say, oh, it's this thing or that thing or whatever, but I think that in reality, yeah, it can be anything that is in between the player experience that gets in the way of the player experience. I think it's been fashionable to use that word as the main reason, and to be fair, I think that there are plenty of examples that you could point to where, you know, that has affected people's enjoyment of games. But I don't think it's the only reason. And like anything, things are complicated, and even a game like Dragon Age or Assassin's Creed, while they have aspects of that by some people's definition, there are other things too. There's other bad design things. There's gameplay issues that have nothing to do with some sort of a message or something, you know. So that's unfortunately the problem with using that word, is it's more. Sorry, my ears are bothering me a bit. I'm getting used to these in-ear monitors, but you know, I have had them on for 5 hours. I don't really feel them until I feel them. We have a tendency, human beings in general, to boil the cause of something down into one thing. And to be honest, it's a very rare thing in life that the cause of something is because of one thing. However, having said that, there is definitely some examples that can be pointed to. What's wrong with woke? The word woke, it's just it is a imprecise word. I think the problem with using that word is that it's an imprecise word. I would have to explain exactly what I mean when I say that word about something, and if I'm going to do that, then why do I even say that? Why even use the word? Does that make sense? Yeah, no worries. I know you said never mind. I figured I'd answer it anyway. Let's see. Definitely, they may argue it was an accident, but it wouldn't have happened if they were following the rules. About the guy, yeah. But if they employ some that not with a balanced view game, it will fail, in my opinion. I think it really boils down to this. Are you trying to make a game that has the best possible, that gives the player the best possible experience? Or are you trying to do something else? It doesn't matter what that something else is. Insert a message, make a bunch of money, and that could be something like, we're gonna have to gonna have to make some changes here. You know, hit your bottom line numbers for the third quarter. You know, sales. You know, what do they call that phone call that they have to do? Not a margin call. That's something else. You know, the investor call or whatever. I mean, you have to make a game. If anything gets in between the game that you're making and the player experience, no matter what it is, you're gonna have a problem. It's funny, they just keep making the same mistake in new ways. Make a game. Make a game that's fun. And people will pay for it. They'll pay a lot for it. They'll pay more for it than you probably think. This is definitely the most signs that I've I mean, we're doing 4 buildings of this. I'm a little nervous about this, actually. Great seeing you. I'll have to catch the rest of this on the VOD. I'm really tired. All right, Bill Draco, have a good night, man. We all play games with Lumen as the main protagonist, like Tomb Raider, but if you have someone pushing a narrative, people that is unbalanced, it will damage the sales of the game. Well, like I said, yeah, but what is... To other people, they like the balance. So I think the sales speak for themselves, and playtime. The great thing about Steam is that all of the data is available for everybody to see, and I think that I think that the data is out there. Man, I don't think I have Silica on the list either. The data is out there, and in good company, a good game company, good developers, they're gonna look and they're gonna say, hey, you know what? These types of games, they did well, and they had success. So let's make our games more like games A, B, and C, whereas games, you know, C, D, X, Y, and Z didn't do as well, and so maybe we shouldn't do what they did. At least I would like to have hope in the human race that that's what will happen. If they don't, then they'll just keep throwing money down the drain until they do. Silica and steel beams. Steel beams. Iron beam. I think I missed red. I think that should be a steel beam. Remember the sign cataclysm in the Star Wars save? Well, to be fair, I have a completely different rig than I had in the Star Wars save, and the game has been much more optimized since the Star Wars save. I don't know. Davius, how's it going, man? Primary issue with Dragon Age is the new one was rushed. I think, honestly, that's the primary issue with pretty much every game that has had a problem. And that's actually how this conversation started, talking about cyberpunk. Going well, taking a break this evening. Nice. Yeah, Horsey Mart, I think that every game has its reasons. And is that a reason that Dragon Age didn't do well? It's probably it could be a contributing factor. I can't say that it wasn't, but personally I haven't played that game, so it's really hard for me to talk about it. Kin wouldn't be kin without testing limits. I'm thinking about this, guys. I don't know if this is the right way to do this. I'm a little nervous. I'm already feeling an FPS drop. And we there's a lot of this. I don't know if this FPS drop is imagined. Even though those signs are turned off, they're black. Well, the creative director, yeah, but like, there's money people telling the creative director what they have to do as well. Okay, and there's a lot. Again, I'm hesitant to say that in anything that there's one thing or another thing that is the ultimate and only reason that something bad has happened, or you know, or a failure, or whatever. There's so many contributing factors. I think that there's good arguments to be made that some of what you're saying is true. I wouldn't say that it's all of it. I think rushing it was a contributing factor. I think, you know what I also don't like? I don't like when anything, whether it's a game, a movie, or a show, rests on the laurels of its own IP, of its own, intellectual property, right? Oh, we can make this Star Wars show shitty because it's Star Wars. Oh, we can make this Nintendo game shitty because it's Nintendo. Oh, we can make this, we can cut corners with this Wheel of Time show because the book fans have to watch it because it's the only one that they're going to get. I don't like that. I think that also played a role in Dragon Age. Oh, it's a Dragon Age game. I think that played a role in Assassin's Creed. Oh, it's Assassin's Creed. There'll be people that come and buy it anyway. Okay, I have to think about this, guys. I think that there's a better way to do this. I'm not gonna have most of these are gonna be off. All right, what if we come up with a way to have a light out wall behind glass that isn't a sign, and then we change it out with a sign, and I do like these rings. Okay, I think that that's the right move. Unfortunately, it means deleting a lot of this, but I think that if now's the time. I'm getting warning signals. Yeah, black coated concrete. Agreed, Hunter. That's exactly what I was thinking. I can mimic a black sign in a way that takes up less FPS reduction that causes less FPX reduction. I am loath to delete all of the shit that we just made, but I've done worse, and it's better to do now than halfway through the third tower when I have 5 FPS. It's better to do it now and protect ourselves a little bit. Maybe this is being overly cautious, but so be it. Let's just do a little cleanup here. Dang. All right. All right, let's tear it down. This isn't gonna work. And then what I'll do is I will make a version of this that has, I know what to do. I know what to do. Gotta leave some room for the other buildings as well. Oh, FPS wise? Do you mean room? Do you mean, yeah, imagine this times 4. Yeah, you mean like FPS overhead, right? You believe in me? Good, I believe in me too. That sounds like such a dick thing to say out loud, but you know, it's important. You know, believe in yourself. I believe in me. All right, how are we doing? Are we eating shit yet? Not yet. Now, too bad you could not mass delete buildings. The thing about gamers are passionate about games and games. For me, I've been gaming since the 70s and the 80s, and I've seen the industry has grown into what it is today. I think that's true. I think there's a similar, what's funny is I think that there's similar things happening in other aspects of entertainment, like TV shows and movies. You know, even within the last 20 years, right? You've got streaming services, and there's good things with streaming services. I think that streaming services have given us amazing things, but there's also shitty things about it too. And you know, I think it's okay to talk about that stuff. I mean, the same thing with video games. We've gotten some video games in the last 10 years that, I mean, could not have happened in the ecosystem that existed 20 or 30 years ago. And I don't just mean technology, I mean the amount of money that is behind some of these games. They wouldn't exist without that infrastructure, right? So, you know, having said that, we have every right to want better. You know? Yeah, if I'm getting a bad feeling about it. Yeah, I just... everything's fine kind of in your mind, and then when you see the true scale of how many signs I'm going to be building here, you know, and honestly, I do feel like we took a little bit of an FPS hit when I built out these last 2 factories that use this method of mass signs to get, I mean, because the reason that this looks orange is because I'm using orange signs to make this building look orange behind the glass. That's why it looks the way it does. Uh-oh. Look at you. But in this case, we don't need it to be orange. We need it to be black until we need it to be light. We've been gaming for nearly 50 years. Yeah, that would be my dad, except he's sort of kind of stopped gaming. Not on purpose. I think he just got busy. Not sure to be defensive, just reassuring. No, you're fine, man. You're fine. Just because I take something as somebody has said and kind of put my spin on it as a joke, doesn't mean that I think what you said was, you know, bad or wrong or something. Ugh, sorry. P4SC 10 glass wall high. All right. Where are you? Oh, crap. This is the first time this has happened. You'd think this would happen a lot more. What are the chances? All right. All right. Glass wall. Let's do no sign. I know. Trapped like rats with no hair and one leg. It's as dark as we can take it. Like the same color, sir. I like the black there. I think I like this black. But what I would like is maybe for it to be a little closer, so there's less of that reflection effect. I started on the first console game, Magnavox Odyssey. It was invented by Ralph Burr as a U.S. Navy electrical engineer. He also invented the Simon Says game machine. What was the first game that I ever remember playing? It's hard to say. I remember when my aunt and uncle came over and they hooked up an original Nintendo to my mother's TV, and they broke something. And for the rest of my entire life, my mother thinks that console games break televisions, and she won't allow one on her TV because my aunt and uncle broke something hooking it up. So there's that. That was when they didn't even have RCAs. It went in through a coax. What about the normal 1 meter walls painted black? So that would provide less texture. I see where you're going with that. The downside I have to that is think about the extra buildings that's 4 times more. But it would, right? Because it's 4 to get 1. It's not a bad idea, but the scale at which this is about to happen, building 4 walls where 1 would do, is maybe not the best efficient use after you multiply this by the thousands that we're going to do. I've got an idea. Something I want to try. Sorry. See, it's like a little bit closer, maybe. Are you building the maximum build height? No, I tested the maximum build height, and I'm definitely not going higher than this point right here. And maximum build height is actually a little ways above that. But this is the tallest tower in the city, and that's not going to change. But I do need to build 4 of these. Nintendo tried to sue him for his tennis game, but they lost. Ah, Nintendo. I've heard it said that Nintendo is not a game studio with a lawyer section, or with a law firm section. It is a law firm with a gaming division. Yeah, not section, division. What do you guys think? The other option is, of course, we go with concrete walls. They have a little less texture, but we can't get them quite as dark, although that seems pretty dark to me. I actually think I like this. Same as Disney. Yeah, there's many similarities. All right, so what is this? This takes 4 concrete to build. This takes 2 concrete and 2 metal plates. It might be worth it just to spread out the use of materials alone to build that. What about this? I'm tempted. I'm seriously tempted, just because this is 2 materials of 2 each versus 1 material of 4 that will be able to keep up with the production better. What's the sign that we're replacing? This one, 5, 4, yeah. By the way, we need to turn off. Since we're not going to be mass using copper sheets, we got to turn these off and we got to start pulling them. I'm gonna do it. I can't really tell the difference. We can get it a little, I can't really see the texture in there very well. And we can get it darker, and for the purposes of spreading out our use of materials. All right, Hoster Mart, have a good night. Yeah, it looks dark. Yeah, I think we could go either, but I'm barely edging out the decision there for the fix-it walls. It's true, Nintendo sadly lived long enough to become the villain. Yeah, well, and also it's a culture thing too. Japan looks at certain things differently. You know, their laws and their thoughts about, you know, intellectual property and certain things. I mean, I think that's a huge like we talk about the differences in culture between the United States and Australia and the UK and other European countries. But we are all basically have the same culture when compared to like Japan and South Korea, you know, and you know, those types of, you know, that area of the world. Completely different way of thinking about things. You know, it's very it's very stark compared to ours, I think. Okay, so let's think about this. Maybe we I love this stripy look. Maybe we design it right now instead of going back and changing it later. Let's do one band. Okay. Two band. And I think each band is too thick. Oh, look at that. You cannot even tell. That's what I should have done. Look to tell the difference. If you can see the difference between the signs. Like, you can't tell which are signs and which are walls. That's awesome. Two band, I think we go down here. And then I'll do a 3-band version of those in the middle there. Yeah, we got this. We got it. And I want to make the bands match too. Now the lights within the bands will be random. This is either gonna look really sick or really stupid. It probably won't. There's no space for anything in between. And then we'll keep track of it too. So that we can build all 4 towers the same. What in the ass? Minikin had never seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So we started it tonight. We didn't get very far. I had to stop for the stream, but we're gonna watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and then we're gonna watch Babysitter's Club. Beautiful work. Well, we'll see. We'll see about that. All right, here's, let's plan it out right now. So here's what I'm thinking. We go no band. And then we go 1, none, 2, 3. Better write this down. Design guideline. 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, cut, maybe. Two, 3, 2. That a 1. I don't know how high we're gonna make these, so we may make adjustments, but this is a start. All right, and this is the number of light bands that will go in that row of walls chunks. And then if I write them down, then we can copy them to the other factory, to the other buildings. Let's put this back in here. Okay, so first thing we have to do is I think we put our, what do we have first? Is 0 and 1, correct? Yeah, so this is gonna be 0. So let's start it off with 1. We'll build 1 on top of it, and then we'll delete the zeros. We'll delete these. Now, where are you hiding, sir? Stop it. One band. ASMR construction with Ken. Politics discussion during NA. ASMR during EU. It wasn't exactly politics. Close. Have faith in your abilities? I do have faith in my abilities. That's the problem. Pussy Mart, what are you doing? You trying to start trouble? That's also not a thing that I can really just, you know, I don't have the knowledge base to be able to discuss that in a useful way. I heard EU. It's true. Well, I just meant the, you know, European time zone. But it's actually getting to be more like, isn't it like Australia prime time? Like after dinner or so in Australia right now? Maybe I'm misremembering. Whenever you fail, have faith in your disabilities. I do actually. I have faith in my inability to or I'll put it this way. I have faith in my ability to continue making the same mistakes that I've made my entire life. Yeah, it's their tea time. See, Horsey Mart, you say tea time. Yeah, 7:48 in Australia right now. Yeah, PM, right? Yeah. You say tea time. By the way, first time chatter, welcome on Twitch. I don't know what tea time means. Like, if you said it's tea time, I don't know what that means. Yeah, PM? I thought so. That could be 11 in the morning. That could be 4 p.m. at night. That could be 8 p.m. I don't know what that means. I mean, I drink tea. I drink iced tea. I drink hot tea when it's cold outside or when I'm sick. Oh, that's not true. I'll drink hot tea. Well, I don't drink hot tea during the summer. Not really. Although, having said that, I drank some hot tea a couple days ago. It was right when I woke up, and it was in place of coffee. You know, my wife was like, "Hey, you want some coffee?" And I was like, "You want to do some hot tea?" And she's like, "That sounds really good." So we did that. But like, it's not like it's tea time. I drink more tea also when I'm fasting. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Adrian! Breakfast, dinner, then tea. So tea time is like after the last meal of the day? Or is it like when you say dinner? See, there's another problem. When you say dinner, do you mean lunch? I don't know the answer. Dinner, 12 p.m. That's lunch. Tea time equals dinner time equals main evening meal. See, now you say dinner, but I think you mean dinner Australia. I think Australian dinner is the same as the United States dinner, which is the last meal of the day. The only reason that I know this is Lord of the Rings, because of hobbits. Dinner, supper, afternoon tea, Levensies. That's the only reason I know this. All right, let's. I was gonna do 0, 1, 0. So let's see. Let's do another 0. Although we're getting a little low on. We may need to do some more boostage. Let's turn off all boosted things except for that metal. It depends on which part of the UK you're from. See, you guys can't even decide within your own country. As a Yorkshire man, tea time is 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Well, because see, that's when I would eat dinner, which is the last meal of the day for me. Tea time, I did, if I had to, gun to my head, before this conversation, if you said, what is your best guess for when tea time is in the UK, I would have said like 4:30. I don't know why I think that. Maybe Downton Abbey for all I know, or Sherlock. My wife watches a lot of UK television. Yeah, Aussie dinner's around 6. Yeah, exactly. Us too. Australian dinner, final meal of the day. Hey, Omega Vixens. Supper is a small snack before bed. Okay. All right. Well, when's your biggest meal of the day, Horsey Mart? As a Yorkshire man, like, where are you getting the majority of your calories? Like, when, like, if you're gonna like have like a, you know, a big meal. Right? What is that going to be? Noon. So, okay. So that's... So you're... Middle of the day. All right. And then do you eat at tea time? 4:30 to 7. How high up are we? Pretty high up. Maybe we should do a 2 after this. I want to do a 2. Small snack at tea time. Well, listen, everybody in the United States is different. You know, I eat differently than like my parents do, and we have the exact same culture in the exact same state. The South, they do things drastically different than somebody in New York would be. But I would say, on average, breakfast and lunch, which is the noon meal, which you would call dinner, are smaller than what we would call dinner, which is your tea time. Now, I know plenty of people that eat huge lunches and small dinners. I'm not saying it's universal by any means. For me, when I'm fasting, when I'm intermittent fasting, I skip breakfast and lunch because I'm less hungry than I am around my dinner time, which is after work. Okay? You go to work, you come home, you eat the big meal. That's how at least I've traditionally done it. Let's do some clearing here. Clog clear. We're gonna run clog clear for a short amount of time. 15 more seconds. Okay. I think it's because more people are around at tea time and it's more social. Well, same, that's dinner for us. More people are around. All right, Hunter, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad I was your first experience with a live stream and you enjoyed it. Well, in the US, you can't decide what pizza is because every place has its own style. No nation is a monolith. How terribly boring and stale that would be. Well, it's not about can't decide. I don't, as you said, I don't think we should decide. And again, California and New York are as far apart. Here, let's do this. California pizza and New York pizza. You use pizza as an example, and I think that that's a perfectly good example. California and New York. All right, let's do this. Can we here? I just in case something pops up that I don't want you guys to see, like, you know, where I live exactly. Let's do Google Earth. Let's make an example here. What's this? I just want a Google Earth map. I don't want a project. What is this? Start exploring? Okay, fine. I think we're good here. Can I get a measuring? All right, nothing on here that is fine. All right, so we're gonna measure. We're gonna say center of California. On measure, son. Center of California to New York, 4,000 kilometers. Okay, so we're talking about pizza. I don't think you could get two separate different things, or something called the same thing, pizza, and yet get two separate different versions of that still called pizza than if you ordered pizza in New York and you ordered pizza in your average Californian like restaurant. Now, does California have New York style pizza? Yes. Okay. But it's not typically the pizza that we eat. It's 4,000 kilometers. Still in the same country. Let's take a little trip, shall we? Over here to the United Kingdom. And let's go smack dab in the middle of the United Kingdom. And let's see how far away 4,000 kilometers is, shall we? I mean, is this Kazakhstan? Yes. Past Georgia. Past Armenia. Okay, we're into Iraq. We're into Iran. Past Syria, past Jordan, past Israel, solidly into Egypt. Okay, so when you say Americans can't decide on what pizza is, there's no expectation that the United Kingdom and Iraq can agree on the same kinds of food, because there's that much distance between them. It's the same from California and New York. That's the only point that I'm trying to make. Also, I needed time for my iron plates to rehydrate. Okay, let's do a 2-band. All right, so let's change this. Yeah, 2, 2, 3. Let's change it. In fact, actually, let's move all of these down one. I've got a feeling these need to be down one. Maybe. True pizza is Italian, as it was invented. Perhaps. I say pizza is whatever I say it is. But I'm a contrarian American, so You know, that's just me. I mean, we have the same stuff in the United States, right? I say I'm going to a barbecue. If somebody from, you know, the South hears me say that, they have a completely different picture in their mind of what that means. Versus, you know, somebody, you know, and that's probably see what there's also cookout, but we don't really use that term cookout in California as often, really at all. So it's not just a, you know, I actually like the idea that different words have different meanings, and, you know, as Eye in the Sky said, that it would be boring if it didn't, right? Texas barbecue. Yeah, I'm actually, I didn't take any pictures tonight, but I'm cooking a brisket right now, Texas style. My daughter's birthday is tomorrow. There's going to be people at my house in 9 hours. Let me see if I have a nice picture for you guys. I think I took some pictures of the last one. Maybe. I don't have them. That's not brisket food. It's different food. Let me get a good one for you guys, and I'll throw it on the. Oh god! Found it. So this I'm gonna share a couple pictures on the Discord. This was actually a cook that I did that was a Texas style brisket, but I turned it into not corned beef, pastrami. I turned it into pastrami. Basically, I brined it for 2 weeks. So it's got a reddish tint to it. That is because I made it pastrami. So I'm not doing that today, but these are the pictures that I found, so I'll show these to you guys. Where's my Discord? Where are you? Where are you hiding? There you are. This was a couple months ago that I did this. So there you go. It's got the pastrami, like cracked mustard seeds and stuff on the outside. This is me cutting into it. It's got the that thick smoke ring. Part of the red is because of the smoke ring. Part is because it's pastrami. There you go. It's very juicy, very, very good. Super smoky. The best pastrami that I've ever eaten. Having said that, I haven't eaten pastrami at Cat's Deli, so maybe it's better. But this was so good. And this was with a pellet smoker. This wasn't even with a full offset smoker. Although I do have a full offset smoker. I just haven't really... Some of that fat's a little unrendered. Okay, the fat should really be fully rendered. So this was a little bit of a miss on my part. We needed a little bit better fat render in there. Yeah, I mean, overall, I would say I'm like 80% happy with this. Still very good, not perfect. Still the best pastrami I've ever had. So there you go. That's the kind of stuff that I cook. And I've got a pastrami going literally right now. Not a pastrami, a brisket going literally right now. In fact, let me bring up the... my pellet smoker has a... I actually forgot. I was supposed to be keeping an eye on the temp. It's on right now. Yeah, it's chilling at 230 degrees. So, and I'll check on it before I go to bed. After the stream, before you go to bed. Robust, thank you for the follow. So yeah, that's what's happening. Like I said, it's my daughter's birthday tomorrow. The editor of this channel. And we're gonna be doing smash burgers too. We got a lot of good veggies that we're making. Hot dogs for the kids. Brisket and smash burger. Steel beams? That's not good. It's not good at all. It's really bad. That's a problem. That's a problem that needs to be looked at. I don't mind that steel beams are coming in slowly. I have a problem that it looks like steel beams aren't coming in at all. That's bad, okay? So we're gonna head up and look. It actually goes back to Roman times pizza. Of course it does. But you know what? I'm gonna put pineapple on that and enjoy it. Because I'm American and you can't stop me. And you know what's worse? I'm gonna call it pizza. Alright, there's something up with this, and I have a feeling that I know what it is. So we're gonna see. Is this empty? It's empty. Yeah, it's not good. Let's track this and make sure it's not stuck somewhere. But I have a feeling that our factory isn't making it. That there's a little something wrong with the factory. It's probably right here. Just making sure that there's not a belting mistake. I don't think that there probably is, but before we go to another factory, I want to make sure that there isn't a belt tuning state. It should be going there, and it's not. So it means that we're not getting the production overflow that we need of steel beams at our steel factory. Oh my gosh, those are gonna be massive towers. Look at those fatties. We got steel pipes coming down. No steel beams. Alright, why are we not getting steel beams? That is the question. So do we have an error? Do we have a flow problem? Alright, steel beams should be in one of these little side projects. Stators, it's low on wire. That's not great. More wire problems. I don't like these yellow lights. More wire problems. More wire problems. We definitely have a wire routing issue. Modular frames are doing fine. Case industrials are doing great. All right, next floor. Well, there's none up here. All right, well, where did I decide to build? Did I sneak him in here? I did. So here's our issue. We're missing coal. We're missing coal. Oh my God, I know why. I think. I changed over some stuff and this never got changed. Not enough fuel. He ran out of fuel. Coal drop off. Where does he go? Shard coal input? What? No. TC coal supply. Tyrell Corporation coal supply. He's not getting fuel at the Tyrell Corporation coal supply. You're landed. You ran out of fuel here. If he could have made it over, he would have gotten fuel there, because I did fix that eventually. This just never got fixed. I wish it would show me all the fuels. There it is. In the meantime, we have some coal for the naughty boys and girls. We do. Yeah, so I broke the fuel supply for those temporarily, and I thought that once I fixed it, it would be fine, but he got stuck. There's some wire supply issues with this factory in general. I don't know if I made an error. At least our steel beams are going to be fixed. That was actually a really easy fix. I'm concerned, though, about wire supply. And we're getting boatloads of wire. I wonder if it's actually jittery or if it's just a visual jitter. You know it's going to be a great day when you wake up to some construction. Well, welcome aboard. X-Duder, good morning all. Good morning. Yeah, good morning to you. Calibrating. All right, let's see what this says when it's done calibrating. I don't know how accurate these things are, but I'm trying to see if there's a jitter in that or if it's flowing and it's just a visual thing. Well, it says 780. I wonder if it's something as simple as the fact that I maybe get this wrong. In a really bad position to second guess myself. These are chronically short. I wonder if I did it wrong. Sorry, I kind of went into Narnia there for a second here, and I did it again. And now I'm lost in the walls. There's a door out of here if I can find it. All right, we got it. I have a feeling that I have a wrong setting, and it's causing a major problem. And I think I know exactly what it is. I think we need to be overflowing this other direction. I think I mixed this up. I think this needs to go any, and then this needs to go overflow. And it backs up. When it backs up, then it sends. I think that's the way it should have been. I restarted from phase 3 because I didn't have the alternate cast screw recipe, but it was worth it because I got you got it on your second hard drive. Nice. Do you know the trick, Pezza, that you actually don't need to pick your hard drives? You can hold them, and that reduces the number of possible hard drive options that you have until you find what you want. Look at all my hard drives still that I have yet to choose. All right, basically, if I'm looking for something, I only grab it if I actively want the recipe. Otherwise, I just let it sit there. Because then when I'm continuing to look for whatever it is I'm looking for, then I know that fine concrete and copper rotor will not come up in a future hard drive because it's sitting already right there. So if I'm looking for, cast screws or whatever the case may be, it removes these two from the pool, and it will speed up the chances for which I get my recipe twice as fast, because if I picked fine concrete, then copper rotor would go back into the pool. What are you using to stream? It looks so clear and smooth. There's a lot of answers to that question. I have a side streaming computer that does the encoding for me, but I also have a 5090 as my main gaming computer. So both of those things together are causing this smooth setup. Or just spend a day and go get 100 all recipes 100%. Well, the problem with that is that you can get all the recipes for tier 1 or tier 4 or phase 1 or phase 2, but then you have to go get a bunch more later. So it's still good not to grab them necessarily unless you're going to use them, because then they'll pop up as a possible you won't you'll have to maybe get them again later. I don't know. I don't think there's necessarily a use for all of the you don't need to necessarily have them all or need them all. And I don't want to do that much exploring. I want to do the least amount of exploring as possible. But, you know, every man is different. All right, are these all green? Honestly, I think I made a mistake there. You got a beefy boy absolute beast. Yeah, I did. I went out and I got one this year. I needed an I didn't need an upgrade. Let me be clear. I did not need to upgrade my older computer. I did this in May of this year, by the way. I did, however, need a second computer. Minikin is editing constantly, and we could not edit on this computer because I am usually on this computer for my own 9 to 5 job, as well as, of course, streaming. And so we needed a second computer in order for her to do editing. And because I needed a second computer, I decided to give her my old one and upgrade for myself. So I didn't necessarily need an upgrade, but since I needed a second computer, I was going to get the upgrade while I did it. We've been distracted, guys. We've been distracted from our goal of building the other factory, but we are getting better wire usage here, I think. That's jittering, huh? You know, some Mark 6 belts would make a lot of these problems go away. There's a flaw here. I'm gonna fix it right now. There is a flaw. Those right there were causing this to back up and not supply at 780. Now, it's not happening as often as I thought it was, but it's still happening. There's a bottleneck on this one. That little bit over time getting stuck down in the machines. You know, and I bet you something similar is happening with all of these. As I see this little jittering. And that's not good. Okay, this one's fine. Okay, he's gonna be fine. He's fine. It does look like jittering, but I don't think it is. Alright, so he's fine. Let's check these other ones real quick. Are there any shenanigans? No, because look what I did here. This is gonna run at full bore and not have any problems. We have a priority merger now. Probably unnecessary, but makes me feel better knowing that it's here. All right, let's check the other. That is awesome, boss. Thank you. All right, this one's okay too. Yeah, I don't know if these two changes that I made regarding the wire are enough. Or what's going on with this, but it's better than it was, and really the tool that will make all these problems go away for me is actually the Mark 6 belt. So as long as I'm not having any like extremely egregious issues, you know, working towards the Mark 6 belt is probably going to be the best bet. Yeah, see, we're not quite getting the wire we need here. What is that? What is this? Why do you have 0? You have 300 and you have 0? That is a mechanical issue. I don't understand that. Supposed to be getting 200 wire per minute out of this. We're definitely not. I think this is the last piece of the puzzle here. And I think I know what's causing this. Is this from a 780 line? Well, 520. It's 540. It's 760, all right. We're definitely not getting 540 out of this. I think I know what that is. It's the combo supply from the shard. It's this. I think we're not making enough wire to this one. Should we get 400 wire? Per minute. All right, let's explore this for a minute here. I want to see how we're doing. It's this one. Let's use our little tool. And let's see if we can get a ballpark here. It says calibrating. It needs to say 400 wire. Still calibrating. It's a little hard to see. Sorry. It's going down. We need that little bar to finish. There we go. It ain't no 400, that's for sure. And over time, this is going to add up, and we're going to have a shortage. Now, what is getting the shortage? Motors? Not the end of the world, okay? It's really not the end of the world, but we're short. So, how about we tackle that? Be, this is backwards, so 7.5, 517 and a half. That's how much should be in there. We certainly ain't getting that. Lost him. I think it's you. That's you. You the last one to get fed here? What's this? This is a balancer. It's like a 3-to-1 balancer. I mean, this guy's plugged up. Oh, okay, that's why he's plugged up. Nobody look. How much wire is this using? 60, 60, 60, 60. So 240 off to 780. 640. And then we're getting 2/3 of it. Or 26. Right, that's what we're doing here, right? I wish I'd made better notes. How much wire are we intending to send back home? DJ Goldie, Construction. Hello, I'm lurking again. Wondering when do you switch between using smelters for ore bars and when do you just use refineries for the same job? Pretty much depends on whether or not I want to deal with fluid. If I have an ore shortage and I'm okay with using fluid, I would go ahead and use the wet concrete or the pure versions. It's really whether or not I feel like using fluid. And if you're comfortable using fluid and you don't have any problems with it, no, I mean, and you're near water, I would say use it. We need 780 times 3 minus 3520. I think it's only 400 because I think we're doing 3 times 780 minus 3520. No, 4 times 780. I think it's 400. And what's 2/3 of? It's 426. Should be fine. Now, are we sending? Yeah, 4 times 780. This should work. All right, I am currently on 2,500 hours-ish in game. Never done a full playthrough due to something getting overwhelming and whatnot. This time confident, so I'm going. Yeah, 4 times 780 plus this bad boy. Super slow. Currently setting up my first nuclear plant from the first node in the water. Desert spot, the node up top of the insanely high rock. Nice, though I've never done nuclear. And that it does look complicated. Not that I think it's too complicated or anything like that. I just with the rocket fuel, I'm pretty confident that I can, get what I need power wise out of that. So yeah, I think this still is not quite perfect, but I think until I get a Mark 6 belt, this is as good as it can be. And I do think that we solved the problem that we came here to solve, and we made another problem reduced. We reduced the intensity of another problem. So I'm feeling good. To fully solve that last problem, I think I need a Mark 6 belt to do it right. Because of the way I set this up, I kind of set myself up for failure using Mark 5 belts alone. But it's limping along, I think, okay. I do think we're sending more. Let's check our indicator line. And if you're a new player watching this and reading build bigger, always build bigger than what you need. Yeah. And it's part of the game. It's fun. Now remember, this was like at 230 or something. What is it now? 360? Let's build another one and see what it looks like recalibrated. All right, let's give this a second. What do we want? We want 420. Or we want 780 minus 240 divided by, times 0.666666667. That's only 360. Why is my math not mathing? Here's the 240. $37.20 minus 4 times 780. 600. You should have 600 wire left over. But I'm only getting 360 out. This is not good. Why? Who's got my extra wire? I think this 360 is correct. It makes sense to me. Well, it's correct, but it's not what we want. That's also perhaps an issue. Let's see. I think the problem is here. I feel like we're making 5 times 780. $60 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 420. Got 2 floors of wire. There's some things that are not adding up here. Okay, they're not all 60. Okay, that's my problem. Okay. So 5 times 120 plus 60. No, 6. That's our 780. So this is 4 times 780. In theory, this should be 4 times 780. We have a bit of a Caterium shortage. That's why I did this. The real problem is here. 4 times 780. It's 31. We're missing. Or 5. 3,900. 780 minus 240. It's 5. What do we need again? $35.20. $35.20 minus 780 minus 780 minus 780 minus 780. 400. I need 400. Getting 360. I think my split is just shit. $780 minus 240 for the cable. I just need to pull 140 out of there. I need 400. I got 540 on this line. There's 540 on this line right here. Pure Caterium ingots is always worthwhile out there's water in the vicinity. I have 3 pure Caterium ingots in my build, and likewise Caterium wire is the best wire recipe. 3 pure Caterium ingot factories, that is, yeah. That's what we're using here, Caterium wire. All right, so we got 540. This makes sense. Here's my problem. It's this thing. I am doing a shitty job. We're only moving 30. I'm see what I'm doing here. Everything's going into the bottom, and it's being split evenly 3 ways. 2 of those splits are being added up and put back in here. So what are we doing? We have 540 times 0.6666667, 360. What did I say? I need 400. I need 400 going into this. Now, what I could do I could do a little overflow and go over to that, but let's not. How do we go from 540 down to 400? What can we do? What kind of magic can we do? 140. We do a Mark 2, that's 120, and then a 3-way split of a Mark 1. That's 20. All right, let's do it. First thing we're going to do is we're going to temporarily route That was ugly as shit. But that's okay. So down here, you get the 140. And he gets the 400. Can we get to 400 easier? It's the same thing. All right. Let's get rid of this. Start with a merger. Splitter. It's a programmable splitter. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. I'm trying to do this all in my head all at once. This has to be Mark 1. Nope, it's wrong. I don't need this. This. Okay, this is this one. No, I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, that comes out. That goes down to there. That's fine. This needs to be a Mark II. Mark 1, Mark 2, and then the rest goes in there. Yes. Okay, we've got a splitter. Two. One. Okay, and then I wish you didn't do that. I wish you didn't do that to me. And crap. And then 1, 2. Okay, you're gonna come out here. Okay. All right, so let's run through this. We have 540 coming in here. We are splitting this into 3 different chunks. A Mark II and a Mark I and everything else. Now, I could take this and I will go ahead and I will actually change this over. I don't think it's necessary, but I'm gonna change this over to a smart splitter. And I'm gonna go any overflow. All right, what this will make sure is that the Mark II and the Mark I are sure to get filled first. All right, and so let's run our math. A Mark II plus a Mark I is 180. Now, we are splitting this Mark I 3 ways. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Now, these don't have to be Mark I's, but we'll make them Mark I's. So 60 is going in a Mark I, and it's getting split 3 ways: 20, 20, 20. As you can see, one of the 20s is getting added to the 120. This 120 is getting added to the 20, and now we're getting 140 down here at the bottom. 540 goes in. We're pulling out 120. We're pulling out 60. Okay, so that means we've got 540 minus 160, 380. but we're adding in the 20 and the 20. That's our 420. Should be 400. Where's my mistake? That's my mistake. We're doing a 120. Well, it would have been easier if I just did this. Minus 120, minus 60. There we go. So the Mark II is the one down here at the bottom, and it's the 120. And the Mark I is the one in the middle. It's the 60. And then we're splitting that 60 that we're subtracting out into 3 pieces, and we're putting 2 of them back. That's the plus 20, the plus 20. So we have 400. Now I have 400 running into this hole. And if we look at our needs in our factory here, we need 3520. 3520. 3520. Now we are feeding it 4 instances of 780, but do you see what's left over? What else do we need? 400. That's the 400, and we were only getting, well, we were getting substantially less than 360 when we started, but then we were only giving it 360 once I kind of I'm fudging here for sure. There should be no summer sloops in this line. I put some summer sloops in because there's a shortage of Caterium ore, which I don't want to fix right now. We can fix the Caterium ore later, pull out those summer sloops. All right, but right now, see that? We're missing some Caterium ore, and so it's causing a shortage. So I am cheating until I find the willpower and the time to fix it. So this should now say 400, and it does. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Now, if we head over here, may take a little time, but I think it's worth it. Let's head over here and let's check on that manifolding motor blueprint at the end of the line, and he should be slowly filling up. EU Commission is supporting Stop Killing Games. It's the removal of digital games and the offline service they offer to play them. Yeah, Horsey Mart. Yeah, that's true. X-Dude, I feel like Dora Explorer right now, getting all the Mercer spheres and sloops I can. Nice. It is to stop studios from using games from their respective network that they keep or sold. Yes. Gazalanche. Here's a question about your mega build. Naturally sourced shards from mapping slugs. Reckon, will you use all of them? Yeah, probably. But you can make slugs in the game at Endgame. Mark 5 belts is the main goal, then turbo rocket fuel plant for power, then Mark 6 belts. Spot on the name. It sometimes takes me a while. All right, let's head up. Let's find that the motor blueprint at the end of the world. It's like the restaurant at the end of the universe. All those are green lights. When we got here, these were all yellow, and we have fixed some items, fixed some flow problems, fixed many of it issue. All right, here's our problem child. He was not getting enough wire. Okay, and if we track this backwards, there was just not enough wire happening. And it's because this is the end of a long line of manifolding wire. And our flow of wire here is perhaps See, I still don't think we're getting 200 wire per minute out of here. Let's see. Let's see what it says. It's close. I gotta give it that. It's in the realm. It's right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've just been doing the Dora thing too, but for slugs mostly. And once I sleuth them, I can't see my regular building using them all. Oh, you're saying? Okay, sorry. I'm now hearing what you're saying. You're saying slooping the slugs. You should absolutely sloop your slugs. I'll put that on my t-shirt. Always sloop your slugs. It's 10 a.m. Are you slooping your... It's 10 p.m. at night. Are you slooping your slugs? We were at about 200, and then we started dropping the ball there. There we go. Now we're coming back up. Roll them into power things? Yeah, but you do it with the summer sloop. So when you summer sloop anything, it doubles the output without doubling the input. All right, and so I'll go ahead and make one right now for you. So one blue power. Let's not do blue. Let's do the regular one. Actually, I'm not going to do that because for reasons, but. Yeah, one blue power slug. Instead of making one power shard, he makes 2 power shards. So you get double the shards out of the same slug. All right. So I'm convinced that that's putting out the appropriate amount of wire. Maybe there's just some massive manifolding that is still taking place. Let's see if we're getting 420. 420. These throughput monitors are nice. Anyway, I've slooped enough slugs this evening and need some sleep. Love the build. Enjoy your stream. Catch you next time, Ken. Well, thank you for stopping by. I mean, this needs to be 420. It's right there. Celestial Citadel runs something else through first, like biomass, because the first run with the sloop won't apply it, but you can change the recipe in the machine, and the sloop will still be active and not reset. Celestial, that is exactly why I said for a second, like, oh, I'll do this, I'll show you. And then I was like, actually, no, never mind. I didn't want to have to deal with that. You are correct. The very first one that you put through of anything, it will not double it. So you got to be careful what you run through the first time. Okay. All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to go up there, and we are going to force... Oh, it's almost there. Look at it. We're going to force or help the process on of manifolding. We are playing with nature here, speeding the manifold process up because I want to make sure that we get 140 out of this. At least close. Because this guy right here is the last, he's the end of all the wire, and he was not getting enough. And we've made these adjustments this last hour. We got kind of sidetracked because there were problems in this factory. By the way, there's still problems. We're not getting any iron ingots. Oh, there's a big hit. Not really the 140 that we're looking for. I mean, that's better. All right. All right. Let's tackle this. This is actually why we came here, is because our steel beams weren't getting made, and we need them for the factory that we're making. So what the heck, steel beams? We're not making the iron ingots that we need. Math ain't mathin'. 305? Oh no, it's this bro. There ain't no 310 coming out of here. $750? I don't think so, Tim. Yeah, this is a major problem. Definitely have an iron ingot shortage. Ooh. Don't die now. Let's check our trains. Is it a raw supply issue, or are we stacked down here? I mean, we're not stacked. We have a train issue. Or something. I mean, these are not running out. So we don't really have a train issue. Because we're rebalancing them. Okay. We don't have a train issue because, well, we gonna run out? Okay, we do. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These should be stuttering enough for these to fill up. I wonder if that's throwing it off. It is. Okay, I know what's happening. What is this? This is UT2. I know what's happening. All right, so the train schedule in general is being slowed down because I made a change that was not necessary. Because we're bringing enough copper, that train setting slowed everything down. To the pace of the copper's needs, when the iron needs it to be hitting faster. And the delays are causing iron to be delivered over time slower, and we've lost our pace, and we're running out of iron. What number is this? 4. So I fixed 2 and 4. Now in the future, they're not going to wait, and everything will arrive 90 seconds faster. Times 4. I wonder if this is why we're not getting the Caterium that we need. It's probably the same problem. But maybe not. Looks like things are flowing okay. We need to fix 2 more trains. Is that empty? Or did it just already did it already load? Looks fine. Train just got here. So I fixed 2 and 4, so this should be either 1 or 3. And then we'll just have to fix the other one. This is 3. All right, we'll just wait for train number 1, and hopefully we can get back to work. Well, what am I tweaking? Just woke up. I was not producing, my steel factory was not producing enough steel beams to keep up with the amount of windows that I need to build for the new factory. And so we went to look, okay, why is it not building steel beams? And we've kind of been running through a debugging process to kind of clean up some of the flow and some of the interactions between the shard and the United Tower, or the basics factory and the steel factory. And I located an issue with a setting that I made to this train station that was unnecessary and causing a problem. Basically, it was causing the trains to be timed on the slowest resource, which is, see, it's still taking away copper ore, and that's fine that it's taking it away. But because it was timing itself out based on the needs of the copper ore, the iron ore is getting the ball dropped. So the entire rotation was taking 90 seconds longer because I had that change put in, and so the iron is getting shorted. That's one problem. But then we had another problem where we weren't getting any coal. And both of these problems together were making it so that our This is number 1. Yeah. Our steel beams weren't getting completed, and while we were there, we fixed another problem with the wire, because we weren't getting the right amounts of wire into the steel factory. And so we fixed that by going over to the shard, fixing up a couple little things, and making sure that enough was being transferred. Now see, this guy should now immediately leave. Yes, before his setup was he waited for 90 seconds and then left. And because every train was waiting for 90 seconds, that means the overall round trip took an additional 90 seconds, and that was too long. We were running out of iron. So hopefully now we should be okay. And with a good, nice, long supply, so we're feeding 7 belts with 8 belts. All right, and so our little setup here should slowly back up, and it is. And when it does completely back up, then these will start to back up, and then we'll have that headroom that we need for when these belts shut off to load. But we need to have, see, this is backing up, and it's perfect. This should. Simrian, I love these troubleshooting types of issues. It's the main fun of the game for me, dealing with the problems. Yeah, and there's some of them are so subtle, you know, and they're nearly impossible to figure out ahead of time, you know? I mean, you can do all the planning in the world, but some of these, like, they're just subtle issues. And then you're like, oh yeah, well, of course, right? It looks so easy in retrospect. And sometimes you just make a mistake. You know, you think you built a belt, and you didn't. You know, you did the math wrong somewhere. You know, you fat figured something. All right, so here, see, he's already delivering, which is great. Now this will cut off. All right, but let's see. Do we have enough in the bin to survive the cutoff time without interruption? See, our backups that we have built in are they running out? The backups are running out. Oh, there they go. They ran out. So we need more time for backing up. But that's much less than it was before, and I do want to make sure that this is working. So again, we're feeding 8 780s into 7 780s. Now, by the way, let's check. Do we actually need exactly 7 780s? What do we need? Like, is it okay that it runs dry for a little bit? Because it might be okay. We need 50 56. 50 56. So 50 56 divided by 780. See, 6.5. So we're fine. We should be good at this point. We can survive a very small amount of time running dry. And that was a very small amount of time. And we've got a nice full backup here. I'd love to see the next. Are we stuttering finally? Yes. Okay, so we're stuttering a little bit there. We've got a little bit in the bin. We should have some over here too. Yeah, good amount. All right, so now when this next train comes, okay, and he's here. Let's see if he can cut off the supply to the 8, but supply flow through the 7 doesn't run dry. Okay, it's cut. We're loading. We have some, there we go. That one's now run out. We still have a little bit here. Still kind of trying to hold on and feed what can be fed. They haven't run out yet. He's still holding on. They're starting to run dry. They're not totally dry. There it is. I mean, that's pretty good. And I think that we are winning the battle here over time. And so that's a win for me, I think. Let's go check out the iron production machines, because I think we fixed our flow. Where's the hole out of here? It's over here. Party merger is so important for the game. Oh, yeah. Indeed, wait till you get to phase 5. I know. All right, so we want all green on this floor. No yellow on this floor. Yellow on this floor is very, very bad. All right, just manifold. And there's so much manifold that it's very possible that things have been working okay. We just haven't gotten what we need yet. Imagine having a skyscraper but no elevator. Hey, this was supposed to have a hypertube, but then I didn't do it. All right, so it's not an architect. Sorry, it's not an architect issue. It's the construction company did not follow instructions. %, 34%. Yeah, so this was 80, but this is fully packed. This was 58, but it's fully packed. All right, this is getting there. So we're back in the black here. Let's check on our friends, the steel beams. Are you on this floor? You are not. You are on the next floor. Yeah, you're glad they've been added to the game and you're incorporating them all into your builds? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. All right. See, we were out of ingots here and we're back in back for the win. I do not like how I don't like that. Dumping wire. See, now there's no wire. It's a bad design. It's poor design. Priority merger. Priority merger. Here you go. Now that gap's getting filled with, wasn't a very big one. It's just a little buffer. Okay. Just a little buffer. This is probably a better solution. Well, no. Not necessarily. Because that may back all the way up. All right. All right, this way is pretty good. Now, if we have too much, fine. If this buffer fills all the way up, fine. Then it'll dump it. All right, let's check on our steel beams. Where are they? Are they on this floor? So much wire. Yeah, it's 4,000 wire per minute. This factory is eating. Okay, who's our boy at the end of the line? It's you. And you were all yellow not too long ago. So you're finally getting the wire that you need. It's still trickling in, you're not quite there. But starting to get there. Starting to manifold? Yes, we are. We're starting to manifold, baby. Lots of little changes to get us here. Okay, what I want to find is these guys. So these guys are still not being produced. This is why we came here. Iron ingots. We're still not getting the iron ingots that we need. We need 688. Looks like we're getting 407. Little bit of a problem, you might say. All right, let's check our iron ingots. Yes, because no screws. All makes sense when you think about it. You know what? I bet you it's a shit ton of manifolding. That's probably what it is, right? Just massive amounts of iron ore manifolding. Well, let's come down here and let's make sure we're making that all the iron ore is, or all the iron ingots. Are we all green here? Do we still have yellow? Wow, we have massive yellow. Not good. Not good, guys. Not good. I thought we were past this. Hey, you're green down there. That's fine. All fine and dandy. But you're not getting any. Oh, there you go. There you go. A little late there, sir. A little late, you might say. What if there's some flaws with my logic? Like, I bet you if we put a buffer in here just like we did before. Can I pump up the ore? Yeah, from the yeah, I could if I need that. Beefar. I don't think I need to from the pyramid. Is it possible to pipe fuel, oil, etc. vertically with pumps? Yes. Hold on. My YouTube chat bugged. I don't know how long it's been bugged. How much chat have I missed? DJ. Not too much. DJ Goldie, I missed your at of construction there. Is it possible to obtain stacked miner output using trains and trucks? Order of parts per minute will end up being 1,100. Just an example, always oversupply raw resources, especially water. Mass close to 90% of the amount being transported. It's possible to get 1 or 2% higher, but it's best to calculate 90-95%. I don't agree. I don't think you need to overdo water. You can get 600 out of the water. With the trains and the trucks. You just have to overflow correctly. You can get what you send. That's what the bins are for. Not overflow correctly. You have to store it correctly. You don't have to oversupply. You can supply. You can get 100%, even with water, even with 600 pipes. You can do it. Is it easier, and do you provide more room for error if you don't? Sure. But you can do it. So, I think what we should do here it feels so good slooping purple slugs. It does. Yeah, it ran dry there, didn't it? Now, you know, it'd be interesting to see. What does this say we're getting? In terms of throughput. It's not really saying where did I know where to find it on the truck. Oh, right here. 1420. 1420. 3640. 1405. What do we need? Right? 5056. So two 1420s, 1350, and 1405. $55.95. We're getting plenty. We need 5,000. We're get the train itself is saying we're getting 5,600. Now, in terms of the train shutting off, that's why we are going 8 belts to 7 belts, so that we have overage for the train shutting off. When this train gets here, we should not run dry. Although this one's already running dry, which is not a good thing, actually. Now, that may be a problem. See, this is the first indication that we might have a small problem at the tower, at the pyramid. Yeah, these are... should not be running that dry, actually. I don't even know. Is there going to be even room for him? Let's hold him. I messed up all the trains. Doing what I did, and I'm kind of suffering. Times 4. All right. Last thing I want is it taking them away. And I can't just use the other trick because of the copper. This copper is being oversupplied. So what could I do? I could reduce the supply going into the copper back at the base and then use that. I could do that. What if I send another train? Problem is, if I send too many trains, then that's too many breaks. You know what the solution here is? A Mark 6 belt. Mark 6 belts are the solution here. This should work. Theoretically, this should work with Mark 5 belts, but the Mark 6 would fix it. It's hard to get the trains to arrive exactly when you need them to. Especially when you do things like break all the trains. See, now this guy, this should be enough. Yeah, this will be enough. It's gonna be close. Yeah, he's good. Now this is full, right? This better be full. Okay, it's full. And here's the other thing. I had this fully saturated and fat with ore while everything was turned off, and then I made a change that drained it all. And so up until this point, I didn't have a good stress test. I can make a train just for iron. It's not a bad idea. I could also take one of the trains and not load any copper on one of the trains. Like turn one of the existing 4 trains into an iron-only train. That has its downsides. It's not a bad possible solution if I wanted to go the route of the self-correcting trains. Mark 6 will back up the buffer quick enough for sure. Yeah. Basically, we Mark 6 into these. And by the way, we could also send a little bit more. See, yeah, see, this is... It's barely... This one probably won't be enough. He's probably going to leave with iron... Oh, man, it's so close. It's going to make it. Look at that. Just barely. So, yeah... A Mark 6 would make it so that this would definitely be empty by the time the heat came. And if there was more in the storage, then this would not run out. And basically, then we could send another train. Still, though, we don't exactly need 7 belts. We need 6.5. So that little loss there sucks. But it's not necessarily a deal breaker. But that does seem like too much. I just want some steel. I came over here for steel beams 2 hours ago. We did fix so many problems, though. No matter what, we are in a much better place than we were. Yeah. We're just not there yet. It's top guy gets the short end of the stick for sure. Is there a way that we can maybe buffer this? Yeah, I think we make a buffer here, just like we did before with the other one, to just take the edge off of the worst of this. Okay. See, that's much more efficient. Now this stores it up, because when this needs the extra ore, is very unlikely to be the time that this has the extra ore. And so what this does is it makes it so that regardless of when this line has extra ore, it will have it ready for whenever this line needs the extra ore. This is a very subtle thing here. In theory, you could just go, okay, well, you know, he has too much, he has too little, I'll just overflow to him to even it out. But what was really happening is this was backing up, and he wasn't getting what he needed. So now, since we've been watching, and since we fixed this, this is just slowly building up. And now we have a guaranteed that both of these will be full. Whereas we were getting massive, ooh, hey, could we make this even better? Priority mergers make so many things possible. It's still an iron supply. We were doing well, and then the overall iron supply decided to take a shit. See, it's another train delivery. Okay, let's quit messing around, because I think that we need another train. But if we send another train, then our delay will be too much. I took a little bit of a risk with my setup there. Is coal insufficient supply? It wasn't, but now it is. So let's put eyeballs on it. Should be in here, right? Yeah. Nope, that's that one. It's over here. Coal is insufficient supply. This is the end of the line for extra iron ingots. We are doing almost manifolding. I mean, we are manifolding here. What if, okay. What if, oh, well, we need 4, oh, that's the wire. Hey, we're getting there. There is a little bit better way to do this. I'm doing an extreme manifolding here with smart splitters. If I just do a regular manifold, it means that it means that everybody will get a little screwed instead of these guys never getting screwed and those guys always getting screwed. Okay, at least we'll get something. All right, and then, you know, if we have to come back with a Mark 6 belt and make some of those other problems go away, then so be it. Either way, the manifolding, if the manifolding was going to work the other way, it will work this way. It will just not be quite so extreme. Yeah, just one more should do the trick. I'm worried about, though, how many times that the belt gets shut off. Adding another train won't help if the belts get shut off too often. That's what I'm worried about, J Fox. I'm going to do it here too. This is one motor blueprint set right here above us. And if the motors are a little off, I don't care as much as the steel plates here. But at least we're making something. By the way, I see nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's fine. I didn't do anything. All right, let's get back to making our factories. When we get the Mark 6 belts to kind of clean up some of these things that I didn't engineer correctly, there are fixes with a Mark 5 belt, but I'd rather just wait for the Mark 6 and clean up our throughput issues that way. Do we have some steel beams in the we do. We have some. We had literally 0 before. So. Oh my God, these look at it. It's gonna look so good. Look at it, it looks so good. Okay, let's get back to this. I'm excited for these. We took a very small how do you replace something like a splitter without having to rebuild it? Control. Now there are some limitations, but splitters to smart splitters work in all instances, and mergers back and forth between regular and power priority, they work in all instances, I believe. So even when they have full belts on them, if you were to go with Smart Splitter, you could just hit Control, and it will replace it. Okay. Now, obviously, you cannot replace a merger with the Smart Splitter because the inputs and the outputs don't line up. They're not going to work. But you can replace a merger with a priority merge. Well, apparently not. Yep, there you go. Okay. By the way, you can do that with walls. Okay, I have a basic wall here, but let's say, hey, you know what? I'm thinking instead, it would look great if we put a window there. It replaced the wall with the window. It did not build a window in the same place as the wall, because we can see through it. I believe this will not be a problem, although it stops several times. It will fill it faster to the point where it will be overloaded. No, because it wasn't being overloaded. We're not getting the iron out of the station fast enough, because by the time the next train gets there, it hasn't built up enough overage to cover the time that the train can't provide the ore because it's loading. Does that make sense? I know that I said that in a halting and horrible way, but this is kind of a complicated thing to talk about, because I stood there and watched it. It's not unloading from the station fast enough. I think a Mark 6 belt coming out of the station right into those storages will allow us to add another train. Or yeah, add another train. Now, we do have a stash, a secret stash of beams here, but I didn't want to grab these because we needed to fix the actual issue of not having enough beams. And actually, let's turn off all boosting right now. All right. Let's get this circular piece in, and then let's play with the lights a little bit. Let's see what we like. And if we're going to build this many windows, I think it was vital that we fixed whatever flow problems we had making the steel beams. Okay. All right. I think now we do our blue lighting. Actually, you know, do you guys want to do... This is the big decision-making point right here. What color are window lights? To me, it's very clear that these window lights here are not the purple or the teal, that they're white. And I think I am leaning towards doing that. Or I can make them purple and the entire building is purple. There's arguments for both. What do you guys think? Do I make this building all purple? This line is happening. White for contrast. Now remember, keep in mind, we're going to have two buildings that have purple highlights and two buildings that have teal highlights. And they're going to be catty corner to each other. So there will be contrast from one building next to the other. Because we're going to have a teal one and then a purple one, and then a teal one and then a purple one. Gold lights, go with that gold color. I did think about that. And I don't think it's a terrible idea, but it does have a downside. And the downside is that we've been using that gold color for road accents, not for building color. And I think the lights are beyond accent level, even so. I'm leaning towards Vibe Central, where he says, I think making the lights white will make the highlights that you want to pop more. You can't have purple or blue highlights if everything is purple or blue. Yeah. And it's kind of like, you know, it's actually very similar to this building that we have that we can't see right now because it's on the other side of the this fat boy here. Yeah, Joshua as well. Yeah. I think I think I knew deep down you guys were that decision is right. I just needed somebody to tell me. Right? I think it's gonna look similar to this. Let's get some dark here. Right, so imagine if this tower had teal lights on it. It wouldn't look as good. I mean, teal window lights. And by the way, we did experiment with yellow or with the orange when we built this. But look at where the orange is supposed to be. The orange is a road accent. And it makes the roads feel like roads. Like when we look across our city, the yellow is down here at the ground level, making our roads feel special. I don't think we want to bring them up and make them a part of the building. And we did try yellow, and I didn't like it. We went the white here. I think we're gonna do the same. Let's go over and let's see exactly what color white we used, and we'll do the same. I think you guys were right. I think I know that was the case. I guess I think I like the idea of the purple, or of all one color, but I think that once I would have seen it, I would have hated it. I think there's an argument to be made, J Fox, that the yellow could have worked, but I think the reason not to use it isn't that it wouldn't look good. I think the reason not to use it is because it's so far different from what we've done in the past. I think that's the reason. Are we gonna find one that's actually on? There we go. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is our old school light. It's a cool light. That's the same, right? Yeah, that's the same. Well, I mean, I guess we could just look at the C6D 3Fs. See, yeah, okay. All right, I know what to do here. Let's copy it just for good measure. All right, let's go. Now, what I'm thinking, though, maybe I get my little bit of fun in by popping it to a Mark II. I mean, Intensity 2. Because that building has Intensity 1. Maybe we have a little fun and we pop it to Intensity 2. Maybe green, like this teal here. Well, the problem with that is I kind of have a aesthetic rule that except for this beautiful boy here in the center, and perhaps Arasaka Tower, which is the final piece of the puzzle that we'll build in that corner. I have a standing rule that that each building gets either teal or purple, never both. So I'd be breaking that rule, which rules are there to be made to be broken. But I do think I like the idea of the white being a neutral player. All right. And I want to go 2. Now, I'm trying to do random. I don't know if I'm getting it. I don't know what this looks like. All right, let's see. Oh, I think I didn't go around far enough, first of all. Yeah, I didn't go around far enough. All right, so let's go around to the east. I meant west. All right, let's see what that looks like. Might be better to go up and over. Oh my god. It's not very random. So we're gonna have to do it from the outside. Hit like all of them and then I have a big old blank spot. Jeez. We're gonna have to do it from the outside. And if we're gonna do it from the outside, then let's change the blueprint. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this where we can see. Then we'll have to put them in after we set them. Damn it. We'll have to put the windows on top after we set the windows. We'll have to put the windows on top after we set the signs. I missed an entire huge section and then I got them all. Like, all right. The problem is eyeballing random is, as we know, basically impossible. But we're not actually looking for random. We're not actually looking for true random. We're looking for aesthetically pleasing. And that I think I can get. We can approximate random. All right, and then what we would do, we do zooping. I mean, if we're gonna do this, we should probably set the spines too. like the purple. Oh my gosh, this is horrifying. What if we do this in 2 pieces? Be faster than this. I don't know. It looks good. Okay. One band. I think what we do is we change all of the bands with no glass. Band. Did I save that stupid thing? All right, I did. This may not work. It's not going to blueprint mode correctly. Because the thickness is going to be wrong. This isn't going to work. So what we'll do, we'll just pre-delete these. Now, I wonder, maybe we can do something slightly different. We have our new one band. He's missing his 2 windows. This is a long shot. By the time I did this, I could have built the other ones. That's faster. Okay. It's soul crushing, but it's faster. All right, 2-band. It's faster than one of them. Okay. Let's try one more thing. Instead of building that 3 times, that's a winner. But if that works, I just do the whole thing. Because of the thickness problem. So we leave one window on. An interesting problem. I think we go with like this. I think we put them back on like this. But I think to make things easier, we alter all 3 of the bands here to be missing the same windows. I can't delete all of them because that would change the thickness of this blueprint, and then they wouldn't line up correctly in blueprint mode. And I'll show you that. Let's test it. Let's do test. Okay, because in a perfect world, what I could do is just I'd build this piece and then the other piece. Although I suppose if I could get this one perfect, then I can. Then we're doing blueprint mode, like right next to blueprint mode, and I think that might not work. All right, so where's Mr. Test? There, there you are. Okay, so we're in blueprint mode. Why is that thickness still there? It's working. Do you see that? I wonder if it's the window. This box is wider than it should be. I mean, if this works, that's the solution. Okay. That box should not be that wide. I don't care. I don't care how it's working. I don't care why it's working. I only care that it's working. I'm glad I tested. Okay, so nobody gets windows. Okay, and then we do glass wall. Glass only. Wall. Window exterior. Now you get deleted and glass only. Now, let's make sure it works. What I'm trying to do is design this so that I have to build 4 of these. That we can quickly and accurately, and not in a soul-destroying way, make this stuff work. Okay, there's the new 1 band. And he's working. He is right on top of his friend. And here is the new glass only. Is he working? Wow, he is right on top of his friend. On paper, I don't understand how that's working. But I guess it doesn't matter, does it? All right, let's delete this row and do the new set. It'll be easier than retrofitting. Because it's double. Oh, I didn't build the 2 though. I gotta do the 2 and then I'll do the 3. How's my time? We're at 8.5. I got about an hour and a half. No, we're at 9. I got about an hour left. Sun's coming up. And I have to be up helping my wife cook food for the party. Well, and my guests, I guess. It's not my party. Today is my daughter's birthday. Minikin, the editor of this channel, is 15. All right. I hope this works. All right, Mr. Two Band. New version of Two Band. I gotta double click that one. Maybe it didn't matter. Ah, there it was. I will let her know. She is, of course, not watching right now. She's asleep like a normal person. Running out of Tetris shapes in my head, guys. And the power's a little spotty here. God, you suck. What a pain in the ass. Okay, we'll call it good. Dead spot. We're gonna have to do more than freaking. So frustrating. I wish I could just fly everywhere, but without cheating. Thank you for the follow. It's Theo. Got everybody. All right, no more falling problems. What mod do you use to increase your inventory? I use 2 mods total. One of them is to increase my inventory, and it is the additional 300 inventory slots by MinnoDab492. That's the one I've been using. I haven't had any problems, no bugs. It's very highly rated. It's been very good. He updated it before 1.1 even hit. Or it was updated even before 1.1 hit the live servers, so no complaints. There are quite a few different inventory increasing mods. I can't speak for any of the rest of those. I can only speak for the one I use. And the other mod that I use is Sky UI, and it's to control the sky. Well, you got a ways along since I was in here earlier. Actually, I spent like 2 hours debugging some other factories. So I should have gone even further. Okay, so now we are going to kind of try to... think about these together. I have a big old blank spot here. Oh, that's because I was pissed off. Okay. kind of random, kind of aesthetic, you know. We have made progress, if not necessarily in the amount that we built, definitely in the system in which we plan on building it. I'm just kind of trying to do whatever. Okay. Now for the big test. Make sure the new piece goes where we want him to. He should. He does. So now, fly and build. Smile and wave, boys. Ah! It's not what we wanted at all. Oh my god. It was going so smoothly. Where do I have to look? Double click that one, I think. Yes, I did. All right, I gotta look. I gotta make sure I look at the window beneath. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see what this looks like from a distance. Well, isn't this fancy looking? First time chatter, Tiki Array, welcome to the party. This is my cyberpunk city. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Well, actually, there actually probably aren't many like this. And this is our new building. We're trying to go for something a little bit like this. These bands of light. And so far, so good, I think. The Twisted Tower is seriously impressive. This one, yeah, this one was pretty cool. I built him with blueprints. I designed the blueprints to fit together like Legos, and they work in blueprint mode. So they kind of, and then basically like each floor section, it's not a floor, but each 4-meter high wall section fits together with Legos. Like Legos kind of, and then I went up to the next one and did a 5-degree rotation and then built it again, and then went up 5-degree rotation, built the whole thing again. That's how we did that. And then I got the I figured out a way to get the signs on the outside to highlight the curves, but it is pretty ridiculous looking when you stop to think about the fact that this right here is built with only straight pieces. And yet it comes out looking like that. So it's a really cool effect. Are they functional? These are my factories. This is my game. They're all functional. Every building is its own factory, has its own job. And these are my, I'm trying to beat the game with factories. This is it. Now I did have some starter factories that were you know, in the starter areas, but these factories are the endgame factories. So, and these are based off of all real life buildings. This is the Shard in London. This is based off a building in Bahrain. This is the Mercury City Tower in Moscow. And this building hiding around the corner is the John Hancock building from Chicago, which, by the way, I was watching with my daughter, who is my editor on this channel. She's turning 15 today. She had never seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and John Hughes likes to make all his movies in Chicago or near Chicago, and so we had just gotten to the part before I had to get onto the stream tonight of where you know, he finally gets into the city, and it was showing like panoramics of the Chicago. I have something in my hair. Panoramics of the Chicago skyline, and I was like, hey, can we see my building? And we could indeed see my building. So yeah, happy daughter. Yes, she's 15, and her friends and her friends' family are all coming over, and our family. We're making Texas style brisket, and it's being smoked right now, actually. And we're going to be making smash burgers, and it's going to be good. So this is the new factory. Does it look good at night? It does. I think these are going to be winners. And we put that layer on very quickly. Let's do the next layer. My fingers are in my hair. They are now. But you know what's not in my hair is hair. Okay, so we did a 1 and we did a 2. Let's do a 3. Well, are we ready for a 3? Ooh, I don't know if we're ready for a 3. Basically, how many bands of light? I feel like we're not here. This is kind of where I was thinking we would be, but we're not. Let's do a 1 and then a 2 and then a 3. We're here. Let's do another 1. Then another 2. The reason I'm writing these down is so that I can do them for the other 4 towers. We're going to do 4 towers that all match in terms of like where the rings are, but the lights will be on in different sections. Long session today. 10 hours, I think, is 12. If I hit 12, that's a long one. 10 is a solid one for sure. For sure. I actually have done... What is going on down here? I actually have done a 16-hour stream before, but it's not my favorite. Are you going to bring the elevator up? Yeah, we're gonna do an elevator. Why are these missing? It's interesting. Obviously I made an error there. We should think about our height. Are we halfway up until we get skinny? Probably. Done a 0, a 1. We've done these 4. Another 4, and then cut, get skinny, and do 3 more. Four, another 4, cut, get skinny, do 3 more. Yeah, I think we can do that. That's what do we want? 1s. Yep. All right, good. I think I double clicked that one. Oh, we got a little out of control there. It was doing really good for a while. Alright, I may have double clicked some, which I'm not sure how we find out if any are messed up, but oh well. I just woke up and Ken is still going. Yes, it is. It does happen. Trying to get some lights that look good, really. Right, next one, glass only wall, and the same shit. No! Silica, you've betrayed me. All right, item booster. Save me, item booster. You're my only hope. I wonder what's in there. Iron plates in there. What else? What else did I boost? Can't boost that. Had something else boosted. Maybe not. All right, let's see what she looks like. How long total? 9 hours and 20 minutes. Are you gonna bring the elevator up? Space elevator. What do you mean bring it up? Space elevator is on the top of our... Do you mean bring it up to the city? It's been up there for about 700 hours. The holes were bothering you? Which holes? Sorry. Oh, gonna keep it on the planes. Yeah. Okay, I see. I'm sorry. We're on the same page. Yeah, I brought this up when I finished that building the first time. It's been up there the whole time. Yeah, the holes were bothering me. Sorry, I don't know what holes you're talking about. I think this is gonna look really cool, and it's gonna look very, very unique. My in-ear monitors are... I haven't really streamed this long with them yet. Usually I was conking out at 4 to 6 hours. This last week. Yeah, it looks so good. You know what? Let's get the stripe in. We don't have a ton of time left today. We won't finish this today, but we have really kind of determined the design. So we got a lot done today. I'm not done. I know this sounds like I'm starting my we got a lot done. We're gonna keep going for about another hour, maybe a little less than an hour, but this overpass got finished, like in its completed state. All the little details are in, including the lights underneath it. All this got done today. We also got in the on-ramp onto the freeway here. That got done. Shockingly complicated. I mean, actually, it's not really that complicated. There's just a bunch of little things. Plus, we were talking about why roads are better in the United States than in Europe. So we got that done, and then we fixed a bunch of little tiny things that were causing some inefficiencies in some of our factories, both in the shard and in the steel factory there. And we've figured out our designs for this, including how to quickly, blueprint them and have space for the, put them in correctly. And do it so that we can control the lights and stuff. So let's, what did we just finish? We just finished, ones. So this is green. This is the first tower, by the way. Do each tower. And we just finished the 1, correct? Yes. All right, let's do a 2. Okay. So a 2 band of lights, and that is this one. All right. I missed one right at the end. Okay, let's extend our power up. These factories are going to be my Phase 4 space elevator factories. We're going to be making a lot in here. We might have too much room. But we are making. Well, I'll show you. All 4 of these towers are going to hold this factory right here. Doesn't seem like a lot, but if you know, you know. And it's gonna have $952 buildings, many of them refineries, which are not small height-wise. So, basically 250 buildings per tower. And there is a lot of room in these towers, by the way. So we may be overbuilding. Maybe overbuilding. I was gonna do the color stripes, and I forgot. Let's go ahead and finish this round off. Then we'll do the color stripes. Trying to get something that doesn't look like absolute ass. Absolute ass. That's the name of an Axe body spray scent. God, my brother used that when we shared the same room. Oh, it stinks so bad. I hate that smell. Axe body spray. Hey, why do we not have power here? This is unacceptable. I put power in. What is the deal? Did I not finish? Okay. Apparently I didn't go all the way around. I got distracted? That doesn't sound like me. How very silly. The infrastructure or the roads themselves, because some roads near me are lacking. Oh. Oh, the difference between, the conversation ranged widely. It started off because we were talking about whether or not I should build a roundabout. And then we started making jokes about how, you know, Americans don't like roundabouts because the way that Americans build roundabouts is wrong, which I'm not exactly sure on. I can tell you this, though. I don't like roundabouts, but I think it has more to do with how the fact that when I started driving, there weren't any roundabouts. All the roundabouts that I drive on are within the last 20 years. Sorry, 1 second. All right. So actually, I think most of the time that Americans don't like roundabouts just because we didn't learn, like, they're new, you know? But I don't know, maybe we do them wrong. I actually don't mind roundabouts when the traffic is very low and there's only one lane of it. If I gotta, and you have to keep in mind too, I may understand how to drive on a roundabout, but remember, roundabouts are I keep saying roundabout. I'm about done saying that word. They're new for a lot of people that drive here, and guess what? People are stupid, so I have to put up with stupid people driving on a thing that I'm only marginally okay with having in the first place. Well, guess what? It makes me not like the situation and blame it on the thing. So even if the thing works perfectly fine and where you guys are used to having them, I don't particularly think, you know, that doesn't mean that that they have the same use and are as well loved over here. But, you know, in another 30 years, everybody who, you know, is driving will have grown up with them, and I imagine that people will use them on average better. Moist Cactus, what a name. Isn't that a little bit of an oxymoron, first of all? And then second of all, thank you for the first time chatter. Sir, you are all over my feed and it's fantastic. Sunk a lot of hours into Satisfactory, but could never imagine these builds. Insane work. Well, thank you. That can actually be partially, at least partially attributed to my new editor, my daughter. Is this Morse code? It might be. It might be Morse code. But I'm trying to kind of emulate this look here. with these banded light, like windows, and kind of emulate the random sort of feel of the light placement in the horizontal. That's kind of what I'm going with. Am I in Canada? No, I'm in Northern California. Thank you for the follow, Moist Cactus. And thank you for the first time chat, Martin Vanilla. In Portugal, it's now 2 p.m. What time is it for me? For me, it is 6:30 a.m. I start at 9 p.m. my time. And on Saturday nights, usually go from between 8 and 12 hours, depending on how I'm feeling and what we're doing. Today has been a good stream. I can't go the full 12 today, though, because my aforementioned editor, my daughter, her 15th birthday is today. So we've got a uh-oh. I don't like going this direction. Let's go the other direction. We got a brisket on the smoker, and people are coming over in about 5 hours. So I can't keep streaming and not sleeping for too much longer. No. But yeah, the reason that I've been able to put out a short a day is because my daughter's been doing a very good job editing for me, taking these recordings of these. We're still recording. These recordings of these live streams that we're doing right now, and she will be editing this up. She's about a week or so behind. Maybe a week and a half at this point. But she's moving through them. Uh-oh, we're out of silica. I'm no expert, but I think it says 1 million screws per minute or die trying. Well, what's funny, I don't know how long you've been around, Martin Vanilla. I know it just said that you just talked for the first time. But I absolutely hate screws, and it's kind of a meme with my community. That's insane. She's killing it, dude. They've been popping off. Yeah, it's been really working. I think it's a lot of pieces put together. One of the things that's really important, I think, for YouTube Shorts is the fact that we put out one a day every day. We've maintained that streak. Although, having said that, I have not finished the short for the 8 o'clock. I put them out on 8 o'clock in the morning, and that's only an hour and a half away. So we will have to finish this up, or I will miss my I gotta bust out a quick short. Basically what she does is she gets it all edited and set for me and sitting there, and then I review it, make any little tweaks that I want to make, and then export it, upload it, and it's done. So, all right, let's put in the stripes. Put in the stripes, and then we're gonna call it. We have to locate these stripes, though. And when I say the stripes, I mean these guys right here. So I'm thinking 2 spaces between them. Okay? Or maybe 3. Yes, let's find the diagonal. Okay, let's find the diagonal in here. And then 3 between. Here's the diagonal. Let's get rid of you. Oh, actually, we need a new one of these. What's it gonna be? Light wall purple stripe stripe for cylindrical buildings built at the end of a 5-degree rotation, 11 foundations less 1 meter, 10 foundations with 7 meter, 3 bands of signs. This is going to be stripe highlight. Okay, so what we want, I think, is correct placement there. And then, actually, we better do this. So the arrow's facing out. Large billboard. Got a big boy today. Gonna have an issue. I can't remember how these overlap. How clean do these look overlapped? Neon purple. Version 2. All right. We eat the line. Yeesh. This is not ideal. Leave it blank. We'll have to fill it in later. Hold on. Hold on. Chat was bugged? What's going on? Oh my gosh. J Fox says the roads in the United States are well planned. They are better than in many countries. I think that's plausibly true. How you can always tweak the numbers and build more. Build more. I don't know what we were talking about when you said that. Oh, if there's too much space. Yes, that is possible. And Minnie Kin, whose birthday it is here in the YouTube chat with us. She's up early. When is your why are you up so early? General rule for the USA roundabouts is what gives way to traffic on the left. When gap is open, then you enter the roundabout. Yeah, I know the rules, but you know, you're gonna have to tell that to all the rest of the dum-dums on the road. Any Kin, yeah, thanks, Andrew. How could you procrastinate for so long, Kin? What did I procrastinate? You're slipping, Mini Kin. Get with the program. No sales. No brisket for you. Yeah. By the way, how is the brisket doing? Have you been outside to check the brisket? I haven't checked it. Mom said she was going to deal with it. It's never Dad's fault. He does not procrastinate in his endeavors for universal balance and harmony with his... Yeah, we'll see. He gave me the VODs already behind. It's true. That is true. That is true. Yeah, the editor has joined us in the YouTube chat. All right, so this is good. We have what we need. Now, let's find the location. The location of the secret rebel base. Okay, this one is Cinta. Okay. Boom, boom, delete. Boom, boom, delete. New guys go here. The purple stripe. Wait. Is it purple or teal? Hold on. Do we go? So the building on the far side of this is purple. Do we do purple teal? Purple teal? Or do purple teal, teal purple? I think we do purple teal, teal purple. And if that's the case, that means that has to be teal. And if that's teal, that means this has to be teal, not the purple that I was about to put in. Let's see if I can say purple and teal anymore. So let's, I got the hiccups all of a sudden. Let's load and do the teal version. I'm up this early for school and it's baked into your schedule? Don't say baked. How can we never say hi this early on other streams then? Alright, how's that look? Or do we need to do a little nudge backwards? We do. That doesn't look good. We're gonna have to put that in to cover the seam. Oh, yeah, and then I'll have to get rid of those, but that's okay. sure that's right before we build a bunch on top of him. You can do purple and teal. Nah, I want to keep the one color, one building thing going. On those days I follow a different schedule. Today is different because I actually want to be awake. I got stuff to do. Nice. When's your first friend getting here? Well, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. I'll be asleep. I withdraw the question. I do have to wrap this up, you guys. But we're gonna finish these stripes. We have really figured out how these towers are gonna look. And I'm very happy with them. Your cat is trying to kill you? Well, she's a menace. You know, these are a little wide. We're more than halfway up. These are actually going to resemble our fatty over there. We can get a little height on them. We can get a little height. These are Endgame factories. So I think they will be close to as tall as our center guy right there. Just a little lower. I really do like the stripes there. And I want to make it so that all 4 factories share the same height of stripes. But they'll have different... Man, I did that same design like 3 times right there. Maybe I'll switch that up a little bit. Where do we take our picture? I think we take our picture with the stripe included. At least you have enough room to build this factory. Bye. Bye. Do we include the overpass? No, I think we get the stripe. Next stream, I have to record a tour video. I was gonna record one tonight and I kind of forgot. Tiffany Sabine, hello. Okay, let's pick out a color. What goes good against teal? The orange? Ooh, yeah. One more for posterity. And then I need to start checking something. I've been having some of the pictures come back shitty. And that needs to not happen. So see this? See this? This is not good. But this one's fine. So that's why I took 2. Good. Not good. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Maybe it has to do with a like a mid-frame or something. You know, if my FPS isn't exactly coming in at 60, maybe it's a not a fake frame because I don't have that turned on, but maybe it's an interpolated frame. Maybe that's what it is. It's trained to hunt and you are the training object. What is? What are we talking about? That makes me think of the line in the Jurassic Park with oh, what's his face in it? One of the newer ones. She's killing for sport. So stupid. She's killing for sport. Tiffany's Bean, can I ask you all to support another YouTuber? He is also building in Satisfactory Cyber City. He only has 214 followers. I don't mind. We can't make a habit out of stuff like this because you know, people would abuse it. But I don't have any problem with it in principle. Tiffany, why don't you go ahead and share the name? And I'll take a quick look at it, and if it looks like it's decent quality, I'll share it with the channel. In the meantime, let's save. And probably only because you're asking for another person, unless you're faking it and asking it for yourself. Which, if you are, I'd have to give you credit. I have gotten some sort of sometimes when people are trying to grow their channel, and I don't blame them. I've done crazy stuff too. Sometimes you get people doing iffy things to get views, but I don't consider this to be. Main menu. That was VOD 108, guys. We are right at 10 hours, which is right where I wanted to hit. Nurture John, thank you. Tiffany, why don't you share it in my Discord? All right, why don't you share it in my Discord? Anybody, his name is Jakes. Don't ask for myself, just stumbled on his channel. No problem. All right, you can post it in my Discord for sure. You said his name is Jakes. Let me do a quick little look-see. So you think his stuff is good, huh? His stuff looks good. It looks good. I don't, just from the thumbnails, it looks good. That looks I'm not gonna play any music, like the sound, because I don't want to get hit with a copyright on music or something. I don't know. I'm thinking he's probably talking. Motor Factory build guide, 14 minutes. I want to see his. That looks good. I like it. Shit. It looks better than mine. I better stop. I better stop. Don't go there. You're gonna stop coming and seeing me. All right, before I lose anybody else, I'm just kidding. Let's raid. I always raid on Twitch. 47 viewers. YouTube, if you guys wouldn't mind liking the VOD on the way out, that would mean a lot. And we do have 39 likes with 64 people. Appreciate it. Weeble Wobbles, thank you for the stream. Been lurking a little. Have a great day. Yeah, thank you for the first time chat. And I will have a great day. I'll get some sleep, wake up, and eat too much meat. Like a good American should on a birthday party. We are gonna raid. Who are we gonna raid? Thank you for that. What was that, a follow? Yep, it was a follow. Thank you for the follow. I'm in the raid UI looking for somebody to raid. We all support each other, right? Oh, absolutely. I was making some jokes about how good it looked. Okay, who do we got? Same category. Who's playing Satisfactory that I know? Wow, nobody that I'm following. Somebody I'm following playing something else? Factorio, Captain of Industry. And that's about it. But I don't actually... Let's raid somebody new. Let's get some English. As long as they're speaking English. $20 viewers. All right, let me listen to him, make sure he has an okay sounding mic. All right, let's give him a try. New guy here. He's only got 20 viewers. How many followers does he have? I'm just curious. Oh, he's got 27,000 followers. All right, he's not like a new guy or anything. All right, we're gonna rate him anyway. The Techno Ted. All right, guys. That's it for me. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys on Tuesday night. And Friday night's a big night. I didn't even talk about it tonight, but we got a lot of stuff going on next Friday night. I'll see you guys.